there wasn't actually any. Test. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Maybe we're live. I'm not too sure. Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? Let me know. It's been a minute. Maybe. Let's test this out. What is this? Okay. Maybe this is it. Let's test this out. Oh yeah, I think this is it. Yo, what you saying, Delta? What you saying, Delta? It's been a minute. Now I just need to see my chat. They've changed some stuff with streaming on other YouTube. Let's let people know I'm live. Biden Delta, you doing good? Let's see who else we can get coming through. It's been a minute since we did any live streams. I think the last one was for the Game Awards. The last time I did a live stream for Monster Hunter was time ago. Well, you know what? We got a couple things we need to go through today. To be honest, there's not just one. There's a couple things I wanna go through. We'll wait for some more people to come through. We'll get started probably in like 10 minutes. But I mean, maybe we can get started earlier because we're not going to watch this one just yet. I want to do a bit of a recap. Just listen to Super Rad's first review. Go through that a bit and then go for the big review. So we can kind of understand his state of mind, what's changed in what he said and so on. Because it's been a minute. And this is the main thing we're going to be doing today, guys. We're going to be looking over... Man, then, yo, what you saying? I'm so ready for the Monster Hunter Wilds rant. Well, let's see. Let's see how we go. Let's see where it goes. Who knows? Like, who actually knows? Nah, it's probably going to be one. I don't play Monster Hunter Wilds anymore. I haven't played Monster Hunter Wilds since August. Since the last video I made. I haven't touched the game. I've not touched the game since then. I was like, you know what? It's over. Like, forget this game. I'm fine. I moved on. I moved down. And now I'm here. Yo, Wind. Hope you're doing good. Hope you are doing good. I'm just wondering how I want to do this. I think the way I'm sharing the screen. Yo, Bim, what you saying? So there's a couple of things we're going to do today. We're not just going to be talking about Monster Dreamer chat. Know what's got to go down. Actually, yeah, I haven't watched this video, so I actually don't know what he's going to say. I haven't watched this yet. 2 hours, 45 minutes. This is going to be a long stream, boys, because we got a lot to go over, not just about his video. I also want to review his previous video, just quickly, just to go over it, just to see his points back then, see how he's kind of gone, how he's changed. Yo, Maka, how you doing, man? And I also want to look at some of my old videos to see what I had to say about Monster Hunter Wilds, because I had a lot to say on the good and negative side. You know, my boy, shout out to my boy Shibs, have to shout him out. This guy called me a hater. He called me a straight hater. Say I hate Wilds, apparently. I mean, now I do, because he kept saying I hate it. So now I'm like, you know what? Since you say I hate it so much, I'm actually just gonna hate it. Like, I'm gonna come out and just hate it. Like, fuck it. If you insist I hate it so much, like, why not? But before that, I just stopped caring. And before I stopped caring, you know, there's things I liked and things I didn't like. But we can get into that in a bit. So firstly, guys, why don't we just go watch... I want to watch a bit of Super Rad's first video on this stuff. We're going to go through that in 1.25 speed. Yeah, it's going to be a 3+ hour stream. Ugh. So everything's going to be 1.25 speed because, guys, I got a life, honestly. I do have a life. All right, let's watch this. So the reason I want to watch this, because I want to see, like I said, where his mind has kind of gone from what he said firstly to what he said now. Now, from what I remember, because we watched a lot of reviews before Wilds came out, and there was a lot of negative things said, but there were some positives. Now, Super Rad, yeah, that's his name. From what I remember, he didn't like it for the most part. He thought it was kind of garbage. But there were certain things he did like. But I think he thought overall what they were doing was lackluster. So let's have a look and see what it is.
Hey everyone, before we begin, I just want to make it clear that this video will be as spoiler-free as possible. I won't be showing off anything here story-wise or roster-wise that hasn't already been
Let's just skip that.
Shared for you guys to restore the mechanics and aesthetic of Monster Hunter World specifically, while adding its own spin and changes. A lot of what you remember from World is there, while some mechanical additions feel as though they spring directly from Monster Hunter Rise. The Sacred, a new mount in Monster Hunter similar to the Palamute in Rise, sees a large amount of focus placed on it within this entry. Large swaths of the map are designed to be scalable only by your Sacred. However, many of these spots feel quite limiting and stiff.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a weird thing. Definitely as you're going through the game. You know, it's been a while since I played the game, but from what I remember, you know, not being able to... These on-rail sections with the Sacred was just kind of lame. I mean, I get it. Like, you know, it is what it is. Like, you can't freely just let them jump in every single scenario. But it kind of got a bit annoying sometimes where you're jumping on something and sometimes it's hard to jump on the preset path. And then when you jump on it, sometimes it kind of forces you to go backwards and forwards. Like, it's really weird, like, the direction of it. It was kind of annoying. Like, I don't like the Sacred overall. I think the Sacred is kind of shit. But he is definitely right. They took the Sacred from, you know, Monster Hunter Rise idea from Palamute. But, I mean, Palamute is, like, superior to Sacred in, like, every single way. The only thing I say that Sacred has better on the Palamute itself is that the Sacred doesn't get in your way of combat, while the Palamute, fair enough, if you're playing online, you know, people with four people, then 4 Palamutes, that kind of gets a lot. And then you see the Sacred, it's literally just, like, this little bird shit on the side of your screen just watching you. Fair enough, it doesn't get in your way when you're fighting. I think that's pretty cool in that sense, but the utility of it is just kind of lame.
This scripted for the Sacred, thus taking away a bit of control from the player. Many of these paths will cause the Sacred to automatically jump onto them.
Yeah, the automatic jump on, like, even when climbing stuff, sometimes it's just tedious, and sometimes the movement of the Sacred was just so dog. Like, it baffles me how they went backwards in how the movement worked. Like, Palamute just moved so much better than Sacred, 100%.
Performing a series of acrobatics that you can at least jump off of to regain control of your character. That's the big thing with Wilds. The game often feels heavily constricted, with the Sacred being the main example. Yeah,
see, the thing is, like, so, like my boy Frizzle said, Sony cutscenes. Yeah, basically, like, Wilds feels like a Sony solo player cutscenes game sometimes, where they do these things specifically for it to look grand, for it to look, you know, superior. Like, there's some nice, cool scenes. It looks cool. Like, it looks flashy. It makes you like, wow, this is a nice movie. But when it comes to gameplay and doing it day to day, it's like, yo, this is tedious. It annoys me. Like, well, what the fuck? Like, like, bro, it's just like with fighting laggy, like having to go into the water and do that scene when you just have to do that section all the time and then do this bullshit, boring shit. It's like, it's all over Wilds and it's just annoying. Like, these really annoying scenes that they force into the game just to make it look like it's like a AAA, quadruple A, high branded game, $70, £65, whatever kind of game, and make it seem worth that. But like, bro, the game didn't work on release, so is it really worth $70? Like, I don't know.
You'd think a mount would grant us.
Okay, sorry, that was just a tangent. Yo, Ryan, how you doing, man? And Anthony, come on, man, your boy's back for today at least.
More free-form control, and while that is true in open areas, it often felt as if the Sacred was actively working against me. It doesn't help that Wilds wants to be a very cinematic experience to the player, because those types of experiences often slow down or limit what the player is able to do.
Exactly. There's so much cinematic, like looking grand, making it look so cool, you know, story moments on rails. You have to go through this path. You can't go to this next zone until you do this certain thing. You have to talk to these, like, it's just all of it. It's all entrenched together. Like, you can tell, like, I think what I said back then was like, you know, those kids who go to art school and they think that they're above everything in the world. Like they're like the elite, basically. Like, they sniff their own farts. They think they're cool, you know, save the world, global warming, all this shit. I mean, yeah, of course, you know, global warming, I believe in that shit, but they go over the edge on this. Like, they're all about it. That's what Monster Hunter Wilds looks like. It's a game built to look cool rather than to be cool. Like, that's the problem. That's the problem. Not my main problem, but it definitely is a problem. It definitely is a problem. So they sidelined a lot of the charm and just getting down to basic features to make things look really nice. And in the end, people still think World is better than Wilds, which is crazy. It's crazy to say that a game on a previous gen from what, 2017 or 2019, I can't remember, looks better than your newest game. I think it is 2017. Like, it's pretty sad. Rise we can allow because that's built for the Switch. Like, it makes sense, but like, it shouldn't even be a question. Like, it's not like people think, oh yeah, you know, Monster Hunter 4U looks better than World. Like, it doesn't look better graphically. Maybe you could say like, you know, the coloring and all this stuff. Yeah, so, but like, that's not a question, right? But there were literally questions of people saying, does World look better? World looks better than Wilds, which is crazy. Like, that shouldn't be a thing. Yo, Ninjama, you're still a member. Yo, that's actually crazy. Like, I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't be a member if I was you. Like, I haven't done shit in time, but you know what, Ninjama, I respect you, man. And same to you, Maka. Thank you. I appreciate it.
If you aren't in a cutscene, you will be in an...
You know what? Do I really want to watch all this? I'm thinking, actually. Let's keep going.
The Sacred is an overpowered companion for the player.
Yeah, Sacred's overpowered.
You will be in iframes or evasion frames, meaning attacks won't hit.
Yep, iframes.
What I would call flying Sentai ninjas fighting against monsters that were not able to keep up with us in the slightest. This was
monsters are pretty shit in this game.
Slower in some ways without the wire bugs, but this is definitely made up in others. Sacreds allow us to run around the monster.
Yep, more sacred
materials and maybe a knockdown. This can happen over and over again.
Okay, obviously he's talking about the the rune strikes here. Yeah, rune strikes. It broke the game. Like, it's one of those things. It's like a cool, interesting mechanic on paper, but when you actually like play with it, monsters don't move. They're just on the floor all the time. I think, what was that? Paralyzed, rune strikes, all this stuff. Like, it just made the game unplayable. Like, it's like you're barely even playing the game at that point, which is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. I mean, there's a balance of adding mechanics and actually making them functional, and actually them enhancing the experience of your game, or just adding them for the sake of adding them, right? I would say Moonstrike is definitely one of them. It's definitely one of them. They just added it without thinking the impact of how it's actually impacting the game. So in the end, then when it came to higher level monsters, instead of, I mean, it's such a dumb thing because you tie certain moves to the wound strikes, but then in the latter portion of the game, you then also nerf the wound strikes so you can't get them as often. So then, hence, in the end, some of your moveset is literally, you're not going to see it as often. So one of the main mechanics of your game, you're not going to interact with interact with as often as you would have, because you decided to tie it to wound strikes, which was broken. Which, you know, it's like a cycle of just dumbness. Basically, it's a cycle of dumbness. It's just anyway.
Again, meaning that the monster will constantly be in a position of weakness, taking extra damage constantly, even if you aren't focusing on that aspect of the game. Speaking of focusing,
anyway, that kind of stuff doesn't make me. That stuff is not the reason why I don't play Monster Hunter Wilds anymore. To be honest, it's more than just one thing, but we can get into that a bit later. Maybe I've kind of jumped the gun, just kind of watching this video straight away, this recap video of his old stuff. Because I haven't, like I said, I haven't played Wilds since August, I believe. My last video on Wilds was talking about the title update, and I thought it was a piece of shit. I thought some of it was good, but I thought most of it is literally just you bringing in things that we've had from previous games, like talismans, which we had since Try, at least since I played in Try 3U, 4U, Gen. Like, the talisman system has been the same, and it's been improved upon each game, and then Rise had a better system than ever before, and then you decide to take it away, then add it back in Wilds, and when you add it back in Wilds, it's worse than it was in Rise, so it's literally back to how it was back in 3U, which is like, what the fuck? Like, it just feels so stupid. It just feels so like they had no thought process, and people are glazing the game for them adding in more content, but the new content is the old content that they decided to move away from. So why should I glaze it? Why should I be happy? And that's why those things like that is why I stopped playing Wilds, because it's like, instead of prioritizing gameplay, mechanics, and actually finishing your game, they decided to focus on cinematics, decided to focus on weather, all these open world mechanics that no one cares about. Like, no one really, like, it doesn't add anything to the game. Honestly, it doesn't. Like, most people, they just want to fight things in the arena. Most people don't even think about the base game as a game anymore. Like, when I talk to Shibs, a 5th gener, I'm pretty sure 5th geners onwards, they don't even care about the base game. To them, the real game is literally the post game. So you buy the game, and the game that you bought isn't even the game that matters. The game that you bought is the end game. You buy the game for the end game after the game's already released. You don't buy the game for the game. So what's the point buying the game at launch if you played the game for the end game? Like, what the fuck? Like, how can you glaze the base game if the base game isn't the real game? And why the fuck are they releasing games that aren't properly games then? Like, it's stupid. But when you talk to like 3rd geners, 4th geners, and people below that, that's not the process. Like, we didn't think about G rank as being the real game. All of it was the real game. The base game's the game. G rank is in addition to that game. But now it's so different. Where, because like, my real issue with Monster Hunter, and why I think the series is cooked going forward, is because the base game doesn't matter. Like, they will release it in any state, and then they will just fix it in post-release, and people will glaze it, saying, oh, this post-release content is great. Like, it's sick. Yeah, you know, good job, Capcom. But, like, why did you release it in that game, that state in the first place? Like, why do it? I'm not going to glaze you for releasing a broken game with, like, no content, and then... Like, I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that? That's stupid. If someone's paying for a game, they expect the game to be good up front. I don't expect the game to be good eventually. I'm not buying bonds. I'm not buying your stocks. Okay? I'm not expecting your stocks to rise up eventually. Unless you're going to pay me back, Capcom. Unless you're going to give me some money in advance. It comes up, what? It's 2026 now. Where's my stocks? Capcom. Where's my investment? My investment, where'd it go? The game's cheaper now. Like, what the fuck? That's basically how people treat Monster Hunter. Like, they're investors. You're not investing in shit. Okay, you're getting a shit game at launch, and the game eventually gets better, but the game's cheaper when it gets better anyway. So what? So why are you glazing? These people, man, piss me off.
The brand new focus mode is a little different per weapon, but the main idea is that you can enter this mode to see said weak points and then attack those points with a special move.
Okay, yeah, focus mode, pretty shit. Actually, I quite liked focus mode at start. I thought it was pretty cool. It's an interesting concept. It's just broken. And I don't know how to balance it. I actually don't know how to balance it. So I'm not going to stick on that too much. But I do think wound strikes are busted.
Giving you even more opportunities to do how busted focus mode and the weak point system is in this game.
Yeah, I just said that.
It stops spin bonus. So yeah, the says
What else do you have to say?
you have focus slash, you have EI slash, you have spirit roundhouse combos, and you even have a new charged move that can hit a monster with a free level that costs basically nothing. Additionally, every weak point you break with a focus attack gains you an additional level. So if you break multiple with one attack, you could suddenly be at max gauge from basically nothing.
Yeah, so I think one thing you're saying here is the risk and reward of Monster Hunter is kind of gone. Now, to be honest, it didn't start with Wilds. I would, to be honest, even though I'm a GU glazer, I'll glaze GU to death. I would say GU is the start of where the risk and reward was, slowly dissipating. We can look at Adept mode or Bushido, what I'm saying, Bushido style, or Valor style, or Brave style. Obviously, those modes are quite OP. They allow you to evade a lot of damage. They allow you to do a lot and really get out of risks way. Yes, there are some monsters, late game monsters, who counter you with some moves, but in general, those two moves make the game easier. They allow you to avoid risk. And I would say that was the start of where that stuff happened. And then, you go to World with Mantles that accelerated it. And then you go to Rise with Wire Bugs, Wire Falls, and so on. Then you go to Wilds and it's on crack. Like every weapon has so many ways to just deal with everything. Rise did as well, to be honest. I'm not gonna, not throw shade at Rise just because I liked the game at the time. Like I'm still gonna throw shade. So the risk and reward factor of Monster Hunter is gone since the 5th gen, or since GU technically, even though I think GU still had a good sense of it, a good balance of it. They just had to refine it a bit more. Overall, the risk and reward issue Monster Hunter is gone. Like there is no risk in general, and when there's no risk, people don't really care about your game. People don't really care about your builds. Like the problem with having no risk in this game, and I'm going to get to the comments in a second. The problem with having no risk in a Monster Hunter game, and games in general, means it allows people to avoid your systems. It allows them to not think about upgrading armor, bringing skills, actually understanding patterns of monsters, using traps, using flashes, using all these mechanics. It just allows them to avoid it completely, which a lot of people do. I'm pretty sure the monster hunters of today are worse than they were before, because before people actually had to pay attention to their skills, to the armor, and so on. Yes, some people don't understand the system, but if you understood the system, you knew you had to pay attention. Now people just throwing shit because parries are so OP. Like, who cares? Like, who the fuck cares? Like, guard on lance. Who cares about guard on lance? Like, just add in some more attack because, if you perfect parry it, you're fine. And the window's pretty damn good. So who gives a shit? Like, who gives a shit? Same with counter, same with so many other things. Gun lance, so broken. So many guard points, so many ways to get out of damage. Like, who cares about having guard on weapon anymore? No one does. It just allows you to bypass most of the game in general when you allow your games to be so free. And obviously, when you add in focus mode and Y bugs and rise, and then you think about wound strikes and so on, it just exacerbates it to the extreme. And sorry if I'm slurring my words, I'm kind of drunk. But yeah, it's just annoying. And I don't know how they fix that. I don't think they're gonna fix it. Which is fine, I guess. I mean, I don't play the game anymore anyway. I wouldn't be here talking about this anyway. Like, I gave up Monster Hunter. I don't play Monster Hunter. I don't think about Monster Hunter. I don't talk about Monster Hunter. I haven't watched a Monster Hunter video since like August. This is like the first one. I just threw the series in the bin. Like, it didn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. But the boys said, you know what, Nova, can you like talk about Monster Hunter? And I was like, you know what, I'll do it. Why not? But let's see what the chat says. Capcom pay this man his money. Yeah, Frizzles, exactly. Where's my money? I'm an investor. Well, to be honest, I do have stocks in Capcom, and their stocks are going down. Like, I should have pulled out. I mean, that's what she said. Okay, Ryan said, most people just change the weather to normal anyway. Exactly, Ryan. No one actually uses the system. The system is garbage. But these type of systems are things that people, like these AAA Sony games, that's what people look for. But actual Monster Hunter gamers, they don't give a shit about that. They don't. I'm telling you, they don't. All the ecology people talk about ecology. Like, what ecology is there in Wilds? They couldn't even bother to write Mrs. Ecology properly in the game. They couldn't. It was dog shit. Okay, Bo Noah said, I personally believe wounds in Iceborne and Wilds are the attempt to encourage players to attack other parts of the monster, since the additions of attack numbers results in players ignoring non-weak parts. I get what you're saying, but I think people are going to attack, But I mean, that's the thing though. Shouldn't you be attacking the most weakest part in general? Isn't that the whole point of being a monster hunter, right? You should be aware of a monster's weakness. You should be exploiting a monster's weakness, right? Now, if you're trying to break apart on a monster, that's different. That is different. That is why you attack the claws. That's why you attack the tail, right? You shouldn't just be attacking hard spots for the sake of it, just because there's a wound there. That is technically bad game design, right? As a monster hunter, you need to understand and research what is this monster's weakness. I remember back when I was playing that monster on a try and free you with my boy Inferno. He's a bowgun user, and he would always research what parts of a monster is weak against certain elements with bowguns. That is his research. That is him being a monster hunter. If I'm just attacking places because the wound shows up, like, then I'm just playing a brain dead game, right? That you're not actually engaging with a monster hunter. You're just playing, I don't know, arcade hunter. Like, literally, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. Attack the parts you're supposed to attack. Now, fair enough, in multiplayer, if there's so many people attacking a weak spot, that's kind of annoying. But in the old games, obviously, that was annoying, and not having flinch free made it so people couldn't do that. So people would focus on different parts and actually break things in general. But who cares about that in this new game anyway? Because, I mean, flinch free, all this other stuff. What's it called? I can't remember that. Rocksteady, not Rocksteady. No, there is Rocksteady Mantle, but there's another thing they added in this game, another decoration that allows it so you don't get flinched. Those things just allow people to bypass positioning and strategic elements of combat with your team. Like, it doesn't exist anymore. And fair enough, that started in World anyway. It is, a quality of life factor, but the quality of life also takes away from the gameplay in general. So it's a catch-22. You get your quality of life, but it makes your game shitter. and that's modern day Monster Hunter. Like, what can I say? It's just how it is. It's just what it is. Okay, remember a WoW's low rank is a 10-hour tutorial. Can't criticize that. No, of course you can criticize that, man. It's dog shit. Like, what the fuck? You're buying a game. Yeah, sure, you should teach people how to play the game, but how often do you need to teach people to play the game? Like, literally, you're like 20 games in a series and you're still trying to teach people how to play the game. Like, shut up. Shut up. Get out of that bullshit, man. Get out of that bullshit. You're in 20 games deep. Why are you still trying to just hold people's hands? Like, fuck off. At least give some challenge from the get-go. At least some. Great Macau was a beast in GU. He's a beast. You go back to GU, he'll beat your ass. I'm telling you. You try to fight Chachikaba in this game, if you get even below like 20%, if you get below 80% of your max HP, then you're dog shit. I'm telling you, you're dog. I don't care who you are. And most won't remember or care about base games because they never had that much time under the sun. That's true, actually. Yeah, I mean, technically, no. I think base games probably have. I don't know. Actually, no. I don't know. Games came out more often in the past, wind, I think, than they do now. I think base games take longer to come out than they used to, in general. I believe. The post content allows them to elongate when the expansion is going to come out. But in general, people don't care about base games anyway because DLC is going to come out and it's going to change those systems. It's going to fix everything apparently. But how can you fix the time I've already spent playing your game? You can't. Like, Capcom's not going to give me my time back. My time's gone. My time is gone. Is Capcom going to give me all those hours talking about Wilds, making all these ideas or making quizzes and polls and writing scripts and making videos? And Capcom's not going to give me my time. My time's gone. What did they fix? It's over. I've gone through the game. What can they fix? They can't go into past and fix my brain damage. Like, my brain's already been. I'm already hemorrhaging out here. Okay. I'm lucky I'm not in the States because my medicine bill, my doctor's bill will be crazy right now. God bless UK, man. Get to go to hospital for free. All that brain damage I had, like, I'm good. But, like, who's paying my bills? Capcom ain't paying my bills. They ain't paying it. So what did they fix? They didn't fix shit. That's what pisses me off when people say they fixed the game. They can't go back and fix the time you spent playing the shit game. They can't do that. It's over. I spent the time playing it. The game's uninstalled. It's been uninstalled since August. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm not gonna install it again unless you're gonna come to my house and install it. Press the button. I mean, I ain't gonna let you in the first place. But still, what the fuck? What kind of argument is this? They fixed the game? Fuck off, man. It's so dumb. They're so dumb. You know what? Fair enough. They fixed the game for people who haven't experienced it at all. You can say that. You can say that.
It's actually absurd. It's crazy. It's too powerful. Sure, if you just want the power fantasy, it's great, but the amount that you overpower enemies with these mechanics now feels almost unfair to the...
That's true. Let's keep going because...
Being able to easily overpower almost anything you engage with is true for pretty much every weapon there is to choose from. There's still a learning curve, and you aren't going to be amazing immediately, but there's definitely less of an uphill battle than previous experiences, which I find disappointing. It doesn't feel rewarding to just steamroll everything, it feels boring and unimaginative. But like I said, this is a power fantasy game now, and not the preparation and survival action mix that it used to be. So if that's your thing, if you enjoy this...
Look, I'm just tired of being a beta tester for these billion-dollar companies. Like, why am I beta testing and glazing them? Why am I sucking their nuts? Why they giving me shit? Like, who does that? Like, you wouldn't do that. Like, no cap, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't, but people are doing it. Like, where's my money? I was QAing your game. Where's my money, Capcom? I didn't get shit. I told you launch was garbage and you fixed it. Yeah, congratulations. I didn't get no payment in the post. The fuck?
Satisfaction of just destroying a monster all the time. This is definitely the...
Yeah, Francis, you're right. I told you to play WoWs. I owe you some money. My bad.
Game for you. And I can admit, I feel some immense...
Now, to be honest, I didn't hate WoWs. I still, okay, officially, I don't actually hate WoWs. But back in August, I just kind of was tired of it. I was tired of making content, mostly because I was just so disappointed. But I didn't hate it. I was probably like, maybe 60% like it, maybe 55% like it, 45% don't like it. But then in recent history, since my boy Shibs started talking shit, and he was so adamant that I hated the game, even though I always tried to be fair and try to say nice things and then also say the negative things. Well, maybe the other way around, say negative things and then say the nice things, the things I like. Apparently, I still hate the game. So now I'm on the train that I hate the game. Like, fuck it. Like, Shibs, you won. Like, I hate it. Congratulations.
Enjoyment periodically from just how destructive I have been in a given hunt. Like, it does feel good sometimes. I just don't want that all the time.
Bro, shit. Visuals, I was at peace. Honestly, I didn't think about Monster Hunter. It didn't even come to my mind. I was just chilling. I was like, no, what? It's gone. I don't have to think about writing scripts and being annoyed at Capcom for, just delivering dog shit and delivering broken stuff and messing up monsters that have existed for like over 10 years and they've done better in the past. I was like, it's fine. It's over. Like, I don't play the game. I'm good. I can play other stuff. I can do other stuff in my life. And then Shibs just constantly was talking about Monster Hunter every time I see him. Yo, we played the new update. Have you seen GOG? I'm like, I haven't seen GOG. I haven't even seen the trailer. I don't know the mechanics. I don't give a shit. I don't. But I would still listen. I would still listen to this guy every time. I wouldn't even say bad stuff about it. I would just listen to him. But then one day in the podcast, this guy says I'm a hater. I'm like, you know what? Fuck you, man. The fuck?
Speaking of weapons, while there was criticism for World's designs usually reusing many of the weapon assets with minimal changes, Wild seems to be a return to form. Many of the weapons
weapons are good.
Back to my tent in order to swap gear. Now there's a good chance I may have the right weapon for a given situation. This is especially useful when...
Yeah, it's pretty good that you can change weapon quite easily, I suppose.
Now this aspect of the game does change slightly as the story...
Yeah, but it was really weird that you couldn't just change weapon outside of your camp. Like, I don't understand why they just couldn't allow you to change with a chest outside of your tent. Like, it's just like one of those aesthetic weird things. Like, really? And there was sometimes there was this weird thing where you'd go to I think it was in training, and I think somewhere else, if you did go to your chest and you did try to change your weapon, they would do this weird little cinematic of you walking to your chest. It's like, bro, I'm actually at my chest. Why are you doing this cinematic? Like, what's the point? Well, it's just typical Capcom. Do you think you'd honestly play? No, I don't care about the DLC. I'm not playing. I'm done with Monster Hunter Wilds. I've uninstalled it. I'm not playing it. Like, it's over. I'm not playing the expansion either. It's done. I don't care. Look, after this video, I'm probably not going to upload any other videos of Monster Hunter on this channel. Like, it's over. Monster Hunter, Nova Bushido's over. It's dead. Like, fuck it. Yeah, it's true. Wilds destroyed Nova Bushido. My bad. It happened. I'm not coming back. There's nothing for me to come back to. Like, what am I going to do? Just complain about a shit game? Like, why would I do that? Why would I just make content on a game? Actually, no. Okay, let me not be so hyperbolic. What is the advantage of me coming back to play a game where I'm not really enjoying it? I do enjoy some aspects, but I don't. And what's the point of me making content on a game where there's so many bots out there that regardless of what you say, they're just gonna say you're a hater, regardless. Even though you say some things you like, but there's some things you don't like. Like, there's no point. Like, why would I spend 60 hours, 80 hours making scripts, videos, editing? Like, what's the point? To be called a hater? Like, what's the point? Fuck it. I'll do other stuff in life. Like, it's just a waste of my time. It's actually a waste of my time. Bim, please don't joke. That's actually a joke. That's not even funny.
Story progresses, but you're going to be spending a large portion of the game traveling through dreary
Like, deep it. You spend, bro. I was glazing miles before the game came out. I was so excited. The game came out and disappointed me. Like, why would I make more content on it? Like, who cares? I moved on. It's fine. I'm good.
looking areas, making these walk end up to navigate because it used to be a
Okay, so the gist is, because I'm kind of tired of watching this one, I want to go to the new one, but the gist basically is Sacred is OP, weapons are kind of too OP, monsters get dog walked, focus mode is broken, at least weapons look better than they did in World. Yeah, no, I agree. Nothing wrong with that. But let's get to the new video, because he did a 2 hour 45 minute. That's a long video. That's a long video. So we're gonna have to do 2.5 speed, like I said, because I'm not gonna sit through all of that. 1080p. Let's see what some people said. Some new people came through. Why have you got so many people watching me? Like, I'm not being nice to Monster Hunter Wild, you know, guys. I'm actually being really aggressive towards it. I know we saw Scythe a second ago. I want to see what Scythe had to say. Because Scythe is still a member. Oh my god, Scythe. Like, Scythe, just take off your membership, please. Stop paying me, man. Honestly. Like, guys, stop paying for membership. Like, I don't know, take a girl on a date. Go buy some Monster Hunter Wilds, like, I don't know, decorations or some shit, or something to look good, some new armor. No, I'm joking, don't do that. Like, really don't do that. But yeah, go take a girl on a date. Go do something with your life. But don't give me money on YouTube anymore, guys, honestly. I do really appreciate, I know it wasn't that much. It was like, I think a pound and a bit. But like, I don't make content. I can't justify you guys giving me money. So I'll probably like cancel the membership thing. And you guys can just, you know, yeah, just live your life, guys, honestly. Save your money. You know, we're in a living crisis. Oil everywhere is going up. Prices of everything's going up. You know, there's wars everywhere. So like, yeah, just enjoy your lives. Maybe save some money. If to be honest, if you don't pay me for a whole year, you can buy an indie game which is infinitely better than Monster Hunter Wilds. So like, I think you should do that. Honestly, that's an investment. That's a better investment than buying Monster Hunter Wilds. No cap. No cap. Do it. Do it. Now let's see what Scythe had to say. I will say 9-star and 10 stars. Casual players would defo want guard and guard up. Yeah, probably. They probably would. Shockproof. That was it. Shockproof. I forgot what that was. What else do you guys have to say? Your girl takes $1 a date. I mean, if you save the money every month, you know, at least there's one date comes through. Okay, 2 hour 45 review. It's more time than I spent in Monster Hunter Wilds before I hit Oak F4. You know what? That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Who called you a hater? One of my boys in real life called me a hater. And there's people online. They just because you have little criticisms, they call you a hater. And it's fine. Like, I don't actually hate Wilds. I'm just disappointed. That's the main thing. I was just so disappointed because every time they do something that's kind of good, they do like 10 other things that's just like, why are you doing it like this? Maybe not 10. I'll say maybe like 2. Probably 2. Like talismans. Like, it's interesting that they added talismans, but it's like, well, talismans already existed before. And it's interesting that they added laggy. I'm like, this is great, but like, the section with him, you having to fight him underwater is kind of lame. The combat of you fighting it is pretty good for the most part, actually. So he wasn't too bad, but Mizu was just garbage. Like, Mizu, cool monster, but we already had so many Mizus in Rise. Mizu hitboxes are dog shit in this game. The music is like the worst song I've ever heard. So yeah. They take a step. Wait, Frizzles, did you just buy membership? What the fuck, Frizzles? I said don't buy membership. Like, what are you doing? Bro, this guy. See, yo, Frizzles, that's bot behavior. No cap. That's literally bot behavior. Let's watch this video.
What makes a Monster Hunter game a good Monster Hunter game? There have been many attempts at the genre, but none that have been as popular as the progenitor which started it all. Wild Hearts, Freedom Wars, God Eater, all have tried to fill the niche but never come close to competing. Does this mean they are bad games? Bad Monster Hunter games even? Do sales and global recognition play a factor in deciding if something is inherently good or not?
Now, I would say no, it doesn't. I think God Eater 3 was actually a really good game. I played like 100 hours in that game. I thought it was really good. I was actually quite impressed. I wish there was a bit more depth in the gameplay, but I did like the customization you had with your weapons and your skill set. I thought that was really good. I was quite impressed with that. Honestly, I was.
Does player retention matter? And does it...
And that's the problem. Player retention sells. A lot of people, they act like they're Capcom shareholders, and just because the game sold 10 million in the first like month or so, like it's great. It's the best thing ever. This game is the best game that's ever existed. But I mean, then you start thinking about it. The game after that sold like 1 million for the rest of the year, which is like, wow, that's a shame. Like Monster Hunter Rise sold more in this financial year than Monster Hunter Wilds. That's crazy. Absolute insanity. I couldn't believe it. I was so shocked. How is Monster Hunter Rise selling more than Monster Hunter World in this financial year? Now, remember, guys, Monster Hunter Wilds was released in last financial year. Last one. Not this one. So, from April to now, Monster Hunter Rise has sold more than Monster Hunter Wilds, which is actually insanity. Now, besides that, being so glazing over a game because it sold a lot and thinking it's the best game because it sold a lot is like dog shit, and it's such a brain dead way of analyzing if the game's good or not. Honestly, there's so many other factors to it. Like then COD would be the best game ever. FIFA would be like fantastic, but they're not. Pokemon is like the best thing since sliced bread, but the game isn't that good. It's not that. It's not. I mean, definitely the Pokemon games aren't loving the new ones. Wilds probably had discounts. Yeah, it did have a discount, but even with a discount, it's just insane that an old game can sell more than the newest game, even with a discount. It's bizarre. It's so bizarre. It hit that Capcom was shocked themselves. The shareholders are like, what the fuck? They're like, what the fuck? It's insane. It's insane. That shouldn't happen. Your newest game with all the advertisements, all the content you guys are pumping into this, everyone's talking about it apparently, and it sells less than the game before just because of discount? Like, come on, guys, really? It's let's continue.
Game need longevity to keep people coming back in order to be considered good or successful. Do those terms even mean the same thing? If you ask me, I'd say no. Success and quality do not necessarily come hand in hand. A game that sells 1 million copies may be at least subjectively less good than a similar game that sold fewer. The quality of a product at its core, its themes, mechanics, and everything that comprises its overall experience, is not the same as its marketability. A game could be considered a failure because it didn't sell as many copies as expected, or didn't keep those player numbers up long enough. But is that a correlation or a causation? Monster Hunter Wilds may have sold 10 million copies, but does that mean it is better than the games from the same series that came previously?
No.
I'd say no. Capcom is a business. They need to make money to continue to exist, but it's not just that simple. Selling 10 million copies doesn't necessarily equate to success for them because those sales can start to stagnate and slow in comparison to something like Rise or World. A company, by design, doesn't just need to make a profit, they need to make a bigger profit each year and every year. Otherwise, that company is failing. More money with every release, over and over again until you reach a boiling point where nothing can be done. You begin to stagnate, and so you shake things up. Change the model. Need to keep player retention up? Release a product that feels incomplete and drip feed the rest of the game to players over time. Then by the time it's a complete product, people's memories are short, so the game could be looked back on as what it is now, rather than what it once was when they bought it.
And that's the problem with modern day Monster Hunter. That is literally my issue with Monster Hunter. That's why I'm kind of done with the series in general, and why I think the series is cooked, because that's literally how they're going to make every game going forward. 5th gen onwards, the base game is going to be dog, incomplete every single time, and then finally, the content's going to come. The game's going to come out with so many bugs. It's not going to work. It's not going to have story properly in the place when it comes to Rise. It's not going to have elders. It's not going to have proper weapon trees. It's not going to have proper weapon skins, content. But then after the fact, they're going to eventually add that in. That is Monster Hunter going from 5th gen onwards. Like, so the series is cooked. I'm sorry. In my opinion, the series is cooked. It's cooked. It's over. It doesn't get better. It gets worse. It gets worse because regardless of the fact that the series was cooked this game came out broken, it still sold 10 million at the start, which, I mean, luckily it didn't sell too good after, so maybe Capcom's going to learn from that lesson. But the initial lesson definitely gave them a massive boner, I can tell you that. And it's upsetting. But, you know, I don't really care about Monster Hunter like that anymore. So, apart from this video, like after this video, I'm not going to do any more Monster Hunter content. This is the last one, guys. It's the last one.
This works sometimes, but not always. The live service title update model of Capcom for the Monster Hunter series has seen some success, but that seems to be slowing down in comparison to past releases. So was it worth it? Was creating a more marketable product worth stripping the game of its content at
Yes, I'm surprised.
launch, or changing fundamental aspects of the game to sell to a wider audience, of alienating past fans of the series? Again, I'd say no. Around a year ago, I released my initial review of Monster Hunter Wilds. Due to how Capcom handles pre-release reviews, I was able to talk about a lot, but not everything I wanted to. Additionally, games like Wilds release in what I consider an unfinished state. So I mentioned planning to eventually revisit said video when the game had more of its content updates released. Well, with Title Update 4, all major updates to the game are finally out, and while there is a roadmap for some additional anniversary content in the future, Capcom has already stated they are developing the expansion for Wilds as we speak. Development for the base game is winding down, and there aren't going to be any game-changing inclusions or monsters that make it in moving forward. So now feels like the best time to look at Wilds as a complete package. All this, plus the various event quest additions, side quests, performance updates, and more, and we can see if the base game is finally at a point where it is considered complete and ready to be expanded upon with DLC in the future. If you're a fan of my videos, or if you've just seen some of my reviews and retrospectives surrounding this series, you should have a good understanding of how I view the progression of the series with each new release. I feel that is something I make very clear very often. It starts with my enjoyment of the older generations of the series, and how a schism was made alongside the release of the 5th generation of games. That being...
There you go. He said it. He realized it as well. Up since 5th gen, the series, I mean, it just went in a different direction. It went mainstream, which is fair enough. You know, if you need more money, you need more money. But in the same breath, I can also not like that change, and that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine.
World onward. I don't like to beat a dead horse. I try to look at more recent comparisons to help better illustrate my views. How I feel about the series isn't just comparing Wilds to 3 Ultimate, but comparing it to World and Rise as well. More so even. This track record of simplifying and removing the identity of the series isn't just something that started at the end of GU and the beginning of World. It continues to happen, and I believe even World fans and players who first started the series with it are seeing that for themselves now. Every new entry will have its detractors and people nostalgic over the last entry before it, but I believe there is a systemic issue with Capcom's design philosophy and business model that is actively harming Monster Hunter at its core, and isn't the first time a Capcom series has gone through something like that. I don't care if a game sells well, I don't care if it retains players, I care about the game itself as just that, a game. An experience for my enjoyment because this is my review of it. A game could have 0 active players and still be one of the greatest releases of its time in my eyes. But even with 10 million sales, an incredible feat for any release, Wilds still slowed in terms of sales in comparison to previous releases. Again, that's still an insane amount of copies sold, a success in anyone's eyes, but to Capcom, this comparison and this stagnation is something worth their concern.
Yeah, exactly. Capcom weren't happy about the sales. They weren't. The shareholders said it. Look, I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure if Wilds was selling well after the fact, they wouldn't have did so much. When it came to the post content, they wouldn't have did the guild reports. They wouldn't have really paid attention to what people were saying. The reason they had to do that because they realized that people weren't buying the game as much as they expected. The game wasn't doing well. Yeah, which is it is what it is. You know, I didn't expect that. That's the way it went though. Milkman said, "Why don't you try playing other games?" I mean, I do play other games, but I'm not interested in making a new game channel. Yeah, I'm not really interested. I got my other channels. You know, I'm going to do some Gundam stuff on my new channel. You know, I'm not interested in Gundam. I got my podcast channel. I'll be doing that. Apart from that, I'll just be working on my own projects. You know, rather than focusing so much on YouTube. Yeah. But I do appreciate you saying that.
Something they try desperately to prevent with their current games as a service business model, and the title updates designed to prolong the amount of time you return to the game rather than providing a complete experience from the get-go.
Exactly. See, that's my main issue with 5th gen onwards. That's the problem. It's not about the game, it's about the post content. The game is intentionally supposed to be bad. It's intentionally supposed to have bugs and not be fixed. The reason I say intentionally, because I mean they know that's the case and they release it in that state. They just hope people glaze over the fact and then promise them that they'll have free content later. That's why as soon as they release a game, before the game even comes out, for Rise and for Wilds, they let you know what the first title update is going to be before the game comes out. So you know already that more is coming. So they preemptively make you hyped for the game that they know is already broken and lacking in content.
Today we are going to be focusing on the main features of the game, the quests, the hunting, the exploration, etc. But still, it's a review and not a history video. While I will be going into many of the mechanics and content provided, I won't be covering absolutely everything, just what I think makes up the main experience, as well as what adds and detracts from that. If that sounds like your cup of tea, pull up a chair. And if you enjoy these videos, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing. With that out of the way, I'm Super Rad, and this is the big Monster Hunter Wilds review.
I know you guys are talking about ArcVeld in the chat so much. I mean, I might as well just throw my piece in. I think ArcVeld is kind of a shit monster, honestly. But he's an Elder Dragon, so no, he's not an Elder Dragon, technically. Yeah, because if he was an Elder Dragon, then I would say, well, he can do whatever he wants, but he's not. He's a construct. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too sure what to say about that. Yeah, I think he's shit, but if you like him, you like him. It's fine.
Monster Hunter Wilds was directed by Yuya Takuda, with Ryozo Sugimoto as producer and Kaname Fujioka as art director. It's the second Monster Hunter game to be developed on the RE engine, with Twisted Reflection, the story side series, soon to be the third. Taking 5 to 6 years of development time, the game would see an open beta released in October of 2024, after being announced at the Game Awards in December of 2023. The game would release February 28, 2025, with 8 million sales within the first 3 days, a record number for a Capcom product. They attributed this success to the use of open betas and regular development updates up to launch. Despite strong sales at the start, these would begin to wane and be overtaken by similar Capcom games such as Monster Hunter Rise and later Devil May Cry 5 with the release of their new anime. This was so bad in Capcom's eyes that they even bumped the release of updates in order to keep old players coming back and newer...
Exactly. So when I'm talking about it's surprising that Rise sold more, it's not just me saying it. Capcom, they're the ones who are like, what the fuck's going on? It's not me. The shareholders are like, we're fucking up. They're pissed. Where's my money? Like I'm a Capcom shareholder as well. I should be up there in the meetings. Like, yo, Ryozo, what's going on? I put like 304. I can't remember how much pounds. How many pounds did I put? How much stocks have I got for Capcom? Let me have a look. It might not be that much, not much actually. I mean, it's 300. Yeah, I got 300. Wait, no, I got. I guess I have like 350 pounds of stocks in Capcom. I should be like, yo, Ryozo, what's going on? What's going on? I got your game and I put stocks in your company. Like, why is your game dog shit? I should have rolled up to the meeting like that. Use a bit of Google Translate. Translate that into Japanese and let me know. Like, straight up. The fuck? What's going on? Why is the game broken? Why is Gunlun so OP? Why does Mizu suck? I don't think I'll get in the meeting room, to be honest. But that would have been funny.
Players purchasing the game. Why did sales begin to stagnate? There's several potential factors, but the biggest of all would have to be the performance. To say the performance was awful may feel like an understatement considering the blowback sown by players. Wilds even ended up having an overwhelmingly negative rating on Steam due to the game getting bombarded by fans upset with stutters, crashes, frame drops, and the like. While I also experienced my fair share of crashes, I won't be going into detail about all the technical issues, it's just not my forte. However, how these issues are dealt with, poorly at that, is something we can focus on a bit. If you're running a fairly strong rig, you may not have noticed any major issues with the performance of Wilds. But one of the most vocal gripes was how poorly it performed for how it looked graphically. Wilds wasn't stunning at release. Characters phasing into existence right in front of you, textures looking like blobby messes, and the low poly models loading in over their higher poly counterparts. There were a lot of issues with the game's presentation.
You know what? It was quite interesting listening to reports about, I think after the third quarter actually, Capcom were quite surprised that not enough people, the amount of people who bought Monster Hunter Wilds on PS5 weren't the numbers they were expecting. It was largely more on PC, so they were surprised because they were expecting PS to be better. So I think that's why they spent more time on the PS version rather than the PC version. So the fact that the PC version was so bad at release exacerbates the situation to a higher degree. And yeah, I mean, I don't know why PS5 fans didn't buy the game as much as PC fans. I don't know why it didn't reach their expectations, to be honest. But it's just the fact that it didn't. I can't remember where I read that. It might have been in the report. It might have been in a video about the report. But yeah, it's a shame. And it's interesting. Just the fact that history has gone down this route where PC was the worst version, but that's the place most people were playing the game.
Stemming from these performance woes that weren't simply FPS drops, although there were plenty. It doesn't help that, due to the nature of the storyline, almost every area you explore in Wilds is going to initially look like quite a mess.
Oh yeah, Lady Votes, I was saying to the guys, after this, you should just cancel your membership. Well, otherwise, I'm just going to cancel the membership for you guys because I don't make content enough to justify you guys paying me. Honestly, you guys have been paying me since August, and I haven't made a single video since. So it's not really fair. Honestly, it's not.
Messy, cloudy, and bland is going to be a huge amount of your initial hours as you explore the seamless open world of this Monster Hunter entry. It's rough and overstays, leading to what I consider an awful first impression. Now, this changes over time, and you even get to control the weather by taking a nap or resting, but it's no surprise players would be inclined to think that the game looks like garbage and then wonder how the performance can be so poor. Of course, there's more to it than that. A lot goes into the performance of a game, and that isn't always just what is front-facing, especially with something like the weather. But textures, pop-in, and everything else on top of this left...
Yo, officials, you decided to buy a membership. I don't know why you did that. Like, I told you don't buy it, then you bought it. Like, you are a bot. I don't know what happened to you since you moved from the UK to US. Like, your brain cells obviously have deteriorated. I don't know if it's in the water or the bread or the milk. I don't know what's going on over there. It makes sense looking at your president and looking at most of your country, you know. Like, I don't know what to say. But obviously, something happened to you and you gotten dumber. Freaking hell. Anyway, going on to what he was saying on the video. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I don't know. I do understand why the game looks like this, because story-wise, they want to add into the fact, you know, actually, honestly, I don't know why it looks like this, actually. It's pretty stupid. It is a weird way of them presenting the game to you at the start. When I think about Monster Hunter 4, Monster Hunter 3, and the views, like, Monster Hunter Tri, when you walk over in the deserted islands and you see the sun and the glare and the music, it's like, wow, this is cool. Monster Hunter 4, that first area, amazing. Monster Hunter GU even, in I think the Jurassic Park, I can't remember what it's called. It's definitely not Jurassic Park, but Jurassic Island or something like that. It's great. But then you go into Wilds and this is your first view, like, it's like, what the fuck? It's a weird design decision, honestly. Yeah, they definitely should have thought about that. And yes, it's true. I launched the game, ran like garbage. So when you add those two together, it makes people gonna feel like, wow, this game's ridiculous. It's really bad. Jurassic Frontier, that's it. And yo, what you say, my boy? It's been a minute. It's good to see you. I can always remember your avatar. Well, you said something before, because current gen consoles just didn't sell that well overall. That's true. No, PS5 actually has sold pretty well, actually. It had a rough start, but over the years, it's got there. It's actually doing quite well. In Japan, maybe not as well as you might expect, but the rest of the world, PS5 is doing good. It's doing good. Wilds looks like a PS3 game. I've never said that, to be honest, and I don't think it does. I don't know what Wilds looks like, honestly. Like, if I'm gonna say, I would say maybe between PS4 and PS5. Sometimes it looks great. Sometimes it looks like honestly, well, dog shit is the best way I can describe it. CUWC, what you saying? It's been a minute. But the look specifically has never been like a massive issue to me. It's just been a thing that's like, okay, that's interesting. Like, I never made a video complaining about the looks of the game. The only thing I said in any of my critique videos was, it's a shame that the game, one's bad, and people are getting polygons like this. I myself, that's an insult to PS3 games. Yo, it's J Flash. Like, most of my critiques, which we'll look at, you know, after we look at all of this stuff, but most of my critiques were about broken game on release, the game being so fixated on post-game content to fix the game, Palico's been dog shit, really ruining a lot of old mechanics, taking that away. What else was it? Certain monsters just being really bad, difficulty. I didn't really talk about difficulty. Difficulty I never really talked about because that wasn't a massive thing to me, to be honest. There was just some design decisions I just didn't like. I really didn't like. I didn't like how they're dealing with event quest. I didn't like the weather mechanics. It just seemed a bit redundant. Yeah, but you know, that's me. My issues with this game isn't the same as everyone else's. Other people have other issues, you know, about weapons, about difficulty, about certain stuff. I don't really have those, you know. So whenever people talked about difficulty, I didn't jump on that bandwagon because that wasn't my issue. At least that's the way I make content. I don't talk about stuff if I don't, you know, care about what I'm talking about. At least that's me.
The bad taste in players' mouths, and I'm not surprised. It was brutal for some and only got slightly better over time. If you're watching this video and maybe wondering what I'm talking about, that's because almost every title update, if not all of them, had articles and announcements from the devs saying they were going to work on improving the performance.
That is very true. So many performance issues, so many fixes they did. And yeah, you know, power to them. But, I mean, it would have been nice if they tried to work on that more before the game came out. But it was a gamble. The gamble was... And trust me, guys, like, I'm a developer. I know this stuff. I'm not a games developer. I'm a mobile developer. But what I will say is these people, they know what they're doing. And they know that there's certain things they can get away with and they will risk it to get something out at a certain time because, you know, there's deadlines. You know, people want the game out at a certain time. You need to reach it. You will try your best to get in a certain state before you release it. And then perhaps at that stage, someone will do a risk assessment to see how bad is the risk of us releasing this compared to the result of us getting out there. And obviously for Wilds, they decided, regardless of how it was performing, they were going to release it. And thus they had to fix the issues after the fact. It's just how it is. Now, guys, just give me a second. I'll be drinking wine. I'm kind of tired of drinking wine. I'm going to go downstairs and get some Baileys. Scythe reminded me that I do like to drink Baileys on stream, so not really wine. Kind of makes my head feel a bit too heated. Give me a sec. But let me know how you guys feeling about the stream. I know it's not a happy stream. Like, it's not supposed to be a happy stream. It's just me talking about stuff about Wilds, honestly. But I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Got the Baileys. Lucky for me, during Christmas in the UK, Baileys sells for like, I think like £11 for like a 1 litre bottle. I bought like 4 of them. I'm down to my last one. Let's go. All right. Let's continue this.
And they did, slowly, over the better part of a year. And it...
Yes, you're right. You're right, guys. Monster Hunter Wilds made me quit Monster Hunter, and it also turned me into an alcoholic.
Was only one of the most recent final updates that made noticeable changes for most individuals, specifically those playing on PC. Can you understand how inexcusable that is? It's one thing if players just didn't know what they were talking about, but there are articles of developers admitting that they are aware that the performance on PC was abysmal. Even then, it took them a year into the launch of their finished product, I once again say with extreme air quotes, to get the game running in a state where people seem to finally be happy. Not everyone though, as many people feel this is still worse than it should be. It was brutal. All goodwill disappeared due to these issues, and I believe this to be a major reason for the game's bad reputation, although there are many other factors that we'll explore later on. I'm curious, at what point does a product get held accountable for this? Were the reviews enough? Does performing better now make up for the mess it was a year leading up to this?
No, it doesn't. Like, regardless of what anyone says, when you release a product, you release the product. The experience people have after that fact is how they experience it. You can't get back those experiences. It's gone. Finito. It doesn't matter if you fix it 8 months down the road. The game's already been completed. People have completed the game. And their experience wasn't as good as it could have been because you released it in that state. I can't give a report into my work, half completed, and then 2 months down the road say, yo, can I go back and complete that report that I actually didn't do the research on? You know, you can't do that. You can't do that. You're going to get fired. They're going to be like, look at you like, what the fuck? You didn't complete the report, gave me to this, and then 2 months down the road, you said you're going to complete it eventually? Like, it's stupid in any other sense of the word, anything else, any other example in this world. You say that, people are gonna look at you and think you're stupid. They're gonna think you're mentally ill. But unfortunately, because of gaming, and people are so used to games being fixed after the fact, it's become a thing that almost every game, big game, comes out broken and they get finished later. We're so used to it. We're so numb to it. People accept it. It shouldn't be acceptable. It should not be acceptable. These devs, yes, making games isn't easy, but you're in the business to make money. You're making money. You can't take people's money and then eventually make something good. It doesn't work that way. I can't pay you £20 now and then say, you know what, I'm going to pay you £40 later when you fix it. That's not the business model. You pay £60 up front.
My personal experience with the game when it first released wasn't as bad as others, but that doesn't mean those issues didn't exist. And this seems to be getting worse with games as times move onward, and games are expected to continue being bigger and better looking within the market. What's crazy to me is that it didn't have to be this way with Monster Hunter, a series that was simplistic on the surface and then mechanically deep under the hood. You could boot previous Monster Hunter games on a toaster, man, so what changed? Well,
exactly. Okay, but let's see what he has to say, and then I'm going to interject.
Marketability, probably. Capcom wants to sell more copies. They do this in a number of ways, from making the game easier to making it open world and upping those graphics everyone is so pumped about.
Now, I remember back before Wilds came out, and we were thinking about what Wilds is going to be. I told you guys, Wind, I don't know if you remember this, Delta, I said the next game is going to be open world. It's going to be 100%. They're going to make the game open world-ish, in effect. That's what I said. And it came to be. Because I knew it's the only way, it's the trajectory of these games. It's what these devs do. All these games are open world, big games, Metroid, open world, even though it doesn't need it. Zelda, open world, like all these games do it, even from companies who don't traditionally make open world games. It's what they do because open world sells. People love big things, powers on that, but they love it. It's just what they want. It doesn't make it good. Most times it's garbage, but it's the fact. It's easy to market a game saying it's massive. You can go here, you can see here, from there, do all this stuff. But like, does it actually make the game better? It doesn't. Monster Hunter Wilds being open world does not make the Monster Hunter experience better. Because most people would prefer to fight monsters in arenas anyway. They just want to start next to the monster and fight it. They don't want to do all this other stuff. It's fluff. And they know it's fluff. We all know it's fluff. It doesn't improve the experience. It doesn't. It's fake experience. But the problem is this fake experience probably took them so much time and money to invest into making it. And it also hampered the performance and the quality. And he's right. Like, honestly, he's 100% right here. Where old school games, they didn't look great. They didn't. They did not. But they weren't supposed to be. It was supposed to be about mechanics. It was supposed to be about the weapons, the monsters, the systems. That's Monster Hunter. That is Monster Hunter. That is not the case. 5th gen onwards. It's not about that. That is not the focus. The focus is the graphics. The focus is the sound design. The focus is everything else rather than the core parts of what makes the series great in many people's eyes. Now, many people can come in and enjoy it after the fact. I mean, I don't give a shit. Okay? You can enjoy it. My enjoyment, at least, is the core factors of it. That is how I enjoy Monster Hunter. And that is the antithesis of Monster Hunter. At least from my experience. But unfortunately, and it's not just Capcom, like so many devs do this. They all do it. They all do it. They all go bigger because bigger means you can market it bigger, you can promote it bigger, you can put it out there more to more people to get more sales. It's all about more money. In a capitalist system, it's just how it is. It's just how it is. And that's why Monster Hunter is cooked. It is cooked because there's no way you can go back to focusing just on the mechanics. There's no way they're going to do that. They're never going to do that again. Because focusing on the mechanics isn't going to get little Jimmy, who barely plays Monster Hunter, to buy the game. It's not. It's not. Adding in these massive arenas with interesting weather facts, all this glitter, auto running, all this random like stuff to make it easier. That's what's going to get them in. It's going to get them in. And the Capcom know it. They've been doing it for the past 3 games. Like, I don't care if I like Rise. I don't care. It's true. It's true. It's just how they're going to make the game. So it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't. They're not going to go back to making the focus on the mechanics. It doesn't matter. They're not going to do that. It doesn't matter if you enjoy the series. It's just the truth. You might enjoy aspects of it. Fair enough. Do it. But in the end, it's cooked. It is. I'm sorry. Because the shareholders, they have Capcom by the balls to make more money. It's just how it is. And all games are doing it. They all do it. It's all about the money. It's not about the fans. They lie to you, to make you think it's about the fans. If it was really about the fans, Capcom wouldn't release the game in that place in the first place. They would not have released the game like that in the first place if it was about fans. Think about that. Deep it, really. They wouldn't have released Rise without the story being finished. Regardless of COVID. I mean, fair enough. I did say at the time, it was an issue, and I gave them a benefit of that because of COVID. But even then, they would not have done that. If it was really about the fans, but it's not. It's about the shareholders. It's about the income. It's about the profits. That's what it's really about. And it's the truth.
The series is notorious for keeping its original PS2 aesthetic through the majority of its lifespan, and yet, to sell to more players, we get better graphics, higher fidelity, more dense environments, whatever, and the cost of that seems to be a coin toss on whether you are going to be able to get the game to run at all or not. But what about the game itself and the development that brought it to fruition? The plan was to focus on the current entries and the future of the series. In an interview, Takuda and Sugimoto mentioned that there were no plans to remaster or remake older entries in the series. They attribute this to the series always being focused on multiplayer and the online capabilities that—
Cap! Biggest cap I've ever heard. Dog shit answer. The reason is they don't want to go back. They don't want old fans to have what they want. If they really cared about the old fans, right, they would do it. They would release the old games, but they don't want people to play the old games. They want people to play the new games. They don't want people to know the old games are better than the new games. They don't want that. They do not want that. It's going to hamper their sales. That's why they don't do it. It's not about the fans. They don't give a shit about the fans. I'm telling you, they don't. It's all facade. You just have to get over it, honestly. Like, stop glazing these billionaire companies, man. Millionaire companies. They don't give a shit about us. They don't. Honestly, they don't. They really don't. There's very few companies who care. Very few. Very few.
were available back during those generations. Considering how limited those may be nowadays, they believed updating the game so it felt good to play with the current online infrastructure would lead to so many changes that it wouldn't feel meaningful to call it a remaster, or remake, or whatever. The worry is that as times move on and technology changes, bringing these multiplayer experiences back to the masses requires so many changes you may not recognize the game for what it was. I don't know how I feel about that necessarily. I know from a player perspective I don't agree with it. I'm not developing a Monster Hunter game, I understand that, but I know that I have the means to play certain old school Monster Hunter experiences currently with the online capabilities despite the servers having been shut down.
There you go, like, Capcom, what are you talking about? Exactly. Some of those games you can still play without online anyway. So what are you talking about? The games are so entrenched with online. It's such a dog shit answer. It doesn't make sense. When Nintendo can make old games that didn't even have online in them, add online in them, and it's Nintendo when they can do it, and Capcom can't figure out how to deal with old games and online. It's just a bullshit answer. It doesn't make sense. It does not. It's stupid. They don't want to go back to the old games. It's that simple. End of discussion.
When I revisit those experiences, do you think I am complaining or unhappy with the online infrastructure as it was back then? Not at all. I'm just...
Exactly. My God, yo, I might need to talk to this guy, man. I mean, he loves free use, so we could talk about that.
happy to have access to all of the content the game provides, and multiplayer is just one aspect of that. So whatever changes they are talking about must be beyond me, because I feel like all I want is the bare minimum. The game I played previously on modern hardware with multiplayer functionality. I'd even take player-hosted servers, man. Just give me my slop. With the focus solely being on the future of the series, we saw the development of Rise after World, followed by Wilds. Rather, dev time for the latest two games seem to always intersect at some point, so you aren't waiting 5 to 6 years for each release. While World had focused on the exploration of the new world and the Elder Crossing that was taking place within it, Wilds looks to develop the ecosystem more, with this becoming the core aspect of the game.
Anthony says never get it together. This is me getting it together, man. This is me realizing that I've come to the end state. Before, I was like middle. You know, I didn't give a shit. Like, no, I did give a shit. I was like, oh man, you know, I like some things, I don't like other things, you know, this stuff. But I've hit the purple pill, man. I'm in the purple zone where it's fuck it. Like I've seen reality. Fuck everything else, man. I've just seen it. I've seen the truth of the matter. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth, man.
Taking place in the Forbidden Lands, players would be able to not only hunt monsters, but watch as the behavior of these creatures changed with the weather and how the entire ecosystem works off of itself, showing how it being disturbed can have catastrophic effects.
Monsters change with the weather, really?
This led to the seamless open world, where many of the maps are now more open than they are vertical and dense. That verticality is still there, but it's much easier to move from point A to B, especially within somewhere like the Windward Plains. Rather than just having packs of creatures placed in static locations and performing the same actions over and over, creatures were meant to actively seek out the resources they needed to survive. Did you notice that while playing?
No, they don't do anything. It doesn't matter. It's empty. It's literally slop. The new word of 2025 continues into 2026. A slop. Or is that word from 2026? I actually don't know. It might be kind of a cross-year word, probably.
Personally didn't. Monster Hunter has always had a focus on ecosystems and endemic life, but even more so with the release of World and Into Wilds. And its focus has become so central, you would think it would be more apparent to the player all the work put in. But if I'm being real, I barely ever noticed this outside of seeing smaller monsters wandering around or attacking larger ones. Think about it like this. You have all of these resources going into this living, breathing world.
Oh my god,
but if you ask
right.
me, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between this aspect of the game when looking at World and Wilds.
That's why I've said this, man. I've said this before. Honestly, it's such a waste of resources. Honestly, this massive world, it didn't change anything. It didn't make anything better. Having 6-8 monsters on the map, it didn't make anything better. One of the weirdest things in my experience playing with JR, we were hunting monsters out in this desert area. I can't remember the name, but we were hunting monsters here. No, I'm not going to say the name because I can't remember. And then we tried to run into the next map because we were in one of those environment links that doesn't work properly, one of the new features that didn't work really well. And we tried to run into the next map, but it wouldn't allow us to run into the next map. So I'm like, isn't there a point of these environment links so we can just kind of hunt together as a team wherever we want to go? But we can't even do that. We have to like leave the environment link. We need to go to a new map, and then I need to invite him again to my environment link, and then he needs to join my environment link. Like, doesn't that kind of seem tedious? Like, if you're gonna make these systems, actually make them work, put some effort into them. But they don't. They just throw it out there, say get it working, ship. That is how they do it. But if you're gonna spend all this time making all these new mechanics, all these new features, at least put some effort into making them work. Think about how they actually integrate together. It's so weird. Oh, God.
At a certain point, there's diminishing returns. Yet we are putting even more time into making these systems as advanced as possible for realism and immersion. Why? The core aspect.
Why exactly? Focus on the core aspects of the game. Improve the hunting experience through the gameplay itself, through the builds you can make, through the skills, the armor system, weapon systems, the monsters, how monsters fight, the variations, more monsters, rather than spending time on this brand new big thing. The reason they do that, I've already said it, is to get new people to buy the game. Adding a new weapon, saying that you've upgraded the skill system or upgraded the armor system, it's not going to excite new fans, because new fans don't know what Monster Hunter is in the first place. It's not going to actually get them to play the game. It's not going to do that. It's going to entice old fans to be excited about the new systems. That's why they don't work on those things. They rather work much more on these grand things like open world graphics and all these endemic live storylines, all this stuff, because it's easy to sell, it's easy to market. Exactly like I said, they don't care about existing fans, they care about getting new fans. The problem is, when you're so focused on getting new fans, you're going to lose your existing fans. That is the truth. And that's what they've done. They've done it since 5th gen. They lost a lot of fans from 4U to 5th gen, but most people, because there were so many new fans coming into World from GU, they, like the GU fans and their critiques about Monster Hunter World weren't listened to, because there were so many new fans who came in and they had the bulk of the conversation of what they enjoyed about the game. That is the truth. That's what happened. So all of those fans, all of their issues were disregarded. They're going on from Iceborne to Rise. Because there were so many new fans in Iceborne and World coming to Rise, all of their issues were exacerbated. They were much louder because there was more fans now to talk about their issues. And then going on from Rise to Sunbreak to Wilds, then there's a mix of fans coming back from World and Iceborne and new fans from Rise talking about Wilds, talking about the things that they have issues with that game. And then also you have the old school fans who probably are in that mix as well. The thing I'm trying to say is each game, they're doing the same thing, focusing on just getting new fans and not thinking about the old fans. So now it's cascading with old fans from each game having issues with the new game because they're not being catered to. That's literally what it is. And it's going to keep on happening. When Wild fans and this expansion, when a new game comes out, they're going to complain about that because the things they liked about their game isn't being represented in the new game. But the thing is, in the old gen, at least in Gen 3 and 4, they were more aligned on the focus. The core things were definitely the core focus of the game. They made sure that those games were more aligned. So going from game to game, there weren't as many complaints. That's not the case anymore because they're not making the games for the current fans. They're making the games now for potential fans. But the problem is, the potential fans aren't showing up anymore, Capcom. They're not. So you're screwed. But now you've already pissed off your old fans. So what are you going to do? I mean, I'm sounding crazy, Win, but it's true.
Of Monster Hunter is hunting the monsters, and hilariously, they even dumbed this down significantly from World, as you don't even track monsters any longer. So the thing that may have made you pay more attention to the environment, the tracking, has been removed, and there's almost no natural reason for the player to notice all this work they put in.
Case in point, tracking. They removed it from World, so World fans are now saying, why is tracking not there anymore, right? That's exactly what I was just saying, right? Because they're trying to add in new things to entice new fans and taking out things from old games that old fans enjoyed.
What's the answer to that? On-rails storyline segments that force you to look at all the work put in, of course. Because that's exactly what I want in my Monster Hunter game. A bunch of storyline segments where the developers have me look at all the fancy systems they put in place that I will never interact with. Why not put a bigger focus on the...
Now, to be honest, Wild didn't break my mind. Shibs did.
Monsters themselves. Let me find them and hunt them and make them interact with the world more while I am actively engaging with them. They already tried to do that somewhat in Wilds. Why not make that a bigger focus over the environment itself and endemic life? We already had dense, lush maps full of creatures in World. If anything was fine as it was that. I think the maps could have been more open and even got that with Wilds too. The rest is just a waste of time. Other changes they focused on were making the cast fully voice acted, but with the addition of the Palico and Hunter as well. Although you can change the Palico to only use meows like previous entries, which I appreciated a lot. Wanting it to feel more cinematic, they changed the typical mission-based structure to something that allowed for a more seamless storytelling adventure, with hunters able to walk straight out of camp and hunt monsters out in the field, and storyline quests guiding them, or forcing them rather, to their next hunt without having to go through the menus to accept quests or assignments. One of the biggest changes, and they've mentioned this one themselves, was making the game easier overall. The team, wanting to make it easier for newer players to clear hurdles and defeat monsters, seemed to overcorrect in this aspect, making the game lack any sense of challenge whatsoever. Know that
Exactly. So, like I was saying, I said this in a couple of videos. The game that is called Monster Hunter Wilds is barely about you actually feeling like you're in the wilds. Tracking, fear, trying to find these monsters doesn't matter because the game handholds you so much that the whole antithesis of this game doesn't exist. It's a facade. It's a facade. The word wilds is a failure because the game doesn't live up to its own meaning. It doesn't. It really doesn't.
this is something the developers even acknowledged in interviews, and apologized for it. It is now a recorded fact that Monster Hunter has...
Let's read this. Immediately after a release, we apologize for the inconvenience caused by the volume of content and the difficulty level. Despite this, we were delighted to receive various awards, including, okay, blah, blah, blah. We would like to thank players who get their opinions, blah, blah. I mean, like I said, I never talked about the difficulty in a video because I really wanted to think about it. And I think difficulty is a really hard topic, but I'm not going to make that video because I don't give a shit. I was writing a script. It got to like maybe like 40 pages. But then at that point, I was like, you know what? Fuck Monster Hunter. Who cares? So basically, my opinion on difficulty is the game is pretty easy. It's true. The problem of why it's easy isn't just so... It's so hard to explain that you can't just pinpoint it in like a 17-minute video. It's going to be like an hour video of why difficulty in Monster Hunter is kind of screwed. It has to do with counters. It has to do with the skill system. It has to do with the ease of the skill system, the balance around it, armor, movement, new moves, iframes, monsters and how they interact with you, monster speed, monster damage, the lack of grabs and pins. There's not many anymore. There are some more in Wilds now, kind of, but the ease to get out of it with just using a slingshot, slingshots in general, mantles, traps. So the ease of being able to get so many resources. What else? Focus mode, wounds, environment traps. Like there's so many things added into it why the game is easy. It's not just a simple thing, and there's so many things now. It's going to be so hard for them to balance difficulty when they already had issues balancing difficulty in the past. And obviously balancing difficulty isn't one of the main things, because what does a new fan care about difficulty? They don't. Make the game easy, allow them to get through it, and then in the post game you then add in content to make it difficult, so the old fans who were complaining say, you know what, finally they got difficulty, and then they course correct in their mind. That's literally it.
Gotten easier over time, and it's not something we can chalk up to experience or nostalgia. Even worse, the more difficult content was supposed to show up in the updates, meaning the entire base game experience pre-updates was designed to be as easy as possible.
Exactly what I just said. Everything I'm saying, he literally says a second later. 100%. Verbatim. Because it's true. I mean, me and Super Rad, we're in the same thought process right now. We're in the same thought process. The way, like I said, the way the games are built is make the base game easy as fuck. Post-release, put in the hard stuff. That's literally it. Literally it. It's just a dumb way to make your games, honestly. Like, who makes the games that way? Like, who does that? When I went back to GU and I was playing GU, I was kind of getting slapped by the Great Macau. You know what? There was this one time when I was playing Monster Hunter Rise and people were saying Monster Hunter Rise was easy. And I was like, you know what? Monster Hunter Rise isn't that easy. I went back to GU because I was going to make a video telling you guys, like making a video saying, you know what, guys, it's not that easy. Look what happens when you go back to GU. I went back to GU. I was fighting Great Macau, and Great Macau was hitting me and doing no damage. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Yo, okay, the Great Macau, he throws hands. Holy shit. So in the end, I never made the video because I realized I was wrong. Rise was quite easy in comparison. Yeah. So yeah, it's just true. The old games are just harder. maybe the balance wasn't correct, but the balance definitely was better. It was more enjoyable, I would say. Now let me see what you guys are saying in the comments. The only people I think Wilds players gonna the only people I think Wilds players are gonna complain about is the OP weapons getting changed. Yeah, no, true. When a weapon gets nerfed, people aren't like that. They don't like that. I don't mind if a weapon I like gets nerfed. If Gunlance got nerfed, I would have liked that. But I don't play Wilds anymore, so it doesn't matter. Wilds really broke Nova, yo. The West Monster Hunter game has no tracking. Well, to be honest, a lot of the old Monster Hunter games don't have tracking either. So, which game are we pointing to right now? Yo, Samaroff, it's been a minute. How you doing, man? As someone who started with World, I don't care about tracking, and I can say is way too overrated. That's fair enough. You know, I'm not a fan, but there are a lot of people who started in World and love tracking, and that's my whole point. They bring in mechanic, people love it in that game, then they kind of disregard it later on, and those people come and say, "Oh, why am I to my mechanic?" And the reason that Capcom do that is because, you know, they've already got you into the series. Now they're focused on getting the newer fans into the series. So they add things in and then disregard the old because you're already hooked on the series now. Like, it's the whole way that they make the games. Damn, you let one dude mind break you. I mean, yeah, he was my boy. So, of course I let him mind break me. When your boy is saying that shit, I mean, that's going to piss you off. If it's just random people online, it annoys me. But my boy's saying that, I'm like, nah, fuck you, man. You should know better. I think you had more brain cells than that. The tracking in World is dog shit, so I don't miss it. I mean, I don't miss it either, but like I was saying, World is more important. Problems and tracking is not one of them. Yeah, it's not. But there is a lot of, like I was saying, there's a lot of World fans who miss tracking. They did complain about that, specifically. I'm not one of them, but we have to acknowledge those people do exist. Monster Hunter needs tracking back ASAP. Yeah, exactly. Maka is one of the people. When people say they want to get right to the fight, ask them if they only ever play Arena Quest. Could you expand on that? What are you alluding to? Are you trying to say that people shouldn't want that? Or are you trying to say that is the cure for that issue? Tracking won't fix Nova's broken mind. It definitely won't. All these years playing Lance has finally gotten to Nova. You know what? Lance main? Sorry, you know what, Anthony? You're probably right. LR being easy is not... Okay, low rank being easy is not much of a problem for me. More so prefer low rank to be just story part to be village quest easy, as most people will never play more than 10% of the... I mean, fair enough, but Samaroff, the whole game is the experience, right? We're like, how many games into the series? You expect the game to at least be moderately difficult. Like, why does it need to be baby easy? Monster Hunter was never baby easy. It was never like that in the old gen. It's gotten infinitely easier in the new gen, okay? So I don't think low rank needs to be easy, but... I mean, I'm not saying it needs to be, like, hard, but it doesn't need to be, like, easy. It really doesn't. I'm not gonna lie... I don't know how Maka looks like he has hands. wait. So I'm not gonna know how you was getting slapped up by Macau. I mean, I didn't know either. I didn't play G in a minute, and he was just throwing hands. What can I say? Rise was a power fantasy, and Wilds continues that trend. Rise was a power fantasy. You're correct. I'm not gonna disagree. But the thing is about Rise, if they got the balance right, I think Rise would have worked really well. Base Rise would have worked really well if they got the balance right, but they didn't. They didn't. Why bug? I said it so many times back then. I'll say it now because I keep it 100. I always keep it straight, even though I like to Rise. I had my issues with the game and I let people know back then. If you follow me back then, I think the Y bug should have been 2. Y Force should have took 2 Y bugs, or it should have been a longer recharge for your 1 Y bug. 100%. And I also think a lot of the moves, definitely the counters, should have had a longer recharge. It shouldn't be so plentiful. That shouldn't have been the case. The game definitely needed balance. I don't mind special moves. I think special moves are cool. It's fun. Like, how can you hate special moves? But the problem is when special moves are too powerful. That is the problem. That is the problem. Okay, let's get back Okay, let me just read a bit more, then we'll get back into this. I'm not gonna lie. A part of the fault is that the community causes people to see slop. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, the power bloat in 5th gen and beyond has been detrimental, 100%, 100%. And then they also get upset at you for not swelling up. Yeah, exactly. No, but I mean, it's fair enough. People don't like negativity. Definitely, when it's about something they like, they want to see positivity. It makes sense. So, as honestly, it does. But in this instance, I'm gonna, spout the truth. And even the problem is, like, the problem with my channel was, I'm not a glazer and I'm not a hater. I will say what I hate, and I will say what I love, and sometimes in the same video. And people tend to not like that. They want you to be a super glazer or a super hater. That's what they want. Because if I'm glazing something, people say, yo, Nova, what about this? What about this issue? What about that issue? But if I'm hating something, they say, oh, Nova, you're just a hater. Like, come on, you're just always hating. So, like, either way, you're going to lose. It's just what it is. And then the algorithm doesn't really work too well with you when you're that type of YouTuber. Honestly, it doesn't. The algorithm prefers you to hate stuff a lot or to love stuff a lot. It's just how YouTube works.
For newer players and act more as an introduction than something with actual substance and sauce. Imagine buying this game, expecting a challenge and something to sink your teeth into, only to learn you would have to be drip-fed the more difficult content over an entire year. That sounds absurd, but that is somehow the business model they have gone with, and when I...
Exactly, that's what I'm saying! What is the point? What is the point of playing a game if the game is going to be dog shit, have no difficulty until post-game? Like, what's the point even playing the game? What's the point even making the game?
See actively defended online. Call me a boomer, but if you're going to have an easier introduction to the series, something I think was already there, at least provide me with something to look forward to with my purchase, rather than something I have to wait for. I'm not playing an MMO where the difficult raid content is postponed to allow everyone to gear up for it. I'm playing a co-op Monster Hunter game that can generally be played solo as well.
Exactly, but when, oh my gosh, so this is the difference. All right, I got, okay, I'm gonna explain to you a scenario, and I was like, this is interesting, because I remember when I was playing with Shibs back in MHWIlds, and he kept redoing some of these event quests where you would get, I think the cheese, the Koffler cheese or whatever it's called, and I was asking him, why are you farming the cheese so badly? And he was saying he's farming it so he's ready for when the harder content comes. So I'm like, interesting, because I never saw it that way. Basically, what I'm trying to say is the way he sees the game, and he's a 5th gen, maybe he started in World. He sees the game as him farming the base game, so when the new content comes, he's ready for the new content. Meaning, it's kind of leading towards the fact that the way he sees Monster Hunter, and maybe a lot of 5th geners see it, is that they play the base game to prepare for the post content. They don't play the game to play the game. The base game is literally a tutorial. In fact, Shibs told me the base game is a tutorial. At one point, he told me that. So I think a lot of 5th gen fans think the base game is literally just a tutorial for the post content, where you're preparing for the hard stuff to come. The funny thing is, in games like Wilds, and unfortunately in Rise as well, that never came. That never really came. And it's such a weird way of looking at playing a game, really. Preparing for content that you don't even know if it's going to be difficult in the first place, or you don't know when it's going to come. But I guess you do know it's going to come because it's the way they make the games these days. It's just strange. Like, you're not playing the game to enjoy the game. You're playing it so the game that comes after, you're ready for. Like, that type of thinking never existed in old school Monster Hunter. And this is what I'm talking about. You play the game because you enjoyed the game. That was it. But the mindset of how we play the game has shifted. It's just shifted. And it's shifted because since World, they wanted it to be that way. And that's what we're in. We're in a post-game game. Post-game game? We're in a post-game world when it comes to Monster Hunter.
What are we doing? Additionally, they wanted to design the game in a way that would keep players continuously interested.
Yo, how are we an hour and 39 minutes in and we're still in the first 18 minutes? Yo, this stream's going to be long. God damn.
And this has already been the model for a while. title updates periodically release with new content to provide something for players to return to. The hope being that, even if you complete the game, you may return later. I've been fairly outspoken about title updates in the past. I think they were more a necessity with Rise due to COVID, but they were still around before that, and I generally see them as a means of releasing a game before all content is ready and providing an incomplete experience that will be fixed within a year.
That is basically the truth. They're not done so you can enjoy the game. Like, they're done so they can release a game early. That's literally it. Rise was the only game I would say has the best reasoning for that, basically. Because you wasted your time with the other video. I mean, the other video was kind of important for me to kind of understand his mindset, but fair enough.
I don't like that model. I think it sucks ass. It's one thing to give me something with a clear start to end and everything you envisioned is there, and then providing an expansion to that later.
No, Lady Bolt,
but you just keep up these little releases until it's time for that expansion, and then do the same thing with the expansion until the next game is absurd. They don't want you to be able to take a break in between the releases. They want you to keep playing forever. Monster Hunter doesn't have to be a service. This is exactly what I meant when I compared it to the Call of Duty model in my initial review. It's annoying, and it gives them this out where they release a product that feels unfinished, but then say, no, this was intended, and all this other content is extra. How can I believe that? We haven't gotten into it yet, but did you guys complete Wilds before the title updates? It had the most abrupt, anticlimactic end to the more modern releases than I have ever seen before. Legitimately just beating Arkveld again and having a short convo about it and then nothing. Just release the game with the content you want in it and then release the expansion. But I guarantee that wouldn't fit their market timeline and execs wouldn't be happy. On a more positive note, developers also made sure to target both consoles and PC from the get-go, and we finally got crossplay, which people have been for good reason begging for. In terms of making the experience more easily accessible for new players, allowing friends to play together regardless of hardware is a great way to have individuals introduced.
No cap, I can't believe I'm actually watching a video about Monster Hunter Wilds in 2026. I didn't think I'd be here, honestly. I actually kind of hate you guys for making me do this. I just realized that. I thought this, like, oh my gosh. I actually started to realize that when I started to look at Natal's hair move, and I was like, why am I looking at this shit? I think it looks garbage. It just makes me ill. Like, I feel mentally ill. I feel physically ill right now. Just talking about this game, just watching this game. Like, honestly, can't believe I'm doing this. And it's just a start.
Their acquaintances to the series, and it's decisions like this that are purely a benefit in my eyes. That should be thought of and used more in order to entice more players to try the game out. Title updates have been around forever by this point, but this is the first time we get crossplay. The priorities seem really off to me. In terms of development priorities and direction, I'll probably never be happy with what Capcom is doing to the series. Character creation on the RE engine was probably at its best with the release of Wilds. Dragon's Dogma 2 seemed to blow it out of the water with tools that allowed you to make any type of character you wanted, from facial structure to body type. And you really could sculpt out like insanely detailed recreations of—
Yeah, Capcom have always been really good with their character creation, well onwards.
Real-life individuals in that one. Wilds comparatively is lacking in that level of detail, but it's still leaps and bounds better than what you may be used to in a Monster Hunter game, or any other game you played for that matter. They even let you import your character from the beta test if you so choose. Additional options like bearing and voice pitch allow you to make the characters as uniquely yours as possible, but much like in my Stories 3 review, I wish there were more options for your overall body type so characters could look visually unique in aspects other than just their face. Still, the blending options are particularly nice, allowing certain characters to become a merging of the two, like with the Palico ears. I also love how games are more regularly allowing you to add color gradients to hair to create more natural dye/bleach jobs. If you want to get really unique, they have various more cartoonish paint jobs and eyes for you to choose from. Maybe your hunter is part demon or something, I don't know. Maybe
after this video, I'm done.
The biggest issue with the character creator, as Capcom loves to include, is the character voucher system. For whatever reason, Capcom decided in the game you purchased, mind you, that you need to pay additional money to buy vouchers that will allow you to change the look of said character for anything deeper than the more superficial aspects.
And they've started to do that since World, I believe.
Want a new nose, or to adjust the face slightly? Better start shelling out dollars to Capcom. Now, PC users, they may not have to worry about this, but modding the game to unlock certain paid features, or features locked away for events, has been noted to be against the rules and potentially suspendables. You wouldn't download a character voucher, right? Once your character and Palico are created, we get to watch them seamlessly enter into a cutscene within the game world. I can tell I'm saying seamlessly a lot right now. This game's all about being seamless, so. Now, before this, we see a scene of—
It's also seamlessly garbage.
A character, Nata, being shepherded away by a member of his clan, the Keepers, as Arkveld attacks. Arkveld is the series' latest flagship monster, and will be known as the White Wraith for quite a while. Nata was the only member of his clan known to escape and traveled blindly through the Forbidden Lands before being found by an expedition. Now, we are part of a group looking to fully investigate these lands alongside our new handler, Alma, as well as an assortment of other hunting units, and our blacksmith, Gemma. During these—
Why is she talking so fast? We're in 1.25 speed. I already talked about that. Is it too fast for you guys? Can your guys' brain not keep up? I can keep up and I'm drunk. So like, no, it's not 2 speed. It's only 1.25. Yeah. If you guys can't keep up, I'll lessen it. But like, I don't want to be here forever because we will be here forever. Because when I go on my rants, I talk for like 20 minutes on like one topic, and like, I can't do that by my son anymore. Okay, cool. Let's go.
Scenes, players that have gone through the series prior may recognize Fabius as the Ace Lancer from Monster Hunter 4 and 4 Ultimate. Similarly, Gemma is the grown-up version of Little Miss Forge, but that only gets hinted at for a while before being outright stated by Nadia and maybe some others later on. Monster Hunter Wilds may seem like a direct sequel to World, but thematically, it could be considered a successor to MH4 as well. Not only will we see returning characters from that entry—
damn! Thematically, MH4, yo, doubt, are you gonna allow that? I mean, that sounds like that's fighting words. If you're a 4th gen, lover and stuff.
Similar to when we saw the Ace Cadet or Aiden in World, but major aspects of the previous game storyline like Frenzy will make a return as well. Still, Wilds overall is more akin to World with its—
We'll talk about Frenzy when he gets to it. I hope he does, because Frenzy in this game was just it's a marketing mechanic. It's not an actual feature to make the game better, because it doesn't integrate at all with the game. It's just a way to get for you fans to be glazed on the game, and also a way for them to get going into the game, to get new fans to be like, oh my gosh, it's Go my god, I need to play this game. Like, that's literally it.
Its focus on exploration and discovered uncharted territory, similarly to the expeditioners or numbered fleets that trudge through the New World. Instead of fleets in the New World, we now have units in the Forbidden Lands. Alma, Gemma, and our hunter are part of the Avis unit, while Olivia, Eric, and Werner are part of Astrum, and there are multiple others around as well. The focus of Wilds is twofold: exploring the Forbidden Lands while searching for Nata's community, and the hunt for the White Wraith that attacked it. Through this, we see a lot of discussion surrounding the ecosystem and even the weather, and how certain monsters can affect this. There's a lot of work put in to bring the story of Wilds front and center, potentially the most it's ever been, even compared to World. It's an odd decision considering the series is well known to barely focus on these aspects, and so you'd expect it to be one of the best yet.
It is an odd decision, but World and Wilds, for specific reasons, focus on story so much because, like I was saying, it's a good way to market to get new fans in. Nova, did you watch JJK, right? Did you see the last fam? The last episode was so peak. Honestly, JJK this season has been crazy, man. That episode's been so good. Last episode, 28 minutes of goodness. My guy Utah was going crazy. I need to rewatch that. Honestly, I want to rewatch the whole season. It was great. Honestly, it was really good. Go was one of the monsters I'm annoyed in this game just because was already in Sunbreak. You spelled Sunbreak as in break rather than break. But yeah, no, I got you. I get what you meant. I mean, it's obvious why he's in this game. It's to get fans hyped for the game. It's a marketing tool. It's literally it. They use bringing back old monsters as a marketing tool, not because people want to see them because they haven't seen them in a long time. That's not how they do it. It's not how it works.
Otherwise, it would potentially detract from the game itself and flop, leading to two major issues with the game as a whole. Well, I'm afraid to say that the story really does seem to fall flat this time around. And while that would have been more excusable in older releases since we didn't care about it, Wilds constantly forces you to engage with the story, often preventing you from running ahead or participating in the hunt itself until you've completed a long walking segment full of exposition and dialogue.
Yeah, the walking, I forgot about the walking stuff. To be honest, I forgot so much about this game. My life was better when I forgot about this game. But no, yes, it just takes away from the experience having to walk and see this rather than allow you to just kind of see it for yourself in the world itself, like a normal game. Like most actual adventure games, you walk around it and you see it and you're like, wow, this looks cool. And then you stumble across something. Like, for such a seamless and open game, you really don't make it seamless and open at the same time. Like, it's like Capcom want to hold your hand, but not at the same time. Like, it just seems so apparent. Like, the tones, the way they want to portray stuff, it just seems so out of whack. Like, there's no sense to make of it. There's no sense to make. It's everywhere. Is everywhere all at the same time. It's, oh my god.
This happens almost every major assignment, and the game is very front-loaded with these in low rank before you begin the HR grind in high rank. I cannot express how excruciating it is to be ready to go out hunting and spend half of your time on your secret, the new mount in the game, taking in all of your surroundings over and over again until they finally decide to actually let you play the game. Don't get me wrong, I love a good cutscene. I'll play games with hours upon hours of cutscenes within them, but that's never been the Monster Hunter experience until now. Maybe with World, but even worse here, it's not what I want in my hunting series where I go out over and over again to fight countless monsters. At the very least, if it was a cutscene, I could skip it to get right into the action, but no. The funny thing is that you were not able to skip cutscenes in World. I think you maybe still can't, but a mod was made to allow you to. Now you can skip cutscenes, but they also added these unskippable walking segments. It's like the monkey paw curling all over again. We'll talk about those interruptions to the game itself in a bit, but I do want to focus more on the story now since it has become so integral to the development of the game, namely that I can't stand it. Not just due to the limiting factors, but more so due to the repetitive nature of every story beat with a cast of characters I am personally not particularly fond of, especially Nata. I don't dislike Nata as an individual. I don't hate him, similar to how people seem to online, or how people hated the handler in World. But I truly think the game is at its best when he isn't the focus of the storyline. And that's not Nata's fault. In reality, it's more accurate to say Capcom shafts his growth whenever they can. They want two different things that are colliding with one another constantly. Nata is the catalyst for everything that happens in the first half of the game. You would expect him to be the character we see the most growth out of, and we do to an extent. An inexperienced child, the idea seems to be to experience the wonders of the Forbidden Lands through his eyes. You are Nata in the sense that neither of you have really seen anything here before. You're lost, and slowly learning all there is to learn and experiencing all there is to experience. And through that, you would think there would be big strides into his character development, especially since the actual insert for the player, the Hunter, is now a fully voiced protagonist, incredibly experienced, and seems to have their own developed personality and vague history with the guild. If anything, it feels like Nata was only added to the storyline in order to make up for the fact that you are no longer your hunter. And while we see Nata change throughout the storyline, we rarely see reasons for this change to happen. Multiple times, Nata will be in position to show us how what he is learning and experiencing is allowing him to grow, showing him ready to make tough decisions, and then the hunter is always there to take the responsibility off of his hands. These moments in the story should be showing us why Nata changes and grows, but Capcom seems more interested in showing off the power fantasy that is our hunter in a game notorious for not being about power at all. But
I don't have too much to say on the story, to be honest, but I'll listen and I'll see what I can say as we go.
Rather how small and weak we are in comparison to the gods of nature that we fight against. It's conflicting goals in a mediocre storyline. It's these types of things that make the storyline feel like it's lacking in impact. It's what mainline Monster Hunter games seem to continuously show us, despite Monster Hunter stories often showing they are capable of providing—
Wait, let's do that again.
Conflicting goals in a mediocre storyline. It's these types of things that make the storyline feel like it's lacking in impact. It's what mainline Monster Hunter games seem to continuously show us, despite Monster Hunter stories often showing they are capable of providing something more real, more substance. Instead, while dangerous monsters are afoot, there is rarely anything actually on the line. Sure, apparently people die, but these are irrelevant characters from the core storyline, and often off-screen, meaning we are told about it and not shown. I don't need character death to make something compelling, but people rarely even get hurt aside from Zato, a character we meet later on in Kunafa Village. We'll see examples of what I meant with Nata as we discuss the storyline further, but at the moment the hunter is meeting with their team, and the first thing they notice is a secret carrying a young girl who is being chased by a pack of one of the new monsters in the game, Balahara. This is generally how you will always be introduced to a new monster in the game. Previously, in most Monster Hunter games, a new quest would unlock a new monster and you would go and hunt it. Sometimes there would be cinematic elements to the introduction, but not always. Now, every creature introduced is part of the storyline, and the player has to be guided to it. You rarely know what monster you are up against in the first half of the game until it's too late, and they can get away with that for two reasons. One, because the game is very easy, and two, because there are pop-up camps that allow you to switch out equipment and items for any given situation.
Yeah, so a lot of times you just kind of pop up in front of a monster. You don't actually have to prepare before quests. In the first low rank, you're just kind of there, and then you can run away to your pop-up camp and then prepare. So it's a weird way of managing the game, but I guess it makes sense because your game is easy. You can get away with it. Imagine if the game was harder and you just get forced into a fight straight away. Most people would freaking fail. They wouldn't continue the game. So it's lucky that the game is easy. So you just randomly appear in front of a monster and not preparing before the fact. It kind of works in the end.
It used to be a rare occurrence for a monster you weren't expecting to jump out at you. The introduction of Zinogre in Portable Third as an example. Now every monster is like that at first, meaning that the game about preparing for the next hunt isn't really about that until the latter half of it. Monster Hunter Wilds is about the cinematic experience, constantly trying to throw things at you without giving you the opportunity to prepare, but still walking you along for storyline beats where you can't do anything except gather items and take in the sights. It feels so against what Monster Hunter was originally about. And while there are more action-oriented segments, such as the beginning here with the Balahara, and later more Balahara, these are extremely few and far between. Hell, I may have just mentioned the only 2 action segments that exist. Everything else is you just taking a tour of the various maps multiple times. This initial segment is our first interaction with the game's new mount known as a secret. Secrets are somewhat like palamutes from Monster Hunter Rise, but with less freedom of mobility. That's not saying much considering Rise was all about letting you climb mountains and soar through the sky. Wilds is more grounded in this respect, but the secret can glide in the air and climb areas that the hunter would normally be able to climb themselves, just faster. More convoluted areas are turned into semi-on-rail experiences where the secret hops from platform to platform with very little player input. While the Palamute was a rather fluid experience, the secret was notorious at first for being difficult to control, so much so that guides had to be made where individuals would explain which settings to change in order to make the mount handle better. This is mostly due to the new auto-pathing system. Secrets are designed to act as guides. By setting a waymark anywhere, the secret will taxi you to it, again without any input from the player. However, when trying to manually control the secret during these moments, it can feel as if you are fighting against it. It feels terrible, and I can only assume they defaulted to this setup because they didn't trust the player to be able to find their way around.
Probably not.
Understandable, since most of the areas can be pretty dense despite the more open environments presented in the first maps. Luckily, these settings can be changed. Auto Explorer can be turned off, and the mounted controls can be set to a different profile.
But basically, they think you're a bot. That's basically what you just said. Capcom thinks you're a bot. They think when you play the game at first, you're a toddler. Even though Monster Hunter, like, what is the age restriction on Monster Hunter Wilds? Like, let's look this up. Monster Hunter Wilds age rating. What is the age rating? Monster Hunter Wilds age ratings for teens. So I guess teens onwards, you guys are bots. So yeah, I guess so. Monster Hunter, so Capcom themselves think Monster Hunter fans are bots. Monster Hunter Wild fans are stupid. That's basically what you just said, and I think that's accurate. That Capcom think that. I didn't say they are.
Where you have more authority over the secret, which is how the game probably should have had it to begin with. It's fine at that point, nothing to write home about, but at least it controls well. That's not where the main problems arise though. On the positive side of things, the secret makes traversing the larger maps more bearable, probably a necessary inclusion as the game's environments grow larger with each release. I personally think mounts should be removed entirely, but that would require changing maps to be smaller and more easily traversable on foot. Maps and mounts are sort of built off of one another. If you remove one, the other suffers and needs to be changed as well. It's sort of a foregone conclusion that the—
Yeah, so I'm not sure how I feel about that because, yeah, no mounts basically means the maps are smaller, or if the maps are smaller, that means no mounts. I think no mounts is the best way forward, to be honest. I think it makes it easier game design wise. I think it just... There's so many things you need to think about with mounts. That's probably hard for them to get to manage and work around, to be honest. So maybe in the next game, no mounts is the thing, but I probably won't play the next Monster Hunter game. I'm pretty sure I'm done with this series. I don't plan on playing Monster Hunter again, to be honest.
The bigger the map gets, the more necessary some form of transportation becomes, and we first saw this in World as it experimented with auto-pathed mounts found in the field, and then more to fruition with Palamutes in Rise. I do like the open nature of some of the maps now since they really needed that, but don't need them to be so large. Have you seen the size of the Windward Plains? If you don't have the right pop-up camp set up, you're going to ride the secret from point A to B for what feels like 5 minutes of nothing happening. And yeah, you can set up pop-up camps to fast travel to, but I don't think that's a real fix. I think that's a band-aid to a greater problem. I've explained before that I do not find fast travel inherently bad, but I do think the game should better incentivize you not to use it, rather than make it the de facto means of getting around. You can even do it mid-fight in most scenarios. Why would I want that? It just cheapens the already piss-easy fights in the game. That's not all that cheapens them, though. The secret makes you nigh invincible in combat due to being able to pick you up whenever you get knocked back down. Very rarely the secret can get knocked down with you, but more often than not, you will find yourself falling over and whistling for them to come pick you up off the ground before anything can happen to you. Add on to that items can be used while mounted, they act as a portable springboard for mounting attacks, and the secret might as well be a 15th weapon in the game. It was bad enough when we could drink potions while moving, but now we basically own a portable camper van that lets us do everything we need to on the go. And if we run out of items, just fast travel back to camp and restock because there's no real challenge or sense of commitment anymore. That's really what sucks about these games now, zero commitment. Mess up an attack and get knocked over, who cares? The Sacred has you. Need to drink a potion, but can't stand in place because you'll get hit? Cool, just walk out of the way or use your mount. No items, go grab some in the middle of a hunt. What's the point anymore? Is that all this game is now? I just go in and wail on something that can barely fight back, mashing the same button over and over again until it's dead. I don't even need to look at the screen half the time. I got a show on the other monitor and watch that while playing.
My cat, stop telling me to play Monster Hunter. It's over. I'm not playing this series anymore. It's done. I'm done. I'm not playing Monster Hunter anymore. I don't care about the game anymore, please.
Because I'm so bored. Boo. There rarely is ever a time where you will not have your secret, and before I get those don't like it, don't use it arguments, which I've talked about before in previous videos and I hate, it's hard to not use mechanics that the entire game is designed around.
Exactly. People who say don't like it, don't use it, they obviously don't have brain cells to think past the actual initial concept of the message they just said. Because like you just said, if the game is built around it, and if you don't use it, then what's the point even playing the game in the first place? So don't play the game. Which, I mean, look at me, I'm not doing it, so I guess, yeah, you're right. Yeah, just don't play the game.
Potion drinking used to be a stationary animation that you committed to, and now I can stand in place with the new potions as well. The issue is that it is a longer process in World and Wilds than it was previously, so you are limiting yourself even further than what any of the games intended. It's the same with the secret. If you don't use it, getting from point A to B is going to take forever. In fact, some surfaces are only traversable by Sacred, so you have to have it at all times anyway. Further, mechanics like weapon swapping and supply items are tied directly to it. It's a staple of Wilds that you have to make use of to play the game as intended, and attempting to not use these mechanics is too limiting. So you wouldn't be finding as much enjoyment as an old school experience because it wouldn't feel right. Similar issues with pop-up camps. The game is designed around fast travel. It's designed around you restocking items and changing weapons. That's the direction the series has been moving since World, and it's just so against everything the series once was. I can accept change, I have accepted change and enjoyed every Monster Hunter up to including GU with minimal criticisms of the game's direction, but this feels like a complete design shift of the philosophy of the series. Monster Hunter World onwards are games that want to be Monster Hunter but aren't, just like all those—
There you go! 100%! Monster Hunter World onwards feels like games that want to be Monster Hunter but aren't. They're not Monster Hunter. He said it, 100%. I've been saying this for the last 5 months. Well, not on YouTube. I've been saying it on Discord and to myself, secretly, I guess. It's not. It's not. Like, then it's not Monster Hunter. It's something different. It's just, at best, I can say it's Monster Hunter 2.0. And we can run with that. But it's not Monster Hunter. World onwards, it's just not. And it's fine, that's not. You know, people can play it, they can enjoy it. I don't. Not anymore. And that's fine as well. Like, I don't need to force you to enjoy it. You don't have to force me to enjoy it. It's just the truth of the matter. The direction the game's going, the things they want to care about, the things they focus on, the way they develop the games, the way you play the games, in fact, it's just totally different. It's just totally different.
Those games I mentioned earlier. It fits in the genre, but it's not really meeting the quality of the originals. Feels like a knockoff more than anything else. Upon saving the girl, she lets us know that her brother was being attacked by another monster. With the on-rails segments done, we can now choose what weapon we want to play with and begin our first hunt against a Chatacabra. Chatacabra is one of the biggest pushovers in the game, so it makes sense for it to be our introduction into the hunting process. The first thing you may realize is that we are able to track any and all monsters that appear on the map regardless of if we have found them before or not. You may think that this is just due to going through the glorified tutorial segment, but no, this is how the game works from now on. Every new hunt is introduced through the story, and then further hunts will tell you exactly where the monster is at all times. Scoutflies are just there to guide you now, and tracking has been fully removed in any way that matters. I had my own issues with the tracking in World, but instead of fixing that, both Rise and Wilds seem to have abandoned the idea altogether. Even though tracking has been around in some capacity since the original games. Paintballs were originally used for marking the target, so you would always see it on the map for, well, a limited amount of time. Otherwise, you would never know where the monster was unless you used a Psycho Serum, or through some combination of these over time, you began to recognize and understand its travel paths. That was part of the fun. By hunting something enough, you, the player, not the character through some stat or whatever, would gain a better understanding of where to find it on future endeavors. It was a rewarding aspect of the gameplay loop that felt like you were growing in experience as a hunter. And now we have nothing like that. It's so funny watching the game try to make getting you into the hunt as fast as possible their focus, but then still bottleneck you with storyline segments.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense. They want you to get into the experience faster, but at the same point, like you said, they bottle you down with story, but then they also bottle you down with massive maps. But then at the same time, they add camps into the maps, and then they also give you a sacred with auto run. Like, what's the point? At that point, you're just adding in mechanics for the sake of adding in mechanics, rather than adding in mechanics for it to be enjoyable and for it to actually add a value into your game. That is literally what you're doing.
It really has no idea what it wants to be anymore. Just an amalgamation of features designed entirely around selling copies instead of creating a cohesive
There you go, selling copies, 100%.
product. The hunt itself isn't anything really, but what initial hunt is. The Chatacopra is a creature you can absolutely decimate, and while some monsters will be a bit harder, I have some bad news. This is going to be a trend moving forward through pretty much the entire game. I'd say monsters like Gormagala and Seregios later on offer a bit more of a challenge due to their speed and mechanics, but they are few and far between. Remember when I said this was a glorified tutorial? Well, that might more accurately describe the entirety of a low rank. Your first 10 hours or so of the game are spent with it slowly trying to teach you the ropes while you already know the ropes. You probably made the ropes. You own and operate an entire goddamn rope factory. However, a lot is thrown at you in this initial hunt. You'll learn how to mount your sacred in battle, how to use your selected weapon, and how to utilize wounds and other minor features through this hunt and the next few onward. Wounding isn't new to Wilds, but how it acts as a mechanic is. Monsters now gain wounds as you repeatedly attack a spot on their body. By attacking a newly formed wound, you will deal extra damage regardless of if it is an effective spot for your weapon or not. To be blunt, the system is too strong, ridiculously so. Wounds form so quickly on so many spots on so many monsters that you are constantly dealing boatloads of damage to a creature without ever having to move. This is because damaging a wound enough can break the wound and cause the monster to potentially pause for a moment, meaning there are even more openings now at your disposal. Additionally, when you break a wound, you gain a monster part, usually a less rare or specific item, but a part nonetheless. So you will be raking in parts after parts every hunt while demolishing your target over and over again. But that's not all. The wound system isn't some standalone thing, rather it goes hand in hand with the game's new focus system. Focus is the ability for you to aim at specific locations on the monster's body while in the middle of a hunt. Think aiming down the sights of your bowgun, but also with melee weapons. It really adds little to some weapons, if any at all, but when combined with the wound system, Focus suddenly springboards itself into the most overpowered mechanic in the game, and maybe the series. Hitting a wound with a focus strike will perform a special attack that will stop any action the monster is taking momentarily and then destroy the wound right away with big damage. So it's a real get-out-of-jail-free card for a lot of situations when hunting, especially with multiple people. You can essentially keep a monster pinned down and open to attacks over and over again. It doesn't stop there though. Weapons may get further bonuses off of the attack. Longsword, as an example, gets spirit levels for each broken wound, and sometimes you can break multiple wounds with a single focus strike. So you can raise multiple levels of your spirit gauge instantaneously for free with no drawbacks whatsoever. Incredible. What is the point of that? What is the mechanic actually adding to the experience for you other than making you feel even more powerful than you did before? Is that all this game is now? Power fantasy? One lacking any type of struggle whatsoever until maybe reaching the arc-tempered monsters, maybe? Most of them are pushovers too.
Bro, exactly. It's like I said, 5th gen owners is how new fans see Monster Hunter. It's the power fantasy until the post-content where the arc-tempered endgame 10-star monster event quest comes out, and then it's like, oh my gosh, finally this is the difficulty. This is the difficulty we spent 100 hours grinding for, guys. This is it. This is finally it. I spent 100 hours getting all my decorations, hunting all the same monsters, getting the armor, the weapons, all this for this one monster, for this one experience. That's literally what it is. That is literally what new fans have been forced to think when they play Monster Hunter, because that's literally what Monster Hunter is now. That is literally it.
Even worse, tempered monsters have wounds that glow blue when focusing, and breaking these seems to guarantee an entire topple, further trivializing everything within the hunt itself. It just didn't need to be added. Each Monster Hunter entry doesn't need to make us more and more ridiculously powerful. Why would you want that? Where's the fun and challenge in that? This system of being so mobile on both land and air makes it impossible to impose real difficulty on the monsters you face aside from a select few, due to their speed and unconventional movesets. It's very rare to run into a monster in this game that you can't just total without thought. Alongside that, weapons continue to get redesigned, simplified, and strengthened for the hunter. I can't speak on every weapon, but there have been similar complaints for some and not just longsword. However, since I have the most experience with longswords, I want to touch on how much worse they made the weapon overall. Originally, longsword was a weapon with an infinite combo you would perform by alternating 2 different buttons. If you managed to hit the enemy enough, it would fill up your spirit gauge, leading to various bonuses. This later turned into spirit levels and raised those levels using the spirit roundhouse combo. There was one way to raise your spirit levels for some time with a few caveats like GU. This meant that, While one of the faster melee weapons, longsword was still pretty limited in what it could do, and expected you to commit to combos that you could only really get out of through rolling, but more regularly by using the Fade Slash. The Fade Slash was the main tool you had to get away properly out of a combo, and as the game evolved, you could even perform spirit combos out of a Fade Slash to make them faster, improving the use cases. A simple weapon with a cool gimmick, one that annoyed a lot of players due to its size and ability to trip, but it rewarded users for learning how to master it to the point that you could get these big combos off regularly in order to maximize your spirit gauge bonuses. With the release of World, things changed, not just with the longsword, but many other weapons as well. The main difference for longsword was the inclusion of multiple counter mechanics. You had special sheath into EI slash, and you also had foresight slash. Attacking out of special sheath and hitting the monster would also cause your gauge to charge over time. This became the main focus of the weapon, a complete shift from what it was previously. Those big combos you needed to commit to no longer.
So basically, some of what you said is older gen games would be power fantasies if they weren't older gen games. Well, newsflash, they are old gen games, so like, okay. Okay, like what are you trying to say? It doesn't matter. What you said, it doesn't matter, because it is the reality that the old gen games are that way. They are built that way on purpose, so it's not a power fantasy. So the experience is the way that you experienced it. So I'm sorry, I understand what you're trying to say, but what you said, it doesn't add anything into the conversation.
Matter, because if you were just about to be attacked,
and Purple, what you said about insect glaive, I mean, I've heard about that. People they're not a fan of insect glaive in wilds. I don't have too much to comment on that. I didn't really play insect glaive.
You could perform a foresight slash to get your next gauge level anyway. This is due to successful counters and follow-ups offering levels as a reward. It was easier than ever to be at your maximum output. There were a few downsides, like losing your charge if you missed your foresight, but you wouldn't even lose a level, so it barely matters.
That's true.
You could just fish for these constantly before wailing on the enemy some more. So it's already a different weapon with World in my eyes, and I never expected it to go back to how it was. Rise put it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, I've already said it. I made a video a while ago when Tasker was complaining about the longsword in this game. I made a video saying that, well, the longsword changed the most going from GU to World. Like, it's already been that. Okay, they already killed the longsword in my eyes going from the OGN to World. I don't use longsword anymore for a reason. They killed the weapon. The weapon isn't the same longsword. It's a new weapon going from old gen to new gen. It's just a fact. It doesn't matter if you like the weapon in World. It's a fact that the old weapon is not the same as the new weapon.
Its own spin on things with its own gimmicks, but it was more or less the same as World. This is the direction of the weapon. If I were in charge of this new development, my only real thoughts on how to make it more enjoyable would be to remove Yi Slash and make Fade Slash have iframe so you could follow up easier, but still need to commit to the combo in order to earn your gauge, just something that would require a bit more investment to master. But of course that didn't happen. Capcom doesn't want you to have to invest or commit to your attacks anymore. In fact, they want things to not only be easier, but make your rewards even more powerful. What if you didn't even need to counter anymore? What if you could just earn those levels by blindly attacking the monster until a wound showed up and then just destroy that? Then when destroying multiple wounds, you get multiple levels as well. How about a charged strike that gives you a level for free? How about a counter off of your sacred, I guess? What if you were just always at spirit level 3 forever? That's what it feels like now. All nuance has been gutted from the weapon. So rather than building off—
Okay, stop coping. Stop coping. It doesn't matter if World Longsword wasn't that bad. It was infinitely changed going from the old gen to World. It's a fact. It is a fact. It was. It doesn't matter if you enjoyed it. It infinitely became a different weapon, from a weapon that didn't even have counters to a weapon that has counters. The whole thing changed. It changed. Helmbreaker changed. Like, it's not the same. The way you play the weapon is not the same. Greatsword as well, it's not the same. And that's fine. Like, if you enjoy it, it's fine. But it's also true that it's not the same. And that's okay. It's okay to admit it. Like, we need to stop coping. Like, guys, just stop coping. It's the truth. I've learned how to stop coping in recent months. I've learned it. Even though I do like stuff like Rise, I did like it at a time. I can also admit that it made a lot of decision issues. Like, I can admit that, and it's fine. It's fine to admit, guys, honestly.
Off of these counters or finding a way to make them more impactful, they took the new counter weapon and gave you multiple new abilities to raise your levels without them.
Yeah, Delta. I said it in that video, didn't I? If you remember back in that Longsword video, I said, yeah, Valor Longsword was the start, and then World took Valor Longsword and they changed it. They did. They ran with it and they made it even more OP. And Valor Longsword was already OP. Was it more OP? I don't know if it's more OP, but it was OP. They're both OP. I mean, I don't like how OP Valor Longsword is. I don't even use Valor Longsword. I use Adept Longsword, which is actually also very strong.
Facilitating the use of counters outside of trying to get out of jail when being attacked by a monster. More casually, counters felt like such a waste to perform when I could just slot in earplugs and then wail on the monster's wounds, charge up my attack, or perform my spirit combo, which is now much more mobile as you can move during it. Countering basically feels dead to me. Is it optimal? I don't know. Maybe it's still optimal to counter everything and then perform a Helmbreaker, but
it had a counting GU, but it had a counting GU in a certain style. Of course, you have the Hunter art, but apart from that, the Valor style gave you the counter. But the counter in Valor style is quite hard to use in comparison to what you have in World. Okay? But then there's many options for you to not use that style. Like, I never use Valor. I never. In GU for Longsword, I use Guild, I use Striker, and I use Adept. Those are my three. You have a choice to play the weapon in its original state. So that's why GU is infinitely better when it comes to weapons than World. Is you have a choice. In the new games, you don't have a choice. It's how you play it. The way they give you is how you play it. You can't go back. You can't change it up. It's just how it is.
But it sure as hell doesn't feel like it. Speaking of Helmbreaker, the only real reason to use that seems to be to feel.
But at the same time, you're correct. In GU, it was the first culprit for the shift for those weapons. I will give you that. Like I said, I'm not coping. You're right. They definitely did. It's where it started. But I will admit, they gave you options at least.
Flashy. Originally, you would have launched into the air and then landed on the monster to deal multiple hits of damage in succession. And the cost for this was the loss of a spirit level. That meant you had to perform a counter or a full spirit combo to get it back. Now, you have a follow-up that, if performed, means you lose 2 levels, and it's flashy and the damage numbers are fun to look at, yada yada, but I rarely have ever felt the need to perform this move. The reason is that, at level 3, the normal LS combo changes to a faster, more powerful attack sequence.
Samoth, you're right. Lance should be the counter weapon, not Longsword, but Longsword is more known as the counter weapon since World.
You can perform just by mashing the attack button. This is so effective, it felt to me as though it trumped the need to do anything else. You may be saying, well, just use the other mechanics then if it's that boring, but that's not the point. The previous entries of the series did not have this problem. It used to be about having to use everything at your disposal to survive. Why should a game designed around complex weapon movesets and the interplay between moves also contain a simple button mashing combo that's fully viable, if not actively optimal? That's like the definition of bland and boring. The majority of the playthrough for me was the odd counter here and there, but mostly just destroying wounds, raw dogging spirit combos as I zip around the enemy, and then mashing a single button and maybe a spirit combo over and over and over. And then when my gauge ran out, I'd just break another wound and be right back at the top, over and over. This is another aspect of how Capcom trivialized the game, the monsters, the interactions, everything. You don't even lose buffs when you cart. If the monster somehow does cart you, you retain any food buffs, demon drugs, etc., and weapon charges and gauges as well. I could get carted at spirit level 3 and then still be at spirit level 3 with all my other buffs as well. No danger, no challenge, no nothing. It's a far cry from what the series once was and what it once offered, not just an example of changes being made with time. I can accept change, but how do you accept the complete gutting of the series in terms of criticism? Do I think Monster Hunter Wilds is a fine game overall? Sure. There's enough meat on the bone to be a fun action hack and slash, but is it a good Monster Hunter game?
I think it's
really hard to say it is at the moment. I don't think I've ever been as bored in a hunt as I have been in this entry because there's zero friction. The main storyline in Low Rank focuses on us exploring various locations within the Forbidden Lands as we search for Nata's lost clan. Through this, we meet multiple other civilizations and learn about how they survive in this environment. By saving the brother and sister from the Balahara and Chattacabra, we get introduced to the people of Kunafa village, and also to our base camp, which gets constructed nearby. Each major area will have a base camp for us to explore and operate out of. Here we can forge equipment, buy supplies, and see other hunters while not on a quest. You have your item shop, smithy, and support ship. The support ship is a returning mechanic where we can send them off to gather supplies for us and then buy those supplies with research points. You can get random monster parts, random consumables, and more, but it's fairly limited and acts more as a bonus. It's just something to look forward to as it returns every few hunts or so. There's an ingredient center here as well, but this isn't where you eat since you can make food on the go or at your camp. Food is on a timer now within Wilds. You can eat one meal and keep those bonuses over multiple hunts, and since you don't lose anything when carted, you'll probably forget all about this until you run out and your maximum.
Yeah, running out of food, definitely mid-hunt is annoying. It's a weird mechanic, honestly. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I kind of like the old style of one hunt is a hunt. Like, you go on a hunt specifically to hunt. You're not going on multiple hunts in the wild. Like, I do like the old way of doing it when you just kind of go. I'm scared for the next game. I mean, the next game is cooked, Purple. Like, it's cooked. I'm sorry. There is no way the next game is going to be good. I have no faith. And to be honest, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to play it anyway. I'm done with Monster Hunter. Like, I'm going to do other stuff. I'm fine. But for the people who are Monster Hunter fans still, the next game is going to be cooked. Like, I'm pretty damn sure. It's not going to be a good game. Like, there's no way they're not going to try to minimize mechanics and try to just make it so newer fans have an easiest ride through the game, because it's the easiest way for them to make money. It's just so easy. Now, maybe you could say maybe they learned the lesson of Wilds, maybe, but I doubt it, because World to Rise to Wilds, it's the same trend. Like, I don't think it's gonna change. And plus, the game, the 6th gen portable game is old in creation. Yes, they could definitely change things. I don't have faith, but to be honest, it doesn't matter to me anyway. I'm not gonna play it, so.
HP decreases. Never fear though, as you can just make another meal in the middle of battle whenever you want.
Maka, I'm not here to convert anyone. Like, you don't need to hate because I hate it. I mean, I don't really hate. I just don't care. I hate because of Shibs, but truly, I don't care. If you like Monster Hunter, like Monster Hunter, man. Honestly, I'm not trying to convert anyone. I'm just here sharing my opinions. But if you feel the way you feel, you feel the way you feel.
In previous games, you would need to eat before every meal in order to gain an extra advantage. This meant you needed to have the funds or ingredients to do this regularly. You still use ingredients here, and the ingredient center may supply rations and later other ingredients periodically, but it feels as though you have now lost yet another of per hunt preparations. Within base camp, you can also find the support desk. Here you can read the latest news about the game, claim downloadable content, and purchase new DLC as well. Additionally, you can manage all your pop-up camps from here and claim bounties for rewards. On initial release, bounties were more limited, and
I think bounties are so sucky in this game. Like, world bounties were so much better. Even Rise bounties. The bounties in this game just suck ass. But to be honest, truly, I prefer us going back to side quests and going back to try, like Makar said, with double side quests A and B. I think that was great, honestly. I think that was really cool. I would love for them to do that again. To have a specific quest where you have, a specific objective to, achieve in that quest. I think that's really cool. It makes it so they can do more interesting things with the mechanics of side quests rather than just generic bounties of hunt a wyvern, hunt a fan beast, pick up some plants. Like, that's really lame. Make it curated specifically for the quest itself. I think that's really cool. But obviously, now that we got investigations, and Monster Hunter Wilds is literally investigations on crack, because the game basically doesn't exist without investigations. That can't really work, I guess, anymore. It's a shame. All right, let's see what you guys have to say in chat. Bro, let me have my demon moments. Fine, Macau, you can have your demon moments. Your demon moment ain't real. You still go upon try, it's true. I love Monster Hunter so much. I care about how bad I was blundered. Lady votes, that's, you know what, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, I understand that. Honestly, I suppose I went down a different route. I just decided not to care anymore, and I decided to go my own path away from it. But yeah, no, I understand. They definitely blunder. They keep blundering, and I don't see them fixing the blunder. I really don't. You guys can let me know on Discord how the expansion goes, but I'm not gonna cover it. I'm not gonna play it. I'm not gonna watch videos on it. I'm not gonna pay attention to it. You guys can let me know.
As updates came out, new categories were added for daily/limited tasks you could complete, making it easier to receive rewards or giving a player more to do in the form of dailies. Why you'd want dailies in a Monster Hunter game is beyond me, but here we are. Similarly, the pop-up camps changed a bit as well. In Wilds, they were always fast travel points that allowed you to restock or change equipment while out in the field.
I mean, the reason they have dailies is to keep people coming back. It's the whole game of service push that they started in World. It's just a dog shit thing to do, but they decided to do it, so fair enough.
But the limit for how many you could have in a given area was raised in updates as well. I mentioned this previously, but camps feel even less purposeful than in World, and the new mechanics of them being in dangerous areas and in need of repair due to monster attacks is something you will hardly ever engage with. If it does happen, you just spend points to repair things, and you'll always have enough points to do so.
It kind of seems a bit stupid. Like, what is the actual point of having a camp in a dangerous spot? Isn't that kind of counterproductive of having a camp in the first place? Like, why would you want that? I know it just seems so stupid, like on a real run. if I'm a hunter and I'm out here trying to, set up base, like, why would you set up base in a place you know is going to get attacked? Like, it just sounds so stupid. The only reason you would add it is for the fact to make it seem more real that that monsters can actually attack your camps. But then it's like, what's the point then? It's just another thing they added as a mechanic to put more into the game, to make it seem more open and surreal. But it's just stupid and no one engages with it. It's just a mess.
At the very least, with the limited slots, you had to consider what key points around the map you would want to travel to, and you had to discover those points by doing a little manual exploration as well. While it's still true that you need to unlock these, you can place so many
for a quick respawn if you die, I guess. Yeah, but at that point, shouldn't the map be designed well enough for you to have good points for your camps? Like, it's just strange. Like, it feels like a non-starter. It just feels stupid to me. Honestly, it feels stupid. Maybe it's just me though. You're thinking harder than the devs right now, Nova? Probably. I'm thinking harder than the devs and I'm drunk. You know what? Maybe I'm onto something. Maybe Capcom, when they were making this game, they were off their heads. They were high. They were doing cocaine. They were doing LSD. I don't know, ecstasy. They were like gone. Because I don't know how they made this game with a straight face, with a straight mind. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Camps around the map that getting anywhere on Sacred feels more like a chore. Villages have small functionality as well. Sometimes you may be offered a meal with the villagers that will give you greater bonuses than a normal one.
Packs are 100% useless. I remember making videos theorizing, I wonder what kind of packs they can do, guys. I wonder what they're going to do. They could do this, they could do that. Oh, what pack monsters could they bring back? And then in the end, they do nothing. Great.
And other mechanics may be found there as well. Oil Well Basin, for example, has a zoos, and the festival ores you can collect every so often that are used for various purposes. You can even meet specific individuals in these villages to trade with, so you'd think it would benefit you to visit these locations often, kind of like a farm. However, as the story progresses, Nata will become a village intermediary, and all of those functions will be consolidated into talking to him at the base camp. He basically functions as the farm of this.
I mean, the reason why he does, because there's so many areas, it's so busy, there's so much busy work, apparently the busy work that Capcom wants to get rid of. I remember, what's his name? What was that YouTuber's name that made that video? I can't remember his name. I really can't remember that. That monster on the Dose guy, he made a Dose video, ripping into World and Rise, and then later on, he started glazing Wilds and started talking about busy work and how they're trying to get rid of busy work. But then the game has the most busy work any game in Monster Hunter history has. So much fluff, so much useless stuff. So in the end, they realized, wait, we need to actually add things like Nutter, whatever his name is, to make it so the fluff isn't necessary. Because why am I teleporting to each map to deal with all these characters with all the load screens and walking around these big ass maps in these big ass villages? Like, what's the point? Ugh, like, what is this game, man?
Game, letting you select a category for
Jacob, that was it. Yeah, it was so bullshit. Honestly, it was all bullshit. I would have made an hour response to his video saying that it was pretty much bullshit what he said and it wasn't fair. But when you play the game, it was evident that what he was saying and what Capcom was saying was just, it didn't make sense. It wasn't reality. It was all fiction.
For each village, and then filling up each category with resources over time. Farms continue to be more and more streamlined with each entry. The charm of visiting a farm and tending to it over time has been removed completely.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough if you change opinion, but if you change opinion, at least make it make sense. But he didn't make it make sense. It was just him saying things without actually leading the point of how you got from A to B. It was him like jumping from A to Z to W and then finally getting to C and then realizing, wait, C isn't B. Let me then go to B. That's literally what his video kind of felt like. It didn't feel coherent. Because it's fine to change your mind. That people change. As they go through life and as they learn new things, it's fine. It makes sense. But his viewpoint and the way he got from where he was and the way he got to where he was going and the things he said didn't add up at all. And if you watched my hour video of me critiquing that video, you would have seen that.
For quite a while. And now, reduced to the mere act of chatting with a non-thematic NPC, this is even further reduced in Wilds. The base camp feels as though it's just there to serve its purpose. It never evolves in a way that you would appreciate like some of the other entries. There isn't even any player housing for you to customize. I would have expected that in title updates, but it never showed. So maybe in the expansion, it's just a means to an end. You hit up the base camp after every quest, grab your stuff and move on. You could not visit it for extended periods of time depending on how you play, and you wouldn't feel like you were missing out on anything. Speaking of title updates, the Guild Hall or Grand Hub in this entry wasn't even available in the base game. It had to be added after the fact for whatever reason. Does that sound like a feature that should have been added after the fact to you? Something that is a staple in every game that you now had to wait for through these updates for what feels like no reason in particular. Why wouldn't you just have this in the finished product? Regardless, similar to bases, the hub acts as a meeting point for a large assortment of hunters. It was added in the first title update for the game.
Why wouldn't you have it in the game in the first place? Because the game was released when it wasn't ready. It's so evident, but the Glazers, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. And yeah, here's what it is.
And included multiple features, with one of those being arena quests. Yes, even arena quests weren't available from the get-go.
I can't believe arena quests weren't available from the get-go. This is like a staple Monster Hunter. And I'm pretty sure they did the same thing in Rise. I'm pretty damn sure. So they just keep going back with the same dog way of making their games. Like, it's basic stuff. It's basic stuff. When I complete the game and I've done a lot of content, normally I'm like, you know what? Let me see what arena quests have to say. Let me just maximize, just play around, see what I can do. None of it. Not a single thing. So when it finally came in, I didn't care. I didn't care because I'm like, it doesn't matter anymore. I've already played the game a lot. Like, it would have been nice at the launch to continue me playing, but instead the way they make the game is for you to play the game and then dip out for a couple months, then come back for a bit and then dip out for a couple months. Well, instead I'm dipping out and I'm not coming back permanently, so congratulations.
Do you see the trend here? Things you expect to be in this fully priced released game are surprisingly, suspiciously missing with the promise that they will come later. Why? I would rather wait for the release to have everything it's supposed to, especially staples from previous entries, than complete the game and be expected to return to it so I can actually see all the content just to boost the analytics and sales of Capcom for some executive. It may feel like I am beating a dead horse, but every time we find something new, the first thing that comes to my mind is, why wasn't this in from the get-go? And I think we all know why. All seasonal events change the aesthetics of the hub, and there's a bowling minigame you can take part in to gain some resources. I really don't care for it, and it's also been improved over time. Various bowling setups for season events, the ability to use 10 tickets at once to speed up earning rewards, and an update that finally allows you to play again straight.
Wilds also had no gathering hub at launch, but the Glazers are sweeping it under the rug. I mean, when you want to love something, you'll sweep whatever you can under the rug. And yeah, it didn't have that launch, which I said at the time should have been delayed. It wasn't. Sad, but it is what it is. Yeah, no, it sucks. It sucks. It's the timeline they decided to go down, and now they have to stick with it.
From the rewards menu. There are also special seasonal meals to eat here and villager meals that you can share with various players, helping you feel like you're back in the good old days where the game was about interacting with others in more meaningful ways. Use a voucher to give everyone a free premium meal as an example. The hub also offers the return of a diva, who will sometimes show up to sing and provide a stat boost for you if you stay to listen. I miss things like that. That's a great addition, and I hope we continue to see her return with new releases. It's a fun way of spending time in the hub more casually, hanging out with other players while still offering a reward for doing so. The Squad Information Center also gets moved here once the hub is unlocked. Squads are a new mechanic where you can create your own or join others. By being part of a squad, you can join member-only lobbies and send persistent messages to each other, but that's about it. It's like a small community edition that doesn't do much, but hey, it's there and it's not hurting anyone. Feels like a purely good addition to me that I would be interested in seeing more fleshed out without limiting content to needing to be in a squad as some games do. Again, the Grand Hub is great on its own. Looking at it as just a feature of the game, there's nothing to be unhappy about in my mind. The issues arise from the fact that we didn't have it on release when we really should have. It's a staple of the series. It's expected in each release, and I promise that Capcom realizes this. They understand that this is an expectation and chose not to add it right away anyway. So again, ask yourself why you think that is. Why was a game like Wilds left unfinished and then completed over the course of a year? Why are you playing the early access experience without it being called early access? Back at base camp for the first time, we can learn a little more about...
Purple says, it annoys me how rushed this game was. Yeah, no, it annoys me too. Honestly, it really does. It's a sad reality. I wish it wasn't so broken, honestly. But it's just how it was. And like you said, he keeps saying, why do you think this is? Why do you think this is? And the reason is they know people will accept it, and they know they can get away with it. That's as simple as they'll try to push the boundaries, and in some ways they push the boundaries a bit too much with Wilds. Yeah, they pushed the boundaries a bit too much with Wilds, and it didn't work out for them. It kind of did initially, but not in the long term. But eventually, the Glazers will say it's fine now. The game is good now, but the game wasn't good for a year. So what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? There was also one other thing he said that I wanted to comment on. I'm just trying to think about what it was. No, I can't remember. If I remember, I'll let you guys know.
About Olivia and her team, which handles special assignments as she puts it. Olivia, Eric, and Werner mirror our own team of the Hunter, Alma, and Gemma. We get a better introduction for them once we reach the Scarlet Forest, and Gemma will even ask them if they are an ace team, further alluding to her being Little Miss Forge, as she dealt with an ace team often in Monster Hunter 4. Although it's suggested that they have more experience overall as a unit, both the Hunter and Alma are considered accomplished in their own ways, and Gemma has her own rich history as I just mentioned. Similar to World, the game has a big focus on the idea that you are part of a larger group of an expedition, another cog in the machine, a tool that hunts monsters. Through that, Olivia's team acts as an example of another group similar to your own, and this also plays into the idea of support hunters and specifically the hunt against Gogmazios way later on. In a few quests, Olivia will fight alongside you to give you a taste of what support hunters are like if you haven't utilized the mechanic yet. Support hunters are new to Wilds. An old mechanic from World, the SOS flare, returns and is used to allow you to change a solo assignment into a drop-in multiplayer one. By shooting off the flare, you are allowing people to see your hunt when searching and to join it. You can make it so people automatically join when they register, or you have to manually accept them mid-hunt. Manually accepting can be annoying, I don't recommend it, however there is a reason some players do that and it's for the support hunters. When you shoot an SOS flare and open up your quest, you will first get the hunt populated by NPCs.
I never used SOS ever in World and this game, and I never played with support hunters in Wild, so I don't have anything to say on this section.
The hunters that will fight alongside you. These hunters are useful, but not as effective as real players who know what they are doing, especially since the monster's HP still scales to multiplayer values. The upside is that you get more people on your team during a hunt, which takes some of the monster aggression away from you. And support hunters don't count towards your knockout total when carded, making them essentially invincible. It's like having an entire team of palicos fighting alongside you. Which hunters you get at first seem to be random from a pool of potential NPCs you'll see walking around the base camp from time to time. That's by default, and I believe you can instead choose manually who you want to bring along if you desire. However, characters like Fabius and Nadia also become available during seasonal events after you progress enough. One issue you may see players complain about is how the UI design of the SOS system is a bit confusing. Players will often turn on manual accept, so they keep support hunters and don't have them replaced with real people. After all, real players can cost you lives and support hunters can't. However, this causes an issue where your hunt gets listed in the SOS search and someone tries to join it only to have to wait for you to manually accept it, and you never do, wasting their time. I even did this for a while before I realized you can change the SOS settings to support hunters only. The UI in Monster Hunter games has always had its odd features that leave players scratching their heads. Menus and menus and menus, and information that may be important not being readily available. Some updates even add additional clicks or button presses to menus that didn't have them before for seemingly no reason. I'm not surprised it bothers people often, and I'm not surprised they may not realize they are entering a manual accept SOS before selecting it. My real issue is with how busy everything is. You could argue that that has always been the case, especially with how large the health and stamina bars used to be, something I enjoyed. Add on to it that the map used to be on screen at all times. I definitely see how one could consider that busy. However, it's still leaps and bounds more alluring than whatever we have going on here. I feel like I'm looking at a mobile game or some sort of free-to-play multiplayer experience.
Yeah, that's
Luckily,
true.
many elements can be turned off in the settings, such as the weapon combos that usually appear in the top right, which I have had off since release. So it can be even more cluttered by default, throwing way too much info at the player way too often. Hard to complain too much about it since things can be disabled, but I will say I appreciated it when that wasn't a necessity, when everything sort of fit together, such as the clock being attached to the health and stamina bars, or the map showing me the entirety of what I was exploring instead of a mini-map compass design we got going on now.
Yeah, I guess they put more thought into the UI previously, and now it's just let's see how much we can randomly add to the UI, and then allow people to toggle things on and off if they don't like it. It's just a different way of designing the game entirely.
Things felt more cohesive before in my eyes, but there's not much to dwell on really. The point I'm making is that the clutter can be fixed to a point, sure, but the character and charm are gone completely. The colors and unique designs per game have been replaced with these black, flat, minimalist designs. And while Rise sort of reverted to an older style, World and Wilds are clearly going in the opposite direction. Once we are introduced to everyone, the goal becomes clear: find the Keepers and learn more about the White Wraith that attacked them. To do so, the lands need to be explored. Through that, we can meet the various settlements to learn more about them and see if they have any clues as to what is going on. Unfortunately, some of the villagers, namely Zato, are fairly cautious of outsiders and won't allow us access to the village to learn more. Zato leaves for a time and this allows us to visit the village, and we notice chimes made from local crystals which help keep the monsters away. Known as gem chimes, they make sounds that sound like the local apex monster which the other creatures fear. Unfortunately, the local village elder doesn't know about the keepers, but she does inform us of the sand tide where a large flying wyvern is known to appear, and recommends we seek shelter. They also spend an overly large amount of time showing us eating some of the village's local food at a dinner we were invited to. This is a big focus in Wilds, learning about the cultures and traditions of the villages found within the Forbidden Lands, and while that is interesting in a way, it's used to really fluff the amount of time we spend in between hunts within low rank. A large portion of our time is spent visiting these places, talking to the villagers, and learning more about them, something we didn't do as much in the older games.
Well, I guess it's an interesting fluff because for some people, those type of experiences may be great. You know, they want to learn more about the NPCs and the world itself. But as a Monster Hunter fan, that's not what you care about. That's not the reason why you played the game in the past. That's not how you engage in the game at all. So while it's good for new fans who aren't really, used to the old way of playing the games, for us old fans, it's just fluff. It doesn't matter. It's useless. It's garbage. It further pushes into the point that these new games aren't made for the old fans. They're made for new fans to get them interested in the story, in the ethos of this game. But the focuses and the things that we liked in the old games, they're not at the forefront anymore. More evidence of that.
You may enjoy that, but to me, someone that wants to prepare for the next hunt as soon as possible, these distractions are far too often for my liking, especially all of the sacred walking segments that are tied to them. However, these scenes aren't useless by any means. They help form the direction we will take throughout our adventures here. If we didn't visit the village, Yisai may have never informed us of a local forest nearby, or that Doshagama used to reside there and never venture out into the plains. This suggests there's something odd going on with the ecology and acts as a hint to what we are searching for, while giving us a new location to explore. So it's not a worthless endeavor by any means, and many players may enjoy this larger focus on the story that I don't. It isn't inherently bad, but it's not what I look for in my Monster Hunter experiences. This may be a minor complaint, maybe nitpicky, I admit, but I have to say I really hate the dialogue during those scenes that aren't quite a cutscene. Basically just when everyone is standing around talking. Namely, I hate the brief pause that takes place in between each NPC's line. You'll have Alma say something, pause for 2 to 3 seconds, and then someone will say something else before repeating the same pause. It feels unnatural and makes the conversations feel like they drag on. It's a weird decision, since you can manually move on to the next line of dialogue right away, so I'm unsure why they did this. Removing this pause would make dialogue feel a lot more natural. Now, I'm not going to hit every major story beat here, so let's be a bit more general for a while. Every area sort of operates the same way in terms of story structure. You make a base, meet the villagers, investigate issues surrounding the villagers, and then fight an apex. In Windward Plains, you meet the people of Kunafa and eventually hunt Rei Dao. In Scarlet Forest, you meet the Linian species known as the Woodwoods before fighting Uthaduna. In Oilwell Basin, you help the villagers there reignite their forge and then hunt New Udra. And while there is no village in Ice Shard Cliffs, you do run into Jin Dahad and have to repel it. More or less, it's the same thing over and over again. The specifics are what change a bit between all of these locations, and you'll go from exploring one back to exploring a previous location multiple times. Like, you'll need to hunt a Alpha Doshagama eventually in Windward Plains, and it's when you first run into Rei Dao during Sandtide in the same map that you see the White Wraith for the first time. Alphas are a new mechanic added into Wilds, or rather Alpha Doshagama is. As far as I am aware, it is the only alpha in the game. It's tied to the slightly more utilized pack mechanic introduced and featured heavily in trailers. In reality, these mechanics are few and far between, barely utilized at all. They feel like concepts made.
See, these are the things, like, similar to how Monster Hunter is built now. They add in a lot of random mechanics, and then in post-release and more likely in expansions, that's when they will, ideally utilize them more. So possibly in expansion, you're going to see more pack monsters and so on. I doubt it, but it is possible. But it's just the way they deal with how they make the games. Now, one of my problems, and I guess a lot of problems with people, is I'm pretty sure there are other focuses that they could focus on when it comes to Monster Hunter, rather than these story elements, these beats, these massive maps, the weather mechanics. Just focus on more monsters, focus on more content, focus on the actual antithesis of what Monster Hunter is about. I'm pretty sure more people would enjoy it. Well, the current fans would enjoy it, but you wouldn't get new fans as much as you want. That's the thing. That's why they push for these new changes. But that would ideally make a better Monster Hunter experience overall if they did do that. Just focus on the core and refine it, improve it. That's not how they're making the games.
To boost the trailer shown off before the release of the game without telling players they basically dropped the mechanics altogether in development. I'm theorizing, of course, but you only hunt one alpha in the entire story, that being a Doshaguma, and you only run into like 3 packs of monsters as well: Doshaguma, Yankutku, and Kiribami. They even have new, more potent dung bombs to help disperse these packs, but here's the issue: you will almost never interact with these outside of the story. Besides them offering absolutely nothing unique outside of a regular hunt, packs just aren't that interesting at all. If I hunt a Kiribami and there are 2 other Kiribami that are bothering me, I can use a large dung bomb to disperse them and then go about my day. Or since the game is so easy, I can ignore them completely. What?
You know what was annoying? I remember when I was going through the low rank story and the Kiribami, there was 3 of them. You guys can even go back to my live stream and watch it. You fight them, there's 3 in the story, and I was actually having fun trying to kill each one. I wanted to kill each of the 3, but as soon as you kill the main one, the rest disperse, and I was hoping to kill all of them, like just go at it. But the game doesn't want you to do that. Like it just annoyed me so much. What's the point of this pack mechanic if you're not gonna fight the whole pack? It's just a useless thing, and it's a shame. It's a big shame they don't give you the freedom just to do what you want. Although they want to fake the fact that you're doing what you want. It's so ridiculous.
What's the point? The real issue is that not only do these add barely anything outside of enticing players via trailers for
100% lady votes, it was not worth all the development time and money for the story and for these extra elements. It's just a waste of time. But in their mind, it's a way to get new fans. It's just how they think.
the game, you will never even consider interacting with them when grinding. There was never a point in my 2 playthroughs where I actively went out and sought out packs or alphas because there is no reason to do so. Field surveys and free exploration is nice, but more often than not, you will be grabbing your quests from SOS flares, or from listed optionals at the quest board/handler, the way God intended. There are quests to hunt multiple monsters, but I don't think I've ever seen one asking me to hunt a pack or alpha or anything special. And so I didn't. I only hunted what I needed or wanted to, and those never ended up being in packs. If you want to add some seasonal aspects to the game like Dose, and you want to introduce alphas, make those a bigger aspect of the non-storyline aspects of the game. Even Frenzy is more prevalent in my mind than these. Maybe make it so when you select an optional hunt, there's seasonal effects tied to the hunt itself or randomized. If I choose to hunt a Congalala, maybe the hunt will change based on various factors to throw a pack at me without me realizing it, or make it an alpha without me realizing it. Maybe I need to account for these subtle differences when preparing, but that isn't the case at all. Why does the game feel so mismanaged in ways like this? From title updates introducing content that should already be there, to mechanics that were advertised but barely utilized. What's the point of all of that? I've had people suggest to me that executives rushed the game out against dev wishes, but I've never found solid proof of this statement, and I doubt that proof exists in any concrete fashion. However, one article does source Capcom's consolidated financial results for the 9 months of the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, pointing out that the release may have been timed to boost sales before the end of the fiscal year due to Capcom being behind on projected sales. It's a very probable reason for a lot of the issues presented here. If you ever need to ask yourself why a company would release a game like this in such an unfinished state, the answer is almost always going to involve keeping someone higher up happy and keeping money flowing. Regardless, you repeat the same story beats over and over until finally we see the White Wraith for the first time as it's sucking the energy out of a Rei Dao. This is where we first get some real development for Nata, or we would if they wanted to actually go along with that. Nata is an inexperienced child in a dangerous world where adults both understand the environment and put their lives on the line to protect others from monsters. He doesn't understand that yet, and the sight of Arkveld pushes his emotions over the edge, causing him to attempt rushing the beast. Something like this ignorance and blind rage, seems like the catalyst to a lesson, that these are dangerous situations where people get hurt if they aren't prepared. This is something we even see in World. However, we never get anything like that here with Nata. Instead, nothing happens. Nata screams and throws a tantrum, but he never ends up being in any real danger. No one seems upset with him, no one gets hurt because of his actions, nothing changes. Nata is upset, but it is the hunter that will deal with it, and we will see that over and over again. Whatever Nata feels, whatever he wants to do, he can't, and we will always do it for him. We will always take on the tough hunts and answer the difficult questions ourselves because, despite the fact that Nata is supposed to be growing along this journey, we never give him the opportunity to. And then he grows anyway, which feels detached. You don't even talk to him after the hunt, he just sulks alone and then it's as if it never happened. When you hunt and defeat the oil well apex New Udra, a section of the ice map melts away, allowing you to access one of the final areas of the game, the ruins of Wyveria. Even the stubborn and obstinate Werner learns more of a lesson during the storyline here than we get to see from Nata at all throughout the game. Again, he does develop, but it is never really shown why. Within the ruins, we learn that the Keepers are still alive, although many have perished. Nata is reunited with his clan, but before that we are attacked by one of our first Guardian monsters, a Rathalos, though we do run into a Guardian Doshaguma beforehand.
That was an interesting
Guardians
fight.
are special versions of pre-existing monsters. We learn that they are man-made by an ancient civilization known as Wyveria, probably the closest reference to equal dragon weapon we will ever get within the series.
Yeah.
Guardians have been waking up from their pods and terrorizing the local areas despite them supposedly being, well, Guardians, meant to protect and support Wyverians. Despite the intent, they attack anything and everything within their field of view, and we learn a bit more as to why that might be later on. Just to point out, while some of the Keepers may have died off screen, this is probably the closest you will ever get to hearing someone die or get hurt at all within Wilds. There is one side quest where a dude definitely got eaten or something, but no one ever seems to be in any actual danger. Compare this to stories where they are often willing to hurt or kill anyone for the plot, and you're left asking why that is. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer. The series has always played it safe in that regard. The older games gave you this sort of feeling through legends and the like, while leaving your hunters slow and almost helpless. Through sweat and tears, you would persevere against monsters that you were told were dangerous and that felt the part, despite never seeing anyone actually die to one of them. The impact is lessened in the later entries because of how powerful our hunters have become. It's hard to take any monster seriously when you can virtually stunlock it to death with the game's intent.
Now, his point there, I mean, fair enough that I guess you could come to the conclusion that there is no danger in the world because you're so OP as a hunter, but I think that is a bit of a reach to make a point that the game doesn't portray death. I get that, yeah, the game doesn't portray death and it's kind of lame, but I think he's hammering a bit too much on the point of the game being easy and tying that together with the death. I think those are two separate issues. I think they're both issues in a sense. The death one probably a bit less, but it's definitely an issue. But tying them together, I think it's a bit loose. It's not very clear how they correlate. I mean, they can correlate, but I don't think it can correlate in a strong way. Now, one thing I will say is that when it does come to death in Wilds, since the game is about being in the wilds and being in this new land that no one's been to, this forbidden land, you would imagine it would have more devastating situations and more death and more problems. But you don't see that. As Delta said, yeah, that's more of a nitpick. Yeah, I would say it's more of a nitpick, but I would also say it's more of a nitpick that it's more like it's looking for a correlation rather than the correlation being very prevalent in itself.
Ended mechanics. The environmental issues, potentially the issues with the Guardians, all of it seems to stem from Arkveld breaking out of its Guardian mold and attempting to reintegrate into the ecosystem. It's not so much that it is just preying on the Keepers, but rather it is aggressive to all life and seems unable to satiate itself. Guardians don't need to eat, and they don't seem to die through normal circumstances. They survive through an energy source known as Wilk or Wyvern Milk, an artificial energy source able to control the weather. On our quest to reach the ruins, we also learn about the Land Spine, another Wyverian creation that travels throughout the entire region, giving them their ability to control the weather. Nata gets reunited with the Keepers, and we learn more about Wyveria, namely how they were more technologically advanced than we could ever dream of. The creation of the Land Spine and the Guardians, the gravity-defying rocks in the Ice Shard Cliffs, and their giant city in ruins prove that. The Keepers once researched Wyveria as their ancestors, but are now just people getting by, living off the Wilk and keeping clear of the Guardians. Nata has a monologue here discussing all he has seen in the outside world, life and creatures living to their fullest, the concept of true freedom within the ecosystem. In comparison, he seems disgusted by the idea of these man-made creatures, ones that have no need to reproduce or feed, creatures trapped here, locked off from the rest of the world. Arkveld, in a way, yearns to break free of this mold and return to the world as a true monster. Understanding the wonders of the outside world, Nata seems to realize that all Arkveld wants is to be free, and now only empathy and pity remain. This is one of the moments we actually see the process of Nata's growth in-game, see him behold the horrors of mankind and want to do better, to be better. Nata learns that his father's pendant has a unique function, but before we can learn more, we are attacked by Arkveld and the hunter has to repel it for the time being. Arkveld, despite being a guardian version of the extinct species, was feeding on prey, going against everything the Guardians were designed to be. This is unprecedented according to the head of the Keepers, Tashin, and he directs us to the Alharkin in search of more answers. The Alharkin is a Wyverian found past the ruins in the peaks of Suja, a village full of Wyverians. This is also where we unlock melding for the first time. Melding is the process of turning old items into points so they can become new items, often randomized to some degree. Decorations in the game are earned randomly as you play, so you may never have what you need for a given build. Melding lets you sacrifice excess decorations for points and lets you choose specific level 1 decorations to create in their place. Once you hit HR 100, you can gain access to level 2 decorations as well, but anything higher remains randomly earned by completing hunts or by gambling points on unknown decorations at the melding pot. Relic and talisman melding work the same, although talismans are especially funny as the option to meld them, once again, didn't exist at release. Generally, a modern Monster Hunter game goes one of two routes. Either talismans are random and decorations are crafted, or vice versa. Talismans were craftable in Wilds, but they seem to change their mind and allow you to meld new, randomized talismans that have a chance of being leaps and bounds better than anything you could simply make.
Yeah, I mean, that was an after thing, but obviously, yeah, you know, yeah, it's just the case, right? They never expected them to need to have talismans in the game. It wasn't expected. It wasn't planned. It definitely wasn't planned in the original post-content plan of Wilds. They only started to do that later because no one was playing the game. The game didn't have an end game. They needed a way to keep people engaged, and this is what they brought. They decided to go back to Monster Hunter Try and bring back that mechanic for this game. Well, Capcom, stop taking that mechanics and then adding them back in if they work well in the first place. Like, just don't be stupid, please. But unfortunately, this is the case. And them adding them back, like you just alluded to, they're so much better that who cares about the basic decorations in the first place? It's a waste of time. But obviously, at the time, they didn't exist. This comes in later.
My personal preference is randomized charms and crafted decos, but what do I know? Overall, I like the melding pot for what it is and have since Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. It's a good use of extra resources that you'll never have any need for, and most of the things you are spending these points on are randomized, so you aren't just getting everything you need/want outright. There's still some grinding and gambling to be had. Certain events may provide you with tickets that have huge point values, allowing you to meld in bulk from time to time, and these seem to be tied to bounties in order to get you to keep logging in and playing. So while melding is cool, how they use it to entice you to keep coming back is a bit exhausting. To get to Suja, the hunter has to repel a Jin to Hod. Once in Suja, you can finally find Poogie, who I'm sure people thought was cut again for this entry. Luckily, he's been here all along and has a new frog companion that latches onto his head. After finding the Allharkin, we learn a little more about Wyveria, and Nata becomes determined to learn what will happen to Arkfeld rather than to slay it. To Nata, he and Arkfeld are the same, both leaving their homes to experience the world in its entirety and grow from it. Something Nata gets to discuss and come to terms with, unlike a few other scenarios that feel like they happen more off-screen or have a cop-out, as we will see a bit later. Unfortunately, despite this lesson, the team informs Nata that they need to slay Arkfeld anyway, kind of making this realization a moot point. Despite wanting to watch Arkfeld and help it, the monster is beyond such notions and needs to be put down in order to save the ecosystem. Nata protests, even begs, but nothing comes of it. And we defeat Guardian Arkfeld finally, helping shepherd us into the end of the low rank storyline. This isn't the true end, however, as low rank has one more monster for us to deal with. The question is, why did Arkfeld come back here? Considering it's drawn to energy, it's theorized that the main energy source, the Dragon Torch, may have been its goal, meaning we need to find it to investigate. Sure enough, we find it, and there's a massive guardian that has taken it over, seemingly hibernating within it. Zosia is the name of this beast, and the team tries to decide how to best deal with it, considering it could wake at any moment and be a danger to all of the Forbidden Lands. The main idea we come up with is disabling the Dragon Torch completely, and thus killing Zosia while it is hibernating within without the danger of waking it up. It's a hard pill to swallow, and I appreciate that the group even points out this may not be their choice as they are outsiders, and this could affect the ecosystem all over the Forbidden Lands, an ecosystem that the inhabitants have grown accustomed to. However, it's pointed out that Nata, a native of the land, has a pendant that could stop the Dragon Torch, putting the decision in his hands. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is a big decision for Nata based on his growth throughout the journey. It feels like it's meant to be a conclusion to everything he has experienced thus far. Nata seems to come to terms with this, understanding the consequences of destroying the Dragon Torch, but also saving everyone from the danger of Zosia. He agrees to disable the creation and kill Zosia in the process. Through this, Nata seems to be taking more responsibility within the group, a huge decision for him that he feels is necessary to protect those he cares about, even if it would disrupt the natural order and uproot the lives of everyone in the Forbidden Lands. It's a good scene, one that gets, in my opinion, completely devalued shortly after. Nata wants to see the Keeper's mission through, watching over the Guardians and protecting people from the dangers of the past. However, when he gets there, he struggles. You can see the doubt in him, as he tries to decide if what he is doing is best. But rather than us getting to see what decision Nata makes on his own, our hunter once again steps in to solve his problem for him. See, Nata doesn't need to make a choice at all, since
Yo, this guy definitely has a big problem with Nata. He is bringing him up quite a lot in his point in the role of the story, and how his reactions and how he sees things is, I suppose, not in line with what you expect for someone who's gone through this story. For me, personally, I've never really thought about it. I don't really care about it too much in this sense. I don't like Natar much because he kind of is a whiny little kid, and I don't really like kids in stories too much in general. That's literally my point of view. I prefer if they went for a different route in how they would tell a story. Personally, it's how they went. It's how they decided to go for it. Fair enough. Like, yeah, it is what it is. I'm not a fan, but I'm not gonna, tell him not to do it. Yeah.
We have a superhuman hunter with us, why not just have them awaken Zosia and kill it? A dangerous gamble, but one that would allow nothing to change and no consequences to arise. Despite his struggles and growth, we don't get to see how that growth comes to fruition within Nata with this major decision because Capcom needs you to hunt this monster, and so we might as well solve this the way we solve everything else. No, Nata doesn't need to decide anything ever. He's off the hook, there to just be someone that monologues throughout the storyline, but not once get to actually do anything, to show the strides he is making. It's a disservice to the character, and it makes me wonder why he was even there at all. If you want the hunter to solve everything so badly, just make the hunter the true main character rather than this random kid. The hunter has to make these decisions. Does the hunter destroy the dragon torch, or do they gamble on their own skill and attempt to hunt it? At least that way, it's all about what we would do in this situation, rather than taking this away from Nata. I was really disappointed with this aspect of the story. It feels like Capcom doesn't know what they want. They wanted a storyline focused on the growth of an individual as they explored the lands, but they still have everything solved by the hunter because that's who we play as. It feels like a cop-out, but it's more accurate to say this had to happen because they chose not to focus as much on our own hunter's development, making things feel off, and I don't know, I just groaned at the idea that we came all this way for Nata to make such an important decision, a climax to the storyline's themes of exploration and growth, of freedom and living within the ecosystem, of the people living there and how they make do, and nothing gets resolved internally for him because we take the reins. Well, rather, he does get his resolutions internally, but there's nothing to suggest why he does.
I mean, he's
sure,
a kid,
we get to see him grow to understand Arkfeld, but we never really saw him appreciate the dangers of the real world. Just the beauty, culture, and food. We got to see him put in a difficult spot, only to be given an out by...
In the end, he's just a kid. So when it comes to... When you're dealing with monsters and having to fight these big-ass monsters, he's a kid. Like, what can he say? He can't do much. If it was like a rookie hunter, then fair enough, but he's not. He's a kid. So I failed to see what full impact he can have on the story and the weight of the outcomes of that when he's just going to be in the end a kid who just says stuff and he can't act on it because he can't fight these monsters. So him being in a story is not gonna add anything apart from just some sympathy. That's literally it.
Our main character. We saw him...
Imagine if it was a noob hunter and you were the ace hunter, because like Super Rad alluded to earlier, he said that, in this game you're seen as more of an experienced hunter. Imagine if it was a noob hunter or just a noob in general who wanted to become a hunter, and you kind of work with him, you can do some support quests with him, and you can see him become better on hunt stuff, and then he decides certain actions as he goes, but he also participates because he's a hunter himself. But Natar can't participate. He can say stuff and say what to do, but he can't actually act on what he says because he just can't be in the combat itself. So in the end, regardless, it's going to be a moot point. They could have gone in many different directions. I think it would have been really interesting actually being an ace hunter and working with a noob hunter and guiding them and seeing how they go through things in a game. I think that would be fantastic, personally.
Wanting to see Arkfeld live, and later in High Rank, we will see how he now understands why Arkfeld needs to die, but nothing really changes for him to come to this conclusion. I just don't understand why we needed him here to begin with if Capcom wasn't going to utilize him. Regardless, the hunter awakens Zosia and we have our final battle of High Rank. It's a pretty good one too, that we will talk a bit about later. What really gets me though is that this hunt was a one-time thing on release. Almost if not every Monster Hunter entry lets you hunt the final boss monster, get materials for gear, and then hunt it again later for more materials so you can make it set. Not this time, instead you fight Zosia once, get no unique materials to it for any weapon or armor set, and then you can't fight it again until a title update where they finally gave it something. Just another example of the game feeling unfinished and as if it was missing content entirely and maybe purposefully. Even title update monsters like Laggy and Steve are considered to have been meant to be added in the original release, but something seemed to prevent that. Though from what I gather, that's a theory based on leaked material I won't be going over, so take it with a grain of salt.
Nope, it's definitely
It's just
true.
so baffling. I still remember being baffled that I beat Zosia and then couldn't hunt it after the fact, that I had no final boss gear to make until an update. It was bonkers to me because I expected more with the series based on its track record. Like, let me ask you something. Even if you and I, the viewer, you the viewer, me the Super Rad, we don't agree about the direction of the series or like the direction it's taken. Don't you feel you deserve better for your money? Don't you feel you deserve a complete experience based on the experiences of previous entries that offered more?
Yeah,
I get it. Maybe you really like Monster Hunter. Maybe you don't want to think ill of it. Maybe you're so diehard that any criticism does something to your brain.
I'm all in.
I don't understand it. But how will it ever get better if Capcom doesn't realize that these practices are unacceptable?
Monster Hunter.
Do you want to be blind and ignorant to it forever and just watch the series decline as they try to push these out faster and faster, so that their numbers look better and better to executives? I don't. I think that's stupid. If I was asked to look at the story...
Big stupid. Come on. Say it. Say it with your chest. It is the biggest stupid. All these cocked fans who fucking simp over Monster Hunter, fucking suck Ryozo's toes on the daily. Fuck them, man. Fuck them. It's dumb. You're actively making your series worse for what? So you can pay more for a more dead game. What's the point? You don't win. You only lose. It's a lose-lose. Why are you glazing? Forget that. Forget it. Doesn't matter if you enjoy it. Stop glazing. Be honest for once. Just be honest. Fuck's sake.
As any other Monster Hunter game, I'd say it does its job at trying to move the game's plot forward, and that's it. But Capcom put a lot more emphasis on the storyline this time around, and deliberately limited your actions and progression through its beats, many of which slow you down and prevent you from doing anything over and over with countless on-rail segments. Was the story good enough to warrant that? Hardly.
No, but the bots will love it. They'll eat up, man.
What exactly was different here that made
Anthony, fuck you, man.
it so special to Capcom? World had a comparable story in my eyes, where nothing really happens other than exploring the land, hunting monsters, and dealing with bigger and larger threats while uncovering some sort of mystery as to what's going on. You fight like an alien. If you've never played World, you fight like an alien. It's not an alien, but it looks like an alien. It feels almost exactly the same, so why was it so important to make me pay attention to it this time with all of those exposition segments? Why is it that they are so focused on developing this child character, but seem to stifle his growth every step of the way because the player still needs to be the all-powerful hunter and only agent of change? At the end, Fabius receives the team's reports about what had happened in the Forbidden Lands. As time has passed, Nata seems to have grown into a hunter adjacent with new clothing signifying his growth. Unearned growth, mind you, but that's whatever at this point. The team has found a wyvern egg that has recently hatched. Urkveld's will to live has led to a new generation of the monster rising from extinction. Artificial life giving birth to natural life is quite the news, and we will see where that leads in high rank. Low rank in Wilds is brutal for this. It feels as though everything here was just the game holding your hand and walking you through incredibly easy content to teach you more and more about what you theoretically can do and where you can explore. It's an around 10-hour tutorial segment at best. You spend 10 hours having the game guide you before they finally say, okay, go out and do your own thing with high rank.
Some games are less than 10 hours. Some games are less than 10 hours. Imagine a game holding your hand for 10 hours. A lot of people are just going to drop the game. A lot of vets. I say a lot of these glazers, the only reason they still play the games after the 10 hours is because they're coping on post-game content. It's literally it. It's the only reason they cope, that the post-game content, the expansion, all of it will make it worth it. Why do you think? Do you remember World? Remember World? Going back to World. A lot of the new fans, when Rise came out, they were pissed. They were like, Capcom, why didn't you just make a new expansion for Monster Hunter Iceborne? Make it Fireborne. Make some new content here. Why are we starting again? Just come out with more content for the same game. Because they're brainwashed into thinking they need to keep preparing for the next content, for the next release, for the next challenge. But that's not how Monster Hunter was. It's not how the games came out. But the shift has changed. So the people, the mindsets of the games have changed as well. So it's so disjointed. It is so disjointed. So we're at the point where people play through a game. They'll play 10 hours in low rank. They'll play 20 hours for high rank. They'll sit and grind post-game. That doesn't matter. For post-game, which is going to be dead ass easy anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, but that's the way they are engineered now. It's just how it is. It's just how it is.
Luckily, while the story may have kept us locked down for an extended period of time, High Rank looks to continue providing plot points, but in a more freeform aspect you may be used to in older generations of Monster Hunter games. With Low Rank completed, our Hunter rank unlocks, and that grind to raise it up will be what allows us to see new content on our own terms. With Guardian Arkveld and Zosia defeated, things seem to have—
Bear in mind, the mechanic of making low rank harder with different levels of monsters didn't exist. In low rank, at least at the time, I don't know about now, there is no difficulty changes in monsters. So if you wanted a hard experience for old gen players, you didn't have that. An easy fix Capcom could have had, but they just decided to not allow that to be possible, even though the mechanic exists in the game. They don't think about what's available to them. They don't even do it. They don't. They just throw it at you and want you to accept it and just grind through it, because post game is going to be so great. Well, I gave up post game. I'm not playing the game anymore. Fuck post game. I don't give a shit. I'm playing other games. I'm playing better games. And they're cheaper games. Why the fuck would I care about your more expensive game? That's dog. I don't care if it's free after the fact. I'm playing new things. I'm not going to come back. Fuck it.
calm down, but that doesn't mean there aren't issues to look into. In my eyes, this is where the real game starts, and we actually get to start
This is where the real game starts. Exactly the problem.
playing. Absurd, I know, but at least we are finally here. The team meets up with Fabius in the Windward Plains base camp, as he has come to visit as an envoy of the guild. Not to—
Low rank should teach you how to play the game. Let's see what Macau says. Low rank should force you at least to upgrade your armor. I mean, every single aspect of the game should have forced you to upgrade your armor. I mean, obviously, low rank is the easiest. So, yeah, in your sentence, it makes sense what you said. But, yeah, it should have forced you. It should have forced you to actually understand mechanics and actually integrate and use the mechanics. It shouldn't be such a breeze that you don't need to think about what you're doing. But that's literally what it is. It's literally what it is. And that's not just for vets. There's new fans who feel the same way. Obviously, some people are bad and some people are good, and it can depend on the person. But as a Monster Hunter staple, just looking at the trajectory of difficulty, go from old gen to 5th gen onwards, the games are so easy in 5th gen onwards, it's ridiculous. They handhold you so much. They've gone so far from what they used to do, from not hand-holding you, not teaching you at all, to hand-holding you to the nth degree. When people don't need to be handheld, people just need to understand how the mechanics work. That is it. And that was the problem with the old games. In the old games, they didn't teach you mechanics. They just want you to understand it from the get-go or shove it into the hunter nodes. That's not how you play a game. That's not how you understand. Yes, you don't need to handhold them, but at least you can teach them certain mechanics. You can teach them about armor skills. You can teach them about upgrades. Fair enough, you can do that. But don't handhold them in difficulty when it comes to monsters, when it comes to finding and tracking and story and all these elements like gathering. Like, don't do that. It just makes it a worse experience. Teach them how to do it and then leave them to it. That is it.
meanwhile has decided to continue assisting Avis unit, which is funny because
How is this game called Monster Hunter Wilds when it's barely the Wilds? It's the least Wilds game there is. You're not in the Wilds. You're basically in a society of people just doing things for you. You're in a care home. This is Monster Hunter care home. This is literally what it is. This is Monster Hunter care home. Quote me on this. All right, that's what we're calling it. Monster Hunter CM. Because that's what it is. That's literally what it is. They're all taking care of you. They're all looking after you. There's some grandma sitting out in the Windward Plains where all the monsters literally die in seconds, and all the NPCs are just doing everything for you because they can. This is not Wilds. Like, Monster Hunter 3U was more wild. Monster Hunter Tri was more wilds than this. Like, what the fuck?
he's almost completely written out of the storyline aside from one plot line surrounding Arkveld. After everything they
Fucking
tried to do
Monster
with this
Hunter Care
kid,
Home.
to sideline him seems crazy to me. Luckily, he at least has some use as the village intermediary where we can access our farm, trading with villagers, and more all in one place. I talked about this earlier. Since everyone is meant to just start investigating the lands now that the Dragon Torch has lost Zosia, the game really opens up in terms of what we are allowed to do. With high rank unlocked, we can now freely hunt anything we want and sort of rework our way back up to being top of the food chain. Although I will say that low rank equipment will get you through a lot, as almost everything is a pushover until the title updates. We'll talk about the progression a bit later, so let's instead focus more on these newer story segments and what they brought to Wild as a whole. One of the first things we do at this point in the storyline is explore areas we've already trudged through for differences after the Dragon Torch was messed with. This is also the first time you run into a high rank monster, and it's a pack of Yan Kukku. Again, you'll barely ever see this mechanic as you play because it is all smoke and mirrors for the game trailers preceding release. After the hunt, high rank environments are unlocked and allow seasons and monsters to shift outside of the storyline. You can even manually rest to change these features at camp. It's really where the game begins to open up, but we'll get there. There's not much to the story within high rank. It's more like a bunch of small branching plot paths to introduce various new features and monsters. Like you start doing side quests and title update missions to unlock Mizutsune, Steve, and Legaia crews as an example. I'm not calling it what they call it in the game. They pronounce it so stupid. Really, this is the point in the game where you go and complete things at your own pace as your hunter rank is raised. At certain hunter rank checkpoints, you'll cap your rank momentarily as you are introduced to a new assignment. Completing every side quest in the game got me to a comfortable HR 85, so I only needed 15 more ranks to access all content the base game fully updated had to offer. Still, just grinding HR for the sake of it, even 15 levels, is probably my least enjoyed experience within Monster Hunter, and that's going all the way back to like 3 Ultimate. I never liked that. HR as a system has its uses, sort of. It's a way to limit the content players can engage with due to difficulty spikes. By forcing the player to clear more content, even grinding aimlessly, the hope is that they will be geared and experienced enough to take on those next challenges. Not that these are challenges in any real capacity, mind you. Not my preferred way of playing the game, but then again, I don't like taking human players along with me anyway. Can't trust randoms. I'm not acting holier than thou by saying this even, because you sure as hell can't trust me out there either. The main plot points to focus on here are running into Arkveld and Zosia again, and the return of the Frenzy virus from MH4. Following that, we get the Gogmazio storyline, which is fairly self-contained. Okay, so Frenzy virus. If you never played Monster Hunter 4, the Frenzy virus was the staple mechanic of that game until the Ultimate Edition added its own key features. The Frenzy virus makes monsters stronger, faster, and more wild, but at the cost of their health pool. So they are actually easier to kill in wilds over normal monsters.
Yep.
We saw a return of aspects of the virus in Sunbreak when Gore and Shigaru Magala joined the roster, but this is a more focused look at the concept. The reason? If you haven't figured it out yet, Wilds looks to be a direct reference / spiritual successor to Monster Hunter 4. Mainly in a few of its returning features.
You're hearing that? This is the spiritual successor to Monster Hunter 4. This is the most Monster Hunter 4 you're gonna get, Delta, in the new gen. Congratulations.
Features and characters. Fabius being the Ace Lancer, Gemma being Little Miss Forge, etc. So the focus on Frenzy is mostly just a callback to the previous games. We even get to fight frenzied monsters and eventually Gore Magala. Even the cutscene where Fabius joins us on the hunt is a direct reference to a scene in Monster Hunter 4 where he and his team get attacked. Later on, we get the return of Ace Gunner, known as Nadia now, and the ultimate monster from 4U, Gogmazios. It's a love letter to that entry in the series specifically, while still trying to do its own thing. However, that means there isn't much to bite into with these concepts. The Frenzy virus has 1, maybe 2 hunts where you need to deal with frenzied monsters before you fight Gore Magala. Then after that, the storyline is basically complete, just a nod and nothing more. It's cool to have Gore Magala in the game, but that's really all it is. Another monster to the roster, and one that was just in Sunbreak, so it doesn't feel all that special. Similarly, the next major plot point—
Wait, what?
And nothing more. It's cool to have Gore Magala in the game, but that's really all it is. Another monster to the roster, and one that was just in Sunbreak, so it doesn't feel all that special.
No, it's not special.
Similarly, the next major plot point is just us finding Arkveld again, pretty much out of nowhere it feels like. It's not a Guardian this time around, but it still needs to be put down due to its aggressiveness and excess. However, before we even try to hunt it, the hunter and Alma look to Nata for the okay, and he seems surprisingly fine with it. He was so against killing the Guardian Arkveld, and that never really felt like it got resolved in my eyes. Then he was so happy to see the species manage to survive through sheer will. Now you're okay with hunting the new fresh one that just hatched? Just feels like it's their way of tying up this storyline hastily with a, okay, he's cool with hunting anything now as long as someone gives him a reason. Really weird. That's pretty much the end of Nata's storyline for the rest of the base game. Additionally, this was the end of high rank before updates. Yeah, low rank had Zosia and high rank had Arkveld. Again, seriously? There's no build up to the storyline, no new boss fight to look out for. Even after killing Arkveld, there's no further epilogue scenes, just one moment of dialogue with the hunter, Alma, and Nata. And then the game is over. You're done all there is to do. It's so abrupt I felt like I had whiplash. I remember asking others if they felt the same, and one of my buddies was as shocked as I was. How is this the end? Why even release this if the game isn't finished yet? Why did I buy a game that was marketed as being complete if it wasn't? Look, I'm not completely against the concept of periodic DLC updates, but come on, man. I have this game that should be a full experience before the updates, and it feels like it's over halfway through. You can't tell me you don't feel that. No Mizu, no Steve, no Laggy, no Zosia fight after the first, no Gogmazios as the final hunt in high rank, nothing. Not even a second credits roll or anything. It just wasn't finished. It's so obvious. The writing is on the wall. Why do they think they can get away with that? Oh, well, probably because it sold 10 million copies, actually. Okay, that would kind of make sense, I guess. Maybe you shouldn't be so giddy about receiving such a half-baked experience. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Why are you happy? Why are these glazers happy about getting a half-baked experience? Like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Are you dumb? Are you dizzy? Is your life that empty? Don't you know there's other games out there to play? Like, why are you so happy about getting a half-baked game? You should not be happy about that. But I think there's a lot of Monster Hunter fans who just don't play other games. They don't know things exist outside of Monster Hunter. They think it's just this game. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else. Capcom, Hunter, Monster, weapons, upgrades, endgame, and that's it. That's fucking it. There's so much more out there, man. Like, explore the world. Do stuff. Literally touch grass. Like, literally.
It focuses on Gogmazios, and was added in the final big title update before we're going to get the next expansion. At least I'm assuming it's the final one based on their current roadmap. It feels like a culmination of all of the Monster Hunter 4 references up until now, bringing with it not only Gogmazios, but Nadia as well. It's also the only storyline that feels like there's actually anything on the line. Characters like Olivia, Werner, and Fabius all have major roles to play, and Olivia especially gets put into a situation where she would have perished if not for the timely arrival of the Ace Gunner. Having found a new location under Azuz, the team stumble upon the nexus for wyvern milk that pumps the energy wherever it needs to go through the channels known as the Wormways. However, while investigating it, the team stumbles upon a sleeping Gogmazios.
It's kind of said this is why I stopped playing the game till the last update. No, that makes sense. Like, there's no point. There's actually no point. You just get a worse experience playing the game before the game's even finished. Like, what's the point? You might as well just wait until the end. That's how literally Monster Hunter 5th gen onwards. I haven't played Monster Hunter since August, so I haven't played the 3rd update. I haven't played the 4th. I haven't played God Magnios. I haven't seen any of it. I don't plan on it. I'm done with Monster Hunter. It's over. It's over. What are some Nova Bushido certified games? To be honest, in this era, I don't know. So many games just come out broken. It's sad. It's just sad. I don't play too many games these days. Apart from indie games, but even indie games sometimes are disappointing. Like, even when I think about Baldur's Gate 3, which I love Baldur's Gate 3, the game was early access for like 3 years, and then when the game finally did release, it was still broken. Act 1, Act 2 was decent. Act 3 was a mess. It was a mess. So even though that was a great game, it was still broken. I don't know, man. I'm just playing Guild Wars 1 from like 20 years ago, because that game's goated. Like, I'm good. I'm actually good. New games are just dead. The games are always broken. There's always so much DLC. There's always so much paid content. Like, the games barely work. It's a tragedy. There are some indie games that are great, but a lot of the bigger games are just worthless. They're just kind of worthless, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. What else is people saying? Jace said there isn't even anything to do with frenzy crystals in the game up to this date. Exactly, Jace, because it doesn't matter. Like, it honestly doesn't matter. They just added Gor Magala just to glaze for you and to use it as propaganda to get people interested in playing Monster Hunter. I guess it's not propaganda, it's just marketing ways to get people interested in playing Monster Hunter. Old gen people to get hyped to come back to play. New gen people who never played Rise but played World to get them to play Wilds. Like, it's literally the playbook verbatim. Why do you think Mizu came back? It's the same reason. People who didn't play Rise come play Wilds if you played World. Laggy, you know, similar playbook but a bit different. You know, it hasn't been back for a long time, but I think Laggy should have stayed in a game with Underwater and not come into this game. I think Laggy's kind of garbage in this game, but it is what it is. Yeah. Let's continue. But what, we're an hour 32. We still got an hour 15, guys. We can get through this. Come on.
A Black Elder Dragon, and one of the bigger ones the games have seen, Gogmazios terrorized players in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate.
Yo, starting up the video again to hear this guy say a Black Elder Dragon. I'm like, black? Like, what? What are you saying about black? Like, gave me a scare. But then, yeah, Elder Dragon. Yeah, it makes sense. I forgot about that.
And now returns in Wilds. Elder Dragons are dangerous, sure, but some are more terrifying than others. Iceborne put a great amount of effort into emphasizing how dangerous a Fatalis is supposed to be, and the fight really lived up to that legend in my eyes. Similarly, they try to do the same here, although I find the fight itself falls flat in that regard. Regardless, the fact that there is a Gogmazios here is enough to cause everyone to panic. You can't just leave it alone due to the terrifyingly destructive power it wields. So a plan needs to be made, and it will include the help.
If you enjoy it, Jam Rock, that's fine. Like, you can enjoy it. You can enjoy it, man. Nova has never beaten, Nova has never been savaged by Omega. No, fuck it. I don't care about Omega. I'm not gonna play the game. Like, I'm good. I'm fine, man.
Of every unit in the Forbidden Lands. What follows is a brief set of conversations discussing preparation, along with Werner mentioning that he knows Nadia, although he is dismayed at her arrival due to being scared or uncomfortable around her. She's just that intimidating. I really enjoyed how terrifying they made this sleeping beast seem, and it's true, Gogmazios is something that requires even more planning and effort than Zosia. Fabius feels the need to call in Nadia because she, along himself, are some of the only hunters who have experience against one. There's hints here and there that some of the other hunters do as well, including one guy, Griffin, who seems to be the voice actor for Ogden in the new Stories game. There hasn't really been such a feeling of all types of hunters coming together in such a large group since the Fatalis storyline in World. It's such a breath of fresh air to see other hunters actively.
I think I bought like 5 games my life on release day. Feels good not being an unpaid beta test. That's the problem. Like, it's just I'm telling you guys, like I said, as a dev, it's just how it is. And mobile devs, we do it worse than everyone else. Like, I don't make mobile games, but I make mobile apps. Like, mobile apps particularly are built so updates will come later. It's literally it. Like, it's just how it's done. And that has seeped into PC and console games in general, video games, where, yeah, the game on release isn't the finished product. It's not meant to be the finished product. They will utilize the fact that they can do updates later and make things faster so they can just do what they need to do whenever they can. Like, it's just how it is. Yo, Bell, it's been a minute. 5 games have released. Tell me you're young. I was thinking the same thing. Because back in the day, games were as good on release. They were as good. I'm thinking, let's say before Xbox 360 days, no, Xbox One days. I would say before Xbox One days, games on release were supposed to be good. They were supposed to be, full, on complete when you get them. Unfortunately, it's just not how it is. So this critique isn't just on Capcom. It's on the industry in general. But yeah, it's just the trend. It's just the trend. I mean, it's a sad reality, but it's just how it is. Yo, the Meerkat, it's been a minute. You're right. What other game genres do you play? Well, firstly, I don't play Monster Hunter anymore, just to let you know. But I do like to play indie games. I like RPGs. I like roguelikes. I like action games. I don't play much FPS. I like MMOs. I can play most type of games. I like 4X strategy games. I do like that too. I'm a fan. Yeah, I like a lot of games. I probably should stop drinking. My head's feeling a bit poundy.
Participate.
But we're not finished yet, so I'm not going to stop drinking.
Even in the hunt itself, rather than solely our superhero hunter that can do anything solo. Even the typical support hunters aren't enough, and the hunt will require more than the 3 you can normally have due to how massive the fight is. It's a set-piece fight, and I'll discuss more about what that means when we look into the mechanics properly. Once the hunt is complete, congratulations are in order, but there isn't much fanfare as I would have personally liked. However, you can talk to many of the individuals that participated for some extra dialogue and information/insight, even getting to better know Griffin and Nightmist. Typically, I'd look at the mediocrity of a Monster Hunter storyline and not give it much thought. After all, the games generally do not focus as much on said storyline as they do the gameplay and mechanics. However, as storylines became more of a focus in World and Wilds, we're sort of forced to consider them part of the package. They got away with it before because the story didn't really get in the way of the game. Now, the story looks to prevent you from playing the game at every turn for the first 10 hours or so. With that in mind, was this change of focus worth it? Was the plot so good?
Wait, let's see, Bell said, had brain aneurysm, okay. Been at hospital now, rest for the... Yeah, I'm off work. Damn, Bell, I never knew, man. And here I am just hating on Wilds and just calling the game garbage. Not knowing that you've been going through so much, man. I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm sorry. Damn, man. Maybe if I hated on Wilds earlier and stopped you from playing, your brain would be pretty good. It would be in a good state. My bad. I sold you on the dream that Wilds was a good game. You played it and then it hurt you personally. That's rough, man. You know what? I would probably sue Capcom. Don't sue me. It's not my fault. I didn't make the game. I'm also suffering from brain damage from playing Wilds. It is a true fact. Yeah, but yeah.
But it justified interrupting me from the game itself. Not even close. The game's focus on showing off its large environments and the villages surrounding it ends up detracting from them by stopping you every step of the way. With how the storyline is presented, we also see more gray and gloom with each new location before we get to see what they look like with some actual sunlight, leading to bad, elongated first impressions of how the game should look at its best. The overarching storyline of exploring and investigating feels more like a tour than anything else, with no—
Wait. Yeah, being quiet. Just build a new PC, bro. Do you know how expensive it is to build a new PC? Are you rich? I know you're off in Iceland, but like, bro, like, it's expensive. What the fuck? Yeah, Wilds called me almost to die, bro. It's not easy, man. Like, I'm suffering right here. But Wilds is doing damage to me. It's permanent. It is permanent. I can barely speak right now. Holy shit.
real stakes due to the hunter being so powerful that they can—
Thanks, Nova. No, sorry, couldn't not come to London in February. Was in ICU. Damn, man. Yeah, I remember you said you might come to London. No, it's fine, man. Honestly, you've been through a lot. I've never had to go through that, honestly. So I'm sorry. We're here for you, man. Honestly, if you ever want to message me on Discord, even though I don't make content anymore, regardless, if people at me on Discord or send me private messages, you can ask the guys. I'll reply. So if you ever need anyone to talk to, just send me a message, man. Delta said Monster Hunter used to be my favorite game series, by the way. Yeah, no, I get that. Bell says I have adult money. I mean, even if you have adult money, please, Bell, it's expensive out here. Have you seen the RAM prices? All right, crazy. Sure, maybe play Guild Wars or I don't play Monster anymore, so I'm not playing GU. But if you want to play Guild Wars, I've been playing a lot of Guild Wars 1. They've been doing updates. I'm loving it. If you want to play Guild Wars 2, I guess I could jump on. It's been a minute, but yeah, I'll do it.
Handle any task thrown at them. Through this, the decision to watch Nata's growth gets invalidated since, while he does grow, we often don't get to see why, considering it is the hunter that makes all of the decisions for Nata in the game. High-rank plots, on the other hand, are—
See, all this Nata stuff, I don't really care about. I mean, I don't really like him, but it's not like a deep aspect in his involvement in the story, to be honest, to me. But I'm here to listen.
More short and sweet. They still suffer from prolonged walking segments from time to time, but these are definitely more spread out than you were used to from a low rank. And with these title updates bringing stronger monsters, they tried to make the stakes feel at least a little more dire. Well, with Gogmazios anyway. The rest of them are all pretty tame. You know where they'd probably be better off? Developing deep and engaging stories.
Ah, yes, I remember. One of my friends, it was similar. He's from Denmark and he was off for like a year. And in Scandinavia, when you guys are off, your government pays you like crazy still. So yeah, he was just using his money just to play games, honestly, because he had also had an issue. But yeah, look after yourself, man. Yeah, enjoy your PC.
Probably the game called Monster Hunter Stories.
And if you want to send me a 5090 on your Icelandic money, if you want to send it my way, why not?
Which has leaps and bounds better plot points than any mainline game could ever dream of. I just don't understand the shift in focus. Is it meant to appeal to a wider audience? Do they value the storyline more now than they did in the past? What is it exactly that made them decide to do this? Whatever it isn't working out at the moment, at least not for me.
I already told you why they're focusing the story is to build it more on wider audience. Story is like one of the main ways to sell a game to the wider audience. It makes it seem like it's compelling, something's going on. It's easier to market. That's literally why they focus on story and highlight it. But it's just a weird thing that, playing story in multiplayer is infinitely worse in this game than Rise. They learned their lessons in Rise going from World, but they decided to go back to World. And it's such a weird way of developing your game. You're going backwards. Like, why are you doing this?
I want my Monster Hunter game to let me hunt. And I mean hunt, not just fight. I want to find and encounter new monsters on my own accord throughout the game's progression. That's a big part of where the charm and whimsy lie. going through the game at your own speed, on your own path, and then unlocking new content once you've done enough of something at a lower rank. Key quests were so good for this. They allowed you to fight specific monsters to unlock new content, but you could do it in any order you wanted to and at any point. I miss that a lot, and I think the only reason we see this new assignment-based system is because they needed to change how the system works due to the greater focus on storyline in World and Wilds. And frankly, I think that blows. Let's talk a bit more about progression specific.
Look, Delta, do you see how much shade he's thrown in World in this review? It's literally what I've been telling you on Discord. World is where it started. It's fully where it started. Even though you love the game, regardless of the fact, World is where all the downfalls of Monster Hunter started, and it just seeped into the rest of the series since then. Most of the issues you have with Wilds repeat themselves in World, but people allow it because they enjoy the combat. It's close enough to Ogen to allow them to accept it. That is the difference. That is the difference. While Wilds, they push a bit further across in the realms of experimental and push more away from maybe some affects that you care about. It's in the same vein, they do similar things. But the World fans will accept it. But I'm telling you, this started with World, and it's just been a continuous journey. You can see it throughout this review. He said it so many times: World and Wilds, World and Wilds. He doesn't say Rise and Wilds. The only thing you can say Rise and Wilds is the Palamute and the Sacred. That's literally it. Apart from that, World and Wilds. That's verbatim.
And what that looks like within Wilds. Like I mentioned, previous games in the series would offer you an assortment of unique quests per star rank. Some of the quests in this pool would be key quests. Completing all key quests, or some depending on the game, would unlock an urgent quest. Completing the urgent would raise your star rank and eventually bring you into high rank.
I'm telling you, this world would be a better place if people stop coping and just accept reality. But people cope so much because they want to hold on to the things that allow them to enjoy the next day in this hard to live in world. And I understand that, but coping is just going to make things worse, honestly.
Rank or G rank, depending on what you were working on. World shifted this concept before Rise brought an example of the original back. Wilds would then go on to use what World has established.
It was beginning of change. It needed to change, but it went in the wrong direction on that. Yeah, Bill, I do understand that Monster Hunter did need to change, you're correct. But I think World did go in the wrong direction. It did. 100% it did. I don't care what anyone says, it did. Fair enough, it did need to grow, but it didn't need to change the whole way that we went about hunting and the systems in general. It didn't need that. I don't think so. But maybe if they didn't do that drastic change, the game wouldn't become the phenomenon it is today. So to the Capcom shareholders, possibly it did need to change that much. For the old school fans, it didn't. Both can be true at the same time.
This is due to how the storyline is more heavily tied to the player experience now. All low-ranked assignments are tied to story progression. You will talk to some individuals at base camp, maybe check out a village, and then you will walk through the field and run into new monsters over and over again. It's almost always exactly the same process while trying to make the monster introduction the more unique aspect. Make no mistake though, you are repeating the same sequence of events over and over again, while getting exposition dumped on you in unskippable walking segments. This makes the game feel like an excruciating slog due to all the downtime. I believe it was an hour into the experience before I was allowed to freely hunt. Not that free hunting is even worthwhile in low rank. The notion that it would take so long to give me full control of what I want to do in the game is ridiculous when compared to other entries that require very little in the form of tutorials and guidance. Sometimes they'll have them, but even then they are few and far between, and short at that. Instead, we now have tutorial segments, story beats, cutscenes, walking segments, some sort of eating segment, learning about the village segments, and finally, monster introductions. If we're lucky, we'll get to hunt the monster too, but who knows. In an attempt to make low rank feel more varied, I guess, Wilds introduced a couple new mechanics, namely the packs and alphas. However, all we get is a single alpha Doshaguma that is part of the storyline. Packs of Doshaguma, Hirobami, and I believe Yi and Kutku exist as well, but you will rarely, if ever, interact with them due to selecting quests from your handler. I already complained about this, but I cannot stress enough how much they made it seem like this was going to be a big deal in trailers. You would think every monster had a potential to be in a pack and for those packs to have alphas. Maybe monsters would even have a mixture of pack types, who knows. Looks very cinematic and cool, too bad it's completely dropped after the first time you see it. Well, alphas anyway. They at least try to sprinkle packs in here and there, albeit very rarely. During low rank, most of the excursions are focused on investigating and exploring new lands, usually while the land is in the fallow state.
Delta said, let's see what Bell said. It did. Unfortunately, it went down the western mainstream and remove all depth of the game. Yeah, it did. 100% it did. Make it so much more simpler. I'm not gonna lie, if For You got a world's graphics and marketed with nothing else changed, it wouldn't been just as popular. No, it would have been. Would it have been? Maybe. I don't know. I think people would have struggled with the skill system. I think they would have struggled with the difficulty, but that doesn't matter. Like, it's fine. The problem is, like, FromSoft games are known to be difficult. They're known. So when people pick up a FromSoft game, you know what we're getting into. So it can be difficult brutally from the get-go. Now with Monster Hunter, it can't be. At least now. Like, if they did go to the next game and made it difficult, they couldn't do that because people already expect it to handhold you until post content. So they can't do that. That's just an interesting side rant. But coming back to what you're saying, I'm not too sure if a game like For You with world's graphics would sell as well. I think it would do great, obviously, but I don't know if it would sell as well. It is possible though. Oops. Okay, how long we got? Okay, we still got an hour.
By continuing to hunt, explore, and meet the locals, you'll eventually end up against the area's apex monster, and this will repeat like 4 times, and then again in high rank. Hunts into Uthduna, Raid Dao, New Udra, and Jin Dahad, although you only repelled Jin the first time. Usually progression through these areas will lead to a season of plenty, where the world comes to be more alive and vibrant. There was a lot of focus on this as well in the trailers and previews for the game, mostly due to how drastically certain elements of the land can change. Windward Plains and the Fallow is night and day to the plenty, and while they do start to change more regularly over time later on, it's usually fairly static for the storyline at first. Again, the Fallow is so dreary, and I understand why. It's part of the storyline, to show you the land at its lowest before it resurrects into bountiful resources for all life. However, you get introduced to each area during the Fallow, and for so long, you already have an opinion on what the game looks like before it shows you this was all kind of an illusion. See, our game actually looks good, guys. That's great, man, but I just spent an hour or 2 in hell to get here, and now I have to do that over and over and over again. You spend hours in the most dreary locations you can imagine, and so the pacing of that into a more colorful, sunny experience, showing the potential of the engine, only to go right into the next drab zone, feels too little and too late. Monster Hunter wasn't about the graphics in the past. I wish they would go back to that, but with such a big focus on making these games feel huge and beautiful, there must be a more critical eye placed upon it, because that's where a lot of development resources are going now, instead of into the mechanics. Rarely, if ever, did I see big environmental changes.
100%, and it's not like going into the beauty and the scale of the world makes it a better experience. It doesn't, but it's just what they focus on, and that's not going to change, because a large portion of the new Monster Hunter fan base don't know what Monster Hunter is. They don't understand it. If I talk to Shibs, his idea of Monster Hunter, he doesn't understand it. He sees Monster Hunter Wilds as the same as Monster Hunter For You. He sees it in his mind. Even though he hasn't played For You, he would see it as it's the same. And it's just, the reason I use him because he's one of my friends, I can reference him as a person of a new gen Monster Hunter fan. But most of them, they just don't understand Monster Hunter. They don't. But they don't know they don't understand Monster Hunter. They think they understand Monster Hunter, but they don't. And it's a reality. It is a reality that why they can't focus on those mechanics solely, because if they did, us old school fans would be perfectly fine about it. But the new fans, they would not accept it. They would not accept smaller maps. They would not accept refined skill systems that are a bit more complicated. They would not accept that. They would not. It is a fact. More complicated, but more rewarding. They wouldn't. And the fact that they can say Wilds and Rise and World has the same thought process put into it as the older games and the same core is fraudulent. It's not correct. Bell says, I think one of my biggest problems was false advertisement for Wilds. Pack mechanic was underutilized. So was weather changes and the smooth freedom to hunt on a single biome. All was shit. Yeah, 100%. Definitely the biome one. Like, it's not as free as you expect. Going through the biomes, going to all the different places, it's not that free. It's really not free. the best way to hunt in the game. I mean, you can do it. You can hunt in the biome if you want to, but you're not really going to get good rewards. It's not really rewarding. It's not interesting. The best way to do it is just put investigations and just hunt that way. You get the best rewards. So in the end, who's going to purposely make it longer for themselves? And you can't run between maps so easily and then start hunting wherever. The game isn't built that way. So it's not. It's just false advertising. Correct. It's a way to get people hyped, but it's not actually working in reality.
As while I was out in the field. It does happen, but so little that I think I only noticed maybe one example of differing weather during my full playthrough of the game for this video, and any other time was from me changing things manually using the rest mechanic. Low rank is incredibly linear and slow-paced. You'll fight the same monster in the same order when or if you decide to make a new character. This all leads into your battle with Guardian Arkveld and then Zosia following that. Once we reach high rank, things are a lot better. No longer are you fully tied down to what the storyline wants from you. Instead, now you will see some monsters you haven't even hunted before on the world map. Sure, it's another example of the game completely gutting the tracking element, but at least it lets you know there's some new content for you to engage with. So there's already new things for you to run into and try out in order to raise your hunter rank. Then, as you achieve rank milestones, other hunts and plot threads will become unlocked, such as Gormagala or monsters within the title updates. Even new mechanical features like upgrades to the melting system develop as you achieve higher ranks up to 100. You can go higher than that, of course, up to 999, but it's 100 where everything seems to be fully unlocked for the player. This also introduces bonus rewards with investigations. Certain monsters on the map, such as tempered ones, will sometimes have additional rewards listed on the quest page. You can turn these into investigations so that you can run them a limited number of times before they disappear, sometimes even guaranteeing a gem in the process. The amount of items and parts they throw at you in this game is truly absurd.
I mean, Dragon Age is an interesting one because Dragon Age 1 is peak story writing. It is peak. The combat wasn't that great, but the story writing was fantastic. The second and third Dragon Age, I mean, yeah, the first one, the story is some of the best story you will ever get. It is amazing. The world itself, everything about it, the strategy is great. The problem is with the first one, the combat. The combat is really bad. I'm not even gonna cap. The combat is atrocious in the first one. It's atrocious. It's atrocious. In the second one, they improve on the combat, but they gutter the story. The story doesn't even matter. It's 3 different stories in each arc, and it's really conjointed. They don't really add together. It's just a bit lame, but I like the combat. The third one, I didn't really give it too much of a try, to be honest, because they just changed the whole idea of what the game is at that point. It's no longer a strategy game. It's more of an action game, which I do like action games, but I didn't play Dragon Age for action. I played it for story and for strategy, but there is no strategy in the third Dragon Age game. It's a shame. The Dragon Age 1 was about the strategy, well, story first, definitely about story, characters and decisions, and then strategy. That's what I liked the game for. I loved it. The blight, the whole mechanic around that, amazing. It was so good. It was so good.
Killing Carva Monster, of course. Post-quest rewards, obviously. A part every time you break a wound? Well, that starts to sound like a lot. How about a slew of extra parts and items as a bonus to the hunt as well? Suddenly you are rolling in so many parts you can make anything you want, or you'd think so, but Capcom devised a way to work around it.
Did they update how frenzied monsters look in the quest screen? Because the way that it's glowing, is it Narcilla? Yeah, the way that Narcilla is glowing is different than how it used to for frenzied monsters back in the base game. That's interesting.
They want you to feel like you were swimming in parts, but many pieces of equipment now rely on a ticket system on top of the part costs due to...
Let me see what you guys have to say apart from that. This is my thing too. WoW sucks as a monster in the game, but it's not even a good game. It's mid at best. I don't know. I think it can probably be seen as a good game, maybe, if it came out properly released in the first place, but I don't know. I actually don't know how to answer that, but it's definitely a bad Monster Hunter game. Bad. Guaranteed gem is such a sin. It's not even funny. Yeah, it's such a bad decision, honestly. It's really weird. Second only to Final Fantasy 9 and maybe Oblivion. That's cool. Yo, with. No, that glow is from the Omega quest line. Okay, I've never I haven't played the game after the talisman update, so I don't know anything about Omega. I don't know a single thing.
Expect. You gain tickets or certificates or whatever for specific monsters, but almost all higher end gear starts to require hunter symbols of some kind, usually from hunting tempered monsters or higher rank monsters. I
haven't even watched the video, not even the trailer for Omega. After I made that video, my last video, I think it was on August the 31st. After that, I didn't look at a single piece of Monster Hunter content. I didn't upload anything, haven't looked at anything on X, on YouTube, deleted the game, uninstalled. I was like, I'm good. I'm off. I can do other stuff. I'm fine.
It's mostly tempered. Now, tickets and certificates have been around for some time, but needing to earn hunter symbols for so many pieces of gear make them specifically a huge bottleneck. And eventually you will find yourself looking for the easiest way to farm them, rather than farming the monster you actually need the parts for, since it probably flooded you with those parts already. Monster Hunter is about hunting a specific monster for its specific parts to make a specific set of armor, sometimes accented by another monster or some gatherables. To remove that grind by allowing us to gain way too many parts, with some of them being guaranteed in investigations, and making us focus solely on hunter symbols and the like, you remove a key aspect of what the game was about. I don't know, it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I don't appreciate it at all. It should be harder to get the parts I need, and the game should make it so I need less parts to make the gear I want. You know, the old way of doing things. Tempered monsters could offer better weights on item drops in their pool due to the extra challenge. Maybe frenzied monsters could do the same, etc. I should be fighting harder difficulty variants of monsters for better chances at getting the parts I want and maybe some unique parts as well, but not just grind hunter symbols as some sort of universal currency in forging. High rank is by far where the game is at its best due to the level of freedom involved. Even being able to change the time and weather manually is so good for completing side quests that require a specific time of day. Speaking of side quests, I would consider it a decent amount that are offered to you. I've seen some people suggest that optional quests in older games outnumbered side quests in Wilds, and that may be true. Still, there's a number of them here, and that number was enough for me. I mentioned earlier that completing all of them got me to about HR 85 when all content was said and done, meaning I only needed 15 more ranks to unlock everything else. In terms of side quest content, there's nothing really there to wow you. It's just hunts that you've already completed before, usually with 2 monsters instead of 1, or a tempered one. Sometimes these quests are for your Palico so he can try out a new tool, and these act as upgrades for the Palico throughout the game. I found upgrades like this to be a bit more involved in the past, sometimes even requiring you to train an assortment of Palicos so they were better for different situations. Now it just feels like we are checking off a list, fighting another easily hunted monster, and seeing our Palico become more effective, meaning everything moving forward will be easier as well. Other quests are similar to what World offered, with various fishing challenges and the hunt for rare endemic life. Fishing ends with you needing to find a...
Not gonna lie, I envy you for being able to let go so long ago. Took me a lot longer with how everything devolved. It's infuriating. Yeah, man. You know, I'm gonna be real. You know, I spend a lot of time making content, you know, thinking of what I'm gonna write, making scripts, editing, and I just came to a point where I'm like, what's the point in spending all this time editing and writing on this stuff that's just disappointing? It's just a waste of my time. There's so many other things I could be doing in life, you know. There's so many more things. Honestly. And honestly, just to be real to you guys, you know, we're 3 hours, 50 minutes in. Not many people are gonna be reading this or listening to this part. You know, there was a girl I was seeing at the same time, and I was really into her, and that kind of stopped. And I guess it kind of cascaded at the same time where I'm like, you know what? I don't really care. Like, why am I spending so much time on Monster Hunter when I could be spending more time in real life and doing stuff? Like, why should I spend time making content, writing scripts, doing all this stuff on a series that Capcom don't even care about when I could spend more time on myself? Like, it doesn't make sense. It's just a waste of my time. Honestly, that's what I thought. So I stopped making content. It didn't matter to me. I stopped thinking about Monster Hunter. You know, I don't play GU, I don't play Rise, I don't play World, I don't play Wilds. You know, I just leave it alone. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And it was pretty good. Honestly, it was pretty good. I didn't have to think about complaining. I didn't have to think about anything. I can just kind of reevaluate on my life, you know, just kind of chill, you know. Yeah. It was nice to step away. Yeah, man. Yeah. Riff said, so Nova, if you don't want to interact with Wilds again, why did you decide to stream reacting to the review? Because these bots on Discord kept hammering at me for the last couple months saying, Nova, you need to do this, you need to do that. So I was like, fine. Eventually, I was planning on doing a video to say why I don't talk about my son anymore. And I figured, you know what, I can use this as a situation to explain it, also stream it for these guys, because they've been asking for me to do something for so long. So it's like a 2-in-1. I was planning on just doing one video and saying it's over. Like, I'm not interested anymore. At least for now, it's not interested in me. I'm not interested in it. But these guys on Discord, they keep talking to me about my son. I just don't care. I kept telling them I don't care, but they keep messaging me about it. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. I've already come to terms with, sorry guys, my bad. I've already come to terms with how I feel about the series, and like a lot of, you know, making content about Rise was very frustrating. I'm gonna be honest, because I like Rise, I do, but I see the faults, and I would talk about the faults, but then I would also see everyone else complain about it. But I was frustrated. I'm like, why is Capcom doing these things that I don't like, even though I do like the game? You know, and then seeing them do the same thing as Sunbreak, seeing them do, well, not same thing or similar, with only 17 monsters on release, and then focusing on post content to make the game feel more full. Seeing them do the same thing with Wilds, it just made me feel like, you know what, like 5th gen onwards, it's just off. Like, it doesn't feel right. I just have to accept it, regardless of the fact that I enjoyed what Rise at the start, and regardless of the fact that I enjoyed Wilds when I was going through it. If you see my content, I was excited. I was playing the game. I made reviews. I streamed it so much. Regardless of that fact, I have to come to the conclusion and admit to myself that I'm not happy with 5th gen onwards, and that's fine. That is completely fine. Completely fine, you know? And I don't need to spend so many hours making content about it when I could just, you know, do my job instead and just work on other projects, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Whopper, which introduces you to an entirely new extra fishing mechanic right at the end of the quest line, and it was so unbelievably frustrating to get it to work properly, or even find the whoppers to begin with. I generally dislike fishing minigames in anything I play though, so take how I feel about it with a grain of salt. Fishing and endemic life searching are not very special, especially since you don't have a player home to display anything in. You have a collection, but that's about it. Also, I don't know why I'm thinking of this now, but in one of my world videos, I mentioned that Iceborne didn't let you see captured monsters in base, but that was wrong on my part. However, Wilds definitely doesn't do this, as the monsters stay captured in the field before eventually running off or disappearing. Everything unique and cool that World seemed to try and add as a means of adding flavor and whimsy to the game was removed in Wilds for some reason. How is it that World, Monster Hunter World, feels like it has more charm than this game of all things? They also introduce a weird set of side quests where you escort Werner and Gemma out into the...
Yeah, bro, thanks for saying that, man. I do appreciate it. Yeah. I'll just do what makes me happy. And what makes me happy right now is drinking Bailey and shitting on Monster Hunter Wilds. It's kind of making me happy right now. So I'm going to continue that for the next hour or so. Because we still got quite a bit left, honestly. Oh, shit. Yeah, we still got so much left. Oh, my gosh. This is going to take forever.
Field and have them use some sort of contraption to help you in the hunt. This unlocks the mechanic for them randomly showing up in the field during normal hunts, but I never saw them show when it mattered and never felt it necessary.
Look, guys, if you ever want to just keep up with me, you know, I'm on Discord. Just you can message me on Discord. I'll always reply. I'm always there. Mostly.
To utilize it. If anything, it would probably just slow me down the same way it did when I tried it in the side quest itself. They even had a Fashion Hunter side quest, which had to have been from the influence of the concept within the fandom. By layering your armor with the specific items Gemma asks for, you'll unlock a Carabineer's top from Monster Hunter 4, further showing that Gemma is Little Miss Forge. Even her Yan Kutku plushie is a tell as it belonged to Guildmarm previously. It was a cool concept, but a one-off quest, and I think it could have been cool to make it like a weekly bounty or something. Listen, I'm not a fan of the dailies or weeklies in Monster Hunter, but if you're going to introduce something like Fashion Hunter rewards, maybe make it a recurring thing in the game where you already kind of have these things. That way players have an excuse to unlock armor they typically wouldn't.
Yo, Jace, you know about 43? Let's go. My friends love 43. I'm gonna send that under this on my I gotta send that on my group chat. I gotta send that on my group chat. Yo, Yuka, it's been a minute. Yo, all of these oldies are coming through. It kind of feels pretty cool, can't lie.
In order to have some big payoff, you know, maybe just make it like a quest line. Be kind of cool. Back to milestones, these are mostly used for reaching Gore Magala and Arkfeld in high rank, but they do eventually get used as requirements for Mizu, Steve, and Laggy. However, for whatever reason, some of these have side quest prerequisites as well. I couldn't figure out why I couldn't start the Logaya Crew's quest line after reaching the proper...
Yo, Jace, I'll let you know... Oops. I keep hitting my mic. I'll let you know how 43 came about. So, me and my friends, we went to play a mini golf one time. There was 4 of us. And we went to play. And before each game, we decided to take a shot. And we had a couple shots. I think we had tequila, we had something else. And then on the 3rd game, because we had 3 games... I asked them, you know, what have you got? And she said, we got something called 43. And I was like, yeah, let's try it. And then we took it. And then as soon as we had it, all of us looked at each other and said, yo, this drink is sick. What the fuck? What's it called? And she said 43. So now every time we have an event, we have a bottle of 43 and we go 43. It's so funny. Yeah, man. Oh, man. Oh, good memories. Thanks, Jace. I appreciate you saying. Bring it up.
Rank, and it was because I hadn't completed a side quest that I didn't know I was supposed to. I feel like that was probably mentioned online somewhere, but I don't remember seeing it mentioned in the game. Maybe if you check the news bulletin, but I just imagine someone not completing side quests and never realizing Laggy is even in the game because of that. Seems off to tie update monsters to quests like that. Namely because they distinguish an update plotline with a blue exclamation mark. If the side quest shows a similar sort of icon to let me know it's a prerequisite, that'd be one thing, but I don't remember seeing anything like that. If I did miss something like that, be sure to let me know and I'll correct it in the description when possible. What about the core gameplay loop that we have come to expect within the game? You know, the real bread and butter of what makes a Monster Hunter game, hunting and exploration. Hunts are broken up into 2 major categories. You have assignments, which are part of the main storyline and are completed once, and then optional quests, which can be repeated multiple times. And generally, by hunting a monster once, you unlock the ability to run its optional. Pretty basic stuff, but this is the foundation of the modern Monster Hunter experience.
Yep, makes sense.
I don't completely dislike the linearity of the assignment model, or rather, I understand it due to its necessity. It has to be this way for the story they want to tell and how they want to tell it. I just think the story should be better to make up for it instead of falling so horribly flat. And while I don't hate it, I still prefer the more freeform model with key quests. I'm repeating myself, but assignments always start with a dialogue, maybe a cutscene, and then an unskippable walking segment. From there, you find the monster, hunt it, and then move on to the next one. It's long, draining, and doesn't hook you enough to make it worthwhile. In no reality would I rather be listening to Eric yap about the ecology of the Scarlet Forest than I would be hunting a monster. Tracking, as mentioned, has been removed completely. Unless it's part of the storyline, you will always know where the monster is and the most optimal path to get there, since scout flies are designed to just guide you now.
That's true.
Even if a monster moves, you'll know where it's going to end up thanks to a cross mark on your map. We'll talk about the monsters in more detail a bit later, but the entirety of your hunt is going to be running directly to the monster.
Exploration blow. We haven't had exploration in these games in 5 years. Yeah, no, I guess so. I mean, what is exploration in Monster Hunter anyway? I guess. I suppose, yeah, World did probably exploration to the best, given the scale of the maps, and then also the fact that there was scout flies, and also the fact there was 3 monsters on the map at the same time, and the Z-axis being the way it is, you know. So yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Delta. I suppose going to Rise, exploration has dipped, and Wilds even more, because no one really knows what maps are, because everyone just does auto run to the monsters. They don't actually know how to get from A to Z. Like, we're just built different now, honestly.
And beginning to slaughter it as fast as possible. Want to gather on the way? Sure, but you probably barely need to. At some point, I felt as though auras and other gatherables were simply unnecessary within the mid to late game. Call me old-fashioned, but I think gathering should be a core part of the experience throughout the entirety of said experience. Part of what makes Monster Hunter is the gathering of materials and monster parts, and the former sort of gets thrown at the wayside as hunter symbols and the like become more of the focus.
See, that's the problem though. Like I was alluding to earlier, to a lot of the new Monster Hunter fans, mining and gathering isn't a part of the Monster Hunter experience. That is the fluff. To them, that is the fluff. They don't understand what the fluff is. They get convoluted and misconstrued what fluff actually is with actually what Monster Hunter is. And it's kind of sad, but it's why the game is the way it is.
Or you just get so many gatherables borderline passively that you'll never need to worry about it. Even worse, most of the items you can gather can be grabbed while mobile on the Sacred by utilizing your slinger. It's completely streamlined to the point it's basically non-existent. I'm so tired of people asking questions like, do you really miss hot and cold drinks? Do you really miss how slow and methodical everything is? Yes. Yeah. Because the game was strictly designed around that for years and years, and then you had a huge generational shift to sell more copies. I think I said this already, but I understand everything changes. Guess what? Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate is not the same as Freedom Unite. Whoa. They have multiple changes between the two of them, and yet somehow I don't have these same types of gripes. That's because there's a limit. There's a limit to what you can take out and change before the game you were playing is no longer the game you played before. If I go from Freedom Unite to 3 Ultimate, those still feel in majority like the same experience. If I go from 3 Ultimate to 4 Ultimate, it's the same thing. If I go from 4 Ultimate to World, suddenly there's so much missing. That's what it is. You can call it streamlining, you can call it quality of life, but what it really is the removal of features. And sure, maybe you think they are
100%.
tedious, maybe you don't want the limited whetstones and the like, and I understand that. As a game, it's still great, and it still plays and sells super well, but I like the tedium. I like methodical and slow gameplay. That's what Monster Hunter has offered for the majority of its entries. So when you take all of that out, more and more with each release, you get something that doesn't feel like Monster Hunter at all. Even World to Wild, you can feel this to a surprising extent. So with that in mind, there isn't really any reason to explore unless you want to hunt endemic life or fish. Campsites you'll generally find naturally just by hunting anyway, and you can only have so many set up at a time, so finding them all doesn't even feel encouraged anymore. Hunts no longer promote the exploration or tracking element. Now all it is a straight shot to a lullaby arena, and then you beat its ass so hard that it dies before it even gets to escape to the next area of the map. It's easier than it's ever been to reach a monster. You can travel by Sacred, you can fast travel, and then you just wail on the thing, blowing up its wounds and preventing it from doing anything for the majority of the fight. Don't forget we have focus attacks now that are primarily used, with no real downside other than slowing you down, to just blow up multiple wounds at once for huge payoffs. So now you can deal high damage and raise your spirit level or relevant charge for other weapons probably. You can also make the monster flinch or just straight up topple them depending. Some weapons have offset attacks now, you have power clashes for weapons that can guard, and most monsters continue to lag behind you in terms of speed. Cooking can be done anywhere, at any time. You can SOS in hunters at any point, and even use powerful support hunters. You can mount monsters and open wounds all over their body before performing a powerful finishing attack that causes them to fall over, as if that mechanic wasn't already broken back in Monster Hunter 4. Everything looks cooler than ever, and nothing has ever mattered less. It's all just so much. There's so much there for the hunter and so little for the monster. You didn't bring any traps? Why not go back and grab some? Better yet, use one of the 20 natural traps marked all over the map that are all conveniently surrounding you. Throw some ivy on a monster or drop one of the several floating boulders on it. Whatever, you don't even need that weapon. Just sling anything and everything around you until the monster dies. Having a hard time navigating the more convoluted and dense aspects of the map? Don't worry, we don't need to fix the level design of the map itself. We'll just give you a magical bug GPS to tell you exactly where to go for anything and everything. Why does this game play itself? Speaking of, I do appreciate the more open areas of the map. There was a great I had in World, and many of the maps felt difficult to get around. 100%. While that is less the case for Wild, there are still several locations that felt overly difficult to navigate. Probably more of a skill issue on my part at this point though, as I was trying to reach specific sections of the Oil Well Basin in order to do some side content and was having...
I mean, I guess we also need to bear in mind that Super Rad never... He doesn't claim to be a good actual hunter, and from the footage we've seen of him, I don't think he's like a great hunter in general. So bear that in mind, that he, you know, when he talks about having issues with certain stuff. But 100% he's correct on a lot of the things he says when it comes to the streamlining and slowly taking out mechanics bit by bit in each game. It's literally not Monster Hunter in the same way people enjoyed Monster Hunter. And people can still new fans can enjoy Monster Hunter, that's fine. And old fans can still enjoy Monster Hunter now if they want to, that's fine. But that can't erase the fact that to people like me, new gen Monster Hunter isn't Monster Hunter as I enjoy it. It's just not it. Okay? It's not it. And it's a sad tragedy, but it's also reality. And I've accepted that. Which is why I've basically moved on from that. I'm not gonna cope on the fact anymore and try to justify it. It is what it is. You know, and it's okay. It's okay. Monster Hunter isn't for me anymore. You know, I enjoyed Try, Free You, For You, Generations Ultimate, and I did enjoy World and Rise to some extent, and I enjoyed Wilds as well. I did, but I don't enjoy 5th gen onwards to any degree as much as I enjoyed 4th and 3rd gen, and that is fine. It is fine. I'm disappearing from the series. I'm moving away from it. It's okay. It's not for me anymore. It's for new fans, and that's alright. I mean, it's sad. Maybe to some people it's not alright, but you know, to me it's okay. It's a part of life, and I gotta accept it. But I can also flamboss and take, you know, shit on Capcom for the fact that they've made certain decisions. I can also do that, and it's okay. Yuka said, "Yeah, he is okay. Not bad, but not amazing. This is shit. Is not it." And that's the problem, though. The game should invite players regardless of skill level, but ever since World, the series turned into a glorified soulless. No, you're right. But yeah, you know, but it's come on, like honestly, Jace, like World, Iceborne, Rise, Sunbreak, Wilds. Like by now, the writing is on the wall of where the direction they want to go with the series. They want to streamline things more. They want to make the game more easier. They want to focus on content and difficulty only in post game, and they want to release broken games so they can get out games earlier to people. It's just what they want to do. It's the way, it's the trajectory, and regardless of what we think it should be, we don't make the games. We don't. We can complain about it. I made videos about it. I've talked about the problems I had with Wilds, but is that going to shift things? I don't know. Maybe not. It's the most you can do. In the end, we don't make the decisions. Now, I remembered one thing I wanted to talk about that Super Rad talked about earlier when he talked about early access games and so on. Literally, this is the thing I hate about games these days. There's so many early access games, definitely on Steam, but most games are early access. But at least on Steam, you need to say it's early access. But some early access games, they don't sell their games on discounts, which is annoying. And also some early access games, they're early access for years, which is ridiculous. In general, what I'm trying to say is Monster Hunter Wilds is an early access game. It is, because it barely worked and the game wasn't fully complete on launch. It's just a fact that we can see from the way the game was built. It's not like they come out with an early access game and sell it to us on a discount. That's not how it works. They still sell it to us on full price, at full price. So people glazing for paying full price for an early access game is crazy. It's bizarre, but it's the reality of the situation.
Difficulty finding them. The denser, more interconnected areas aren't as few and far between as I think the devs wanted us to believe, though. Windward Plains is fairly open for the most part, but every map after it is still a mess in its own way and seems to get a bit worse as they go. The Ice Shard area has a lot of sacred, specific paths to take in order to navigate properly, and it can sometimes be difficult to tell what ledges you can jump off of and which you can't. Regardless, the complexity of the map hardly matters anymore, as you can just be guided every which way as long as you set a marker. You can either follow this path manually or just have your sacred.
I would say, personally, Wilds was early access until the thing is, the game didn't run well until much later. Would you call that early access? I don't know. I guess it depends on the individual. Maybe title update 2, I would say. 1, fair enough. Yeah, you got the Gathering Hub, you got Zosia's armor and stuff. So I guess you could say Den, but we already know that Legaicus and Sirigios were planned for release due to the files and what people on found out from looking into the files. So I guess in that sense it is an early access because it wasn't complete until at least title update 2. But then you can also look at talismans and adding them back in after not taking them out. Was that really early access? I guess not, because that wasn't something they were planning at the start. So I would personally say the game was early access until title update 2 personally. In content wise, when it comes to actually performing and being a functional game, I would say it was still early access well into at least title update 3, and more than after that on PC when they actually fully started to really work on the performance of the game. Pre-title update 1, we had no Gathering Hub. Yeah, that was crazy, man. That was crazy, and people were glazing that shit. Honestly, what the fuck? What the fuck? Even though I enjoyed the game, I still said that was bullshit. Like I always tried to be 100, even when I enjoyed the game. Like I said, I told what I enjoyed, I said what I enjoyed, and I said what I didn't. Like that was the way I made content. I never glazed fully, I never hated fully, because that's not how I felt. Even when I shat on Palicos. Okay, when I shat on Palicos, I pretty much shat on Palicos through and through, because there's nothing good about Palicos in this game. Okay, when it came to title update 2, I think, or 3, I didn't fully shit on it because there were some things they added which I did enjoy. Yeah.
Auto run for you, further removing control from the player. If you are looking for a little more challenge, maybe some of the field surveys are better for you. Not that they'll add much, but this is generally the means of finding specific tempered monsters to fight outside of optionals that include them. The field surveys are all the currently roaming monsters on the field. Some of these monsters may be unique in different ways, such as being tempered, but the main difference is whether or not they offer you those bonus rewards I mentioned earlier. By paying a set amount of research points, you can turn these into repeatable investigations to use and share multiple times. However, there is a set limit on how many times an investigation can be used, whether you succeed or fail. I think that's nice in a way, but an investigation that guarantees you a gem is still a guaranteed gem at the end of the day and fairly powerful. You may be saying, well, you can't always find a guaranteed gem, right? Sure, but if you do find one that's what, 2 or 3
really?
guaranteed?
What do you mean? What did they do to the
it's rare for you, but there's a lot of people playing the same game as you at the same time, and they can all share their investigations via SOS as well. So that means you can just search up the monster you want and see if any bonus listings have what you're looking for. More often than not, they will. There's very little chance left in the game that is built around the concept. It used to be about optimizing your drop rate as much as possible to give yourself the best possible opportunity at getting the items you needed. Now everything is not just handed to you, but thrown at you excessively over and over again. It's like you want it to be so aggressively easy to get to the end of the game, so you start grinding the true endgame items over and over again, but why would I want that?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like the game, oh, the game literally is built to say, don't play me, just get to the end game. Why do you think they're adding the armor sets? What's the armor set? The guild armor set. There's armor sets that make you super strong, so you don't need to pay attention. You can just go through the game. They just want people to get to the end of the game, because the post game is the game now. The main game isn't the game. The base game isn't the game. Even in the expansion, the base expansion isn't the game. It's the game after that. That is the game. They just want to get people through it. Such a dumb way you're building games. What's the point of making a game then? Like, just come out with the expansion. Just come out with the after the fact. But they're not going to do that because they know that they're not going to get newer fans into that. But that's the whole point. New games in Monster Hunter aren't for the actual fans. They are for trying to get new fans. Apparently the Palico was too aggressive with healing, so now it doesn't. Okay, that kind of sucks. But my problem with the Palico wasn't about its, I guess, its abilities, in the fact like how it uses it in healing and so on. Even though that sounds pretty stupid, my problem was no customization. That was my problem. And it was so stupid because even to this day, I get people commenting in that video and they say, oh, my Palico doesn't heal me. It's not bad. It's the greatest Palico. Well, apart from not healing me, it's great. I don't need to think about it. And a lot of people thought that I was saying that it's ridiculous. It's the worst palico because it's too like it's useless. Like it doesn't do stuff properly. But that's not my problem. My problem with the palico is the customization. There's just so many bots out there. They don't even like watch videos. They just see a title and then decide what the video is about before actually commenting. Like, ugh, idiots, man. Actual idiots. Yo, Jet, what you saying? I'm finally in the stream, but only for a bit. Damn, I got a shield. Yeah, why have you got a shield, man? Oh, yeah, because you're a mod. Yo, that's pretty sick. Didn't people finish low rank just with gathering sets? Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't need to think about your sets anymore. And it's not just Monster Hunter Wilds, it's also World, it's also Rise. Like, I don't give a shit. Old gen, you needed to think. In new gen, you don't really need to think. You don't. You can brute force your way through the game. To different degrees, depending on the game, that is true. But it's a fact. You can do that.
Journey used to be about just trying to see as much as you would like to. Monsters didn't guarantee better drops and updates, while essentially outdating equipment from their predecessors. It was more freeform, and there was more reason to just hunt whatever you felt like, rather than focusing on linearly progressing your gear to the next meta build, or just a build that utilizes the updates mechanics, as it will definitely be better every time. In terms of other content, arena quests were added in an update.
Wait, let me listen to that again, sorry.
From their predecessors. It was more freeform, and there was more reason to just hunt whatever you felt like, rather than focusing on linearly progressing your gear to the next meta build, or just a build that utilizes the updates mechanics, as it will definitely be better every time. In terms of other content, arena quests were added in an update. They're exactly what you expect of them. Clear a hunt in the arena with preset gear as fast as possible to try and get the highest rank. Usually you are rewarded with some sort of currency used in crafting equipment. Event quests return as well, and all arc-tempered monsters can be found here. Some of the quests are fairly unique, like one.
See, instead of like progression and improving on arena quests and those type of mechanics and the rewards you get, now like they just keep it the same. And a lot of the rewards you get in arena quests are skins you already had in previous games. They just add it back in arena quests and they want you to feel like happy about that. Like this is like what I'm talking about. They just focus on so many weird random stuff with story and grand maps, but they don't focus on the actual mechanics that have existed for like a millennia when it comes to Monster Hunter, and then they just give you the same stuff that you've always had in the first place. Like, it's so stupid. It's just ridiculous. Like, I actually can't fathom it. But I guess when you only focus on gathering new fans, you don't really think about your series as a whole. It makes sense when you see it in that lens. Sorry, I'm actually dooming more than I thought I'd be dooming. Holy shit.
One I did where you hunt a bunch of colored slimes, but others not so much. Most event quests offer a specific type of reward, such as extra HRP or armor spheres. The arc-tempered events used to be temporary, but were made permanent in an update. Thank God, because I would have lost my mind at the notion of them disappearing, especially when they offer new gamma sets with their own stat bonuses and the like. We'll talk more about arc-tempered soon, but can you just imagine them adding like a new tier of monster with actual gear that is worthwhile and making it limited? That's insane. I really would have lost my mind. That is the stupidest decision I've ever heard. Finally, challenge and free quests were introduced. Challenge quests are much like an arena and allow 1 or 2 hunters to attempt fighting a monster with a selection of preset equipment. By completing the hunt, your time and performance will earn you unique pendants, and I believe your overall world ranking will also potentially reward you with one as well. However, plenty of players found ways to cheat their times higher than.
Yeah, I complained about that back in Rise. I actually did Delta. This was a long time ago, but I complained about the fact that in Rise they gave all the weapons counters. It really took away what Lance was good at and its main mechanic. A lot of other weapons got counters, but we didn't get anything. It took away what we were and made the game infinitely easier for everyone else, but it didn't really evolve us. And too many counters in every weapon, and easy counters really makes the gameplay a bit brain dead in a lot of ways. And it also leads the mechanics of the games to lead more towards one taps, because you have to add one taps. If people can counter an iframe for your move so easily, the only way to balance your game is that you do so much damage, or you have so much lingering AoE effects that they're gonna get hit if you counter or iframe. That's the only way, honestly. And that's why Monster Hunter now has led into the fact that monsters do so much damage in endgame to make up for the fact that we have so many ways to avoid damage. It's just how it is, and it's sad. And yeah, like Lady Lady Volt says. It's the homogenic blah 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 of weapons. Like where all the weapons are kind of becoming the same in a sense. Like the identity of weapons are so void that one of the big ones is what insect glaive and longsword. People are saying they're very similar now with the way that insect glaive gathers their essences now. Look at greatsword, the way it plays. It doesn't really play as greatsword anymore. It plays more like a lance mixed with a longsword in a sense. Well, a 5th gen longsword, and then you look at things like sword shield. It kind of plays like a mini lance. You know what I'm saying? Like the weapons have kind of been given too much in certain aspects, where now they kind of all do the same thing, just in slightly different ways. You know what I'm saying? It's a shame. Yeah, it's a shame. They should make Monster Hunter game where every weapon can have a good thing, but also balance it out with a bad thing. The thing is, Jet, they're not gonna do that though. Like, who's gonna care about that? Only actual Monster Hunter fans are gonna care about that. But they don't make Monster Hunter for Monster Hunter fans. They make Monster Hunter for potential fans. That's literally what they make it for. So who cares about balance if you're a potential fan? If you're a potential fan, you don't know what Monster Hunter balance is in the first place. So they're never gonna care about that. It's just a fact. By the way, who thought player scaling was a good idea? Bringing friends in a hunt is bad now. Yeah, no, it's a weird thing, isn't it, Yuka? Because I suppose in old gen, playing by yourself is worse online because it's difficult. It's harder. But I guess in the same fact, yes, you're right, that because now it scales, playing by yourself just makes more sense, since you can do all the content by yourself. It makes it harder to play with people, rather than in the old gen, multiplayer quests were scaled for more people, so it was harder to play by yourself and it was better to play with people. But now, like you said, it's actually better technically to play by yourself than with people. So it's a hard one, but you're probably right. The best thing is to not scale it, so it's harder to play by yourself. And if you want it to be easier, play with people. And to be honest, it works because since you have support heroes, NPCs now to help you out. If it does scale for multiplayer, you can just add support people to help you out in that fact. And sorry if I'm talking too much. Yeah, I'm just saying stuff now. Getting rid of village hub split was a mistake. I don't know, Lady Votes. It didn't really work in Rise due to the new formula. It just kind of made it so people had to do the same quest twice in different ways, and they had to go through village solo. I actually don't know what the answer is right now, and to be honest, I don't really care to think about it because I'm not interested in Monster anymore. If I was, I'd try to think about it and make a video on it, but I don't care. But I mean, Capcom obviously struggle with it too because they don't know what they want to do with it. Between games, they keep going back and forth. And obviously in Rise, they still didn't fix it entirely. People didn't like the fact that you had to do village, but then you also had to do guild as well, fighting the same low rank monsters. It kind of feels a bit iffy. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Same reason why negative armor skills no longer exist. I mean, that's just streamlining because there's so many bots out there don't understand how to count, 1 to 10. So negative skills can't be a thing. It just can't. Like, I'm pretty sure, what did they say in America? People's reading skills are like at, I don't know, like a 2-year-old level. I'm pretty sure their math skills are probably like a 1-year-old level. They can't count like 1, 2, 4. I mean 1, 2, 3, 4. Obviously, I did that on purpose. So I'm pretty sure they had to change that for that fact. In America is a big audience of the Monster Hunter community. So yeah, no, it makes sense, I guess. But no, people just need to learn how to count. The problem is with the old systems. Like, people say the old systems are convoluted and you couldn't understand it. The problem is Capcom never tried to explain it. Like, they just throw you into it. I'm pretty damn sure you can have complex systems. You just need to explain why the complex systems are the way they are and how to engage with them. That is literally it. But they don't do that. That's the problem. That is actually the problem. Okay, new gen multiplayer doesn't hold a candle to old gen multiplayer. No, I think you're right. I think old gen multiplayer is definitely better, but I am curious about scaling. I don't know. People complained about Monster Hunter 3U scaling because the monsters were so tanky when you play solo online. And it's true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, no, it's true. Even though I did it, I enjoyed it actually. That was tanky. It was fun for me. But similarly, it made it more impactful to play with people. I guess another thing about convenience now over substance, right? That's the thing about Monster Hunter. It's all about convenience. Substance doesn't matter.
What was possible. I never personally tried out these challenges because they didn't interest me, especially for the reward provided. How do we not have rainbow pigment in this game yet? I mean, in theory, I think this is a really cool inclusion.
Rainbow pigment, yeah, that's a good point.
It's just too bad it can be so easily ruined for others. So the hunting is flashy, don't get me wrong, but mediocre at best. What about the monsters? Well, I'd be disingenuous if I said they didn't look the best they ever have. Don't get me wrong, there's a certain appeal to the simplicity of the older models and textures, but I can at least appreciate the upgrades and complexity on display within Wilds. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you Laggy doesn't look amazing. Gormagala is awe-inspiring, and even Arkveld, a design I'm not a fan of, has enough going on to be worthwhile eye candy. I'm not going to compare the amount of monsters from one game to another. At this point, I think that doesn't really say much about the game itself. Instead, I want to look at what is actually being offered to us overall. Monsters like Chatakabra, Doshagama, Balahara, and Lalabarina, etc. are some of the starting monsters you will run into and make up the earliest of the new additions. In terms of it, I think they fit into the more grounded designs of the previous older Monster Hunter games. While most monsters have aspects that make them unique, such as their element, their moves, etc., they all feel relatively the same in that they are pushovers and always will be. From low rank to high rank, these monsters are designed to be bullied, and I wouldn't be able to point out anything about them that really makes them stand out, aside from Lalabarina, who is both colorful, more eccentric in its movement, and has an area-wide paralysis effect. Wilds really focuses on showing off their new roster before bringing in the returning ones. However, less utilized monsters like Kongalala finally have an updated next-gen entry to be displayed in, and we see that shortly after reaching the second area of the game. So returning monsters are present, but they seem to carefully select ones that weren't as overused as in the past. There's no Rathalos until late into low rank, and even then it's a special version of the series mascot. It's so nice to have Temnocerons featured more in this entry. Yeah. Sure, we got Rachna Kadachi and Rise, but to have Lalabarina and the return of Nursilla, a frenzied Nursilla, and a digital...
Look, I think Rachna Kadaki was a sick monster, honestly. I think people underplay how cool of a design Rise monsters were. I think they were actually really, really good. The problem is with Rise is that the game is too easy. That is literally it. The game is too easy. The monsters are fantastic, but the game's just too easy. Wilds, the game is too easy, and the monsters are bland. Like, they're both losing.
Digital recreation of Nursilla for the Omega event. We're swimming in spiders. And monsters we haven't seen in a while, like Gravios and Nyan Kutku, are finally back once you start high rank. We even have Gypsaros. You know, not one of the most exciting monsters to see return, but one that deserved to be brought back eventually so that they could have their time in the limelight. Plus, they really feel like they fit well within the environment of Wilds, and next to the newer monsters in the roster, feels very cohesive in a way it may not have in a game like Rise. Like I mentioned, you won't be interacting with many optional packs, but through the story you will deal with a pack of Nyan Kutku as well as Hirabami, one of the new monsters in the game that is a floating Leviathan. A lot of people seem to complain about Hirabami, but I don't understand why. I assume it has to do with it floating, but melee weapons can still bring it down to the ground with flash bombs. Even if you run out, you can break the tail multiple times for slinger ammunition that help ground it. Hilariously, it's probably one of the more technical fights in the game that actually requires a little bit of thought. Just a little, though. Both New Udra and Zhu Wu are potentially the most unique enemies in the game and have some of the more deadly follow-up attacks as well. The long back away and wind up for Zhu Wu's devastating charge attack where it bares all of its teeth still gets me, even if it's an incredibly easy fight outside of that. See, the biggest weakness of these guys is that you can sort of get in between some of their tentacles and then just wail away at them. They have some moves to try to prevent this, but I find this usually is the easiest strategy when fighting them and makes it possible to just ignore pretty much anything else about them. Despite that, I'm really happy to have a new design akin to the Nakarkos from Monster Hunter Generations. New Udra is one of the 4...
Wait, let me hear that again.
Despite that, I'm really happy to have a new design akin to the Nakarkos from Monster Hunter Generations.
Yep.
New Udra is one of the 4 apexes in the game and is meant to stand above the rest in terms of design and mechanics. I'd say it succeeds in a way, considering it is one of the more unique designs out there at the moment. However, compared to the other apexes, such as Raidao and Jindahad, you'd think it was small time. Raidao is such an aggressive fight, and one the game really needed early on. A fast and deadly flying wyvern that has a built-in railgun on its head and a crystal shell it can develop on its body for you to break off.
Yeah,
it was such a striking monster that I originally thought it was supposed to be the flagship. I still can't believe we got Arkfeld instead because Raidao is way more iconic to me. And don't even get me started on Jindahad, that has to be one of the best designs in the entire game. It's like a cross between a typical Leviathan and a Gen Moran. Giant in size and deadly with part break mechanics that keep the fight more interesting than just wailing on the same spot over and over again. Even Uthduna has something special like that, with a sort of veil you can break periodically to make it easier at hitting weak points. You can tell a lot of love and care went into the apexes specifically, and Raidao probably offers the greatest challenge in the game until you finally run into Arkfeld. Arkfeld as a fight is definitely one of the better ones. Fast, deadly, and these long-reaching chains that you can break off of its body. What it lacks in color, which is fine, it makes up for in more mechanical complexity, and it is one of the only monsters that can actually keep up with a solo hunter. With a group of 4 though, not a chance. Late into low rank, you will also start running into Guardian monsters, the man-made versions of existing monsters that have been desaturated with glowing white decals all over them like a custom car in Need for Speed Underground. For the most part, they are pushovers like the rest, and some of the Guardians in this game don't even have their normal counterpart. There's Guardian and normal Rathalos, but no normal Ebony Odogaron for some reason. They function very similarly to their regular counterparts, however, their wounds can rapidly heal over time, meaning you need to utilize them ASAP if you want to get the most out of the mechanic. Additionally, they can cause Wilk explosions, form Wilk crystals, and blow up those crystals as well. Guardian monsters can be toppled by destroying enough of these wounds, and they seem to lose their power in the process, forcing them to be exhausted as they don't seem to enter the state normally. Eventually, the monsters need to go find a source of Wilk to absorb so that they can be back in fighting shape. If we're being realistic, you're going to brute force through most of these mechanics because none of them are particularly deadly, and since you can automatically destroy a wound with a focus attack, you'll rarely ever lose out on them through the Guardian's regeneration mechanic. The explosions do add an added element to the fight, but overall they operate so similarly to the originals, I'm not sure why they are here outside of storyline requirements. After the defeat of Zosia, the player will start running into tempered monsters, which are denoted with a purple outline around their icon. Originally in World, tempered monsters were a product of consumed bioenergy, the answer to everything in that game. Now they are veteran monsters that have survived constant struggle, seen with scars around their body. Kind of like deviants in a way. I definitely like this reasoning more. Tempered monsters, while stronger and more resistant than their normal counterparts, even seem to ascend through different star rankings from time to time. You could fight a specific star rank of tempered monster, and then that same monster but at a higher rank made even stronger. The areas where there are scars can be wounded, and these lead to a special blue wound I mentioned earlier, where destroying them guarantees a topple. When the new talisman melding was added in an update, you could get the stones for this by fighting 9-star tempered monsters after HR 100. Other than being more difficult in that they hit harder and may be more difficult to wound, tempered monsters don't offer much to distinguish themselves from their normal counterparts. Maybe better rewards or a better chance of having field survey bonuses, but that's...
I mean, I guess, I don't know what you expect as a difference. I suppose we can see, you know, what they did to them in... That's the problem. Tempered monsters kind of suck. Like, they love tempered monsters so much, but I think hyper monsters are the best, honestly, in the different variation of monsters, because it changes the way they use moves. It changes the way they use projectiles as well. Like, it's so cool. Capcom, they have such a nostalgia boner to keep people, you know, coming back. You know, this is World, this is for you. Oh my gosh, look, this it's free you, it's laggy. Like, they love doing that. But, like, can't you just make your games better? Like, you don't need to just rely on nostalgia to bait people in and then not give them the full experience that they expect from the nostalgia. Like, forget that. For example, Goma Gala, they did that in the same way. Just make your mechanics better. Evolve on them, but not change the whole entire antithesis of your game. Just make what you have better, more interactive, more interesting. But they're not going to do that because that doesn't bring new fans. We're going to keep going back to that because it's true. The whole point of making Monster Hunter now is to make money and to get new fans. So they're going to do whatever they can to prioritize new fans and not their current fans or previous fans. It's not in their mindset, unfortunately. Capcom paid him so much. Who did they pay? More health, way too much. Yeah, some people do say they have a lot of health. the 8th and 10 stars are just a panic edition to try to get people to play more. Yeah, it was. Yeah, they weren't planning on doing that, but no one was playing the game. Like, there was a lot they did to get people to play because no one was playing.
Usually it. When searching for a specific monster using the SOS system, I often check tempered first, as they seem more prone to having big bonuses and guaranteed gems. Additionally, some of these monsters may get tuned through higher tiers to offer slightly adjusted moves or mechanics, although I rarely notice this specific difference if they are present. However, the Arc Tempered state, saved for Arcveld and the 4 Apex monsters, acts as a higher state of being than Tempered, with even higher bonuses, and does seem to offer some new moves to mix things up, or at least uses stronger moves more regularly. These continue to further offer rewards, and most recently they had 10-star versions added at HR 100 that let you earn even better talismans. You can only fight Rey Dao and Uthduna at HR 50, and I don't think you'll notice much of a difference with them in comparison to normal tempered versions outside of the damage bonuses. The other Apexes and Arcveld show up at HR 100, who also have the 10-star versions now. Arc-tempered monsters are way more worthwhile to hunt in my opinion. While they show up in event quests instead of investigations, meaning no bonuses, they offer their own unique gamma sets past the alpha and beta versions. We haven't gone into detail about equipment yet, but these generally offer an important set bonus that can be split between multiple different arc-tempered monsters rather than just a single one. Finally, frenzy monsters mark their return, and I have nothing to really say about them other than that they are pushovers and not worth your time. Meant to be more aggressive and having less HP as an offset, these monsters crumble so easily that there's a new quest to hunt like 5 in a row and it takes no time at all. Frenzy monsters can infect the player as well. If you let the gauge fill, it will apply a debuff where you take more damage, while also preventing healing somewhat. However, by attacking enough, you can overcome the virus and gain an affinity boost. It's meant to be accentuated by Gore Magala equipment, as the set bonus empowers the affinity boost and infects you automatically, leading to a little more risk versus reward gameplay.
Zosia
was something. I don't know if it was just because.
But in some ways, because mechanics have always been that way, doesn't mean you shouldn't improve. So there's a difference about improving and changing and removing. That's the problem. A lot of the mechanics, they're not improving, they're changing. It's not improvement, it's not evolving, it's changing. And that is a problem. They need to think about what they're doing when they decide to evolve or change mechanics.
I hadn't done the fight in some time, but it reminded me a lot of Xeno'jiiva. Just a big, slow monster in an arena with plenty to throw at it. The best part about the fight was the presentation, I suppose, watching the crystallization slowly break off to show the man-made equal
I don't like
dragon weapon
Zosia's
ass
fight
look
really.
underneath. But nothing else about the fight is really that engaging. I guess aside from that one mechanic they need to add to every major fight that I sort of despise. I don't know why they keep doing this, but modern MH loves adding a one-shot AoE ability that you gotta dodge by hiding behind some rock or something. Jin Dahad has this, Safi'jiiva had this, and it's been rearing its ugly head all over in World and Wilds. To be fair, it's sort of the opposite for Zosia, as you need to break a crystal formation to create a safe zone rather than hiding behind it, but it's the same basic concept in theory. They just keep doing this for some reason over and over again. It's like they no longer know how to make large-scale monsters interesting.
No, it's because they want to make MMO lights. That's basically it. That's basically it. Yo, Bango, what you saying? Hey, Nova, last live stream. Yeah, man. You know, fuck Monster. I don't want to talk about Monster anymore. I'm done. So this is the last one, at least as far as I see. Zosia was not available in high rank from the start. Yeah, that was crazy. That was actually crazy. Oh my guys, I can't believe that. I made a video talking about that. I criticized that. They change and add new stuff so many times, yet we already got 3 named Apexes. That's true. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Maybe Zora Magdaros scared them or something, because I think people found that fight very bland and repetitive. They even do it for Omega and Gogmazios, although I think Omega is at least more acceptable for reasons I'll touch on shortly. Just do something else, man. I used to climb all over giant monsters to break weak points and then have these cool head-to-heads against them where I got to hit them with a Dragonator and proof of a hero would play, and I'd still climb all over them. The sense of scale and urgency was so cool all the time, and now it's always the same thing. Oh, we got a giant dragon thing. Better hide behind some rocks while the cool explosion effect goes off because we have no sense of imagination or creativity whatsoever anymore. Cool. What a snooze fest. Title updates brought with it multiple returning monsters and one new one. Mizutsune, Lagaya Cruz, and Steve all saw their return in Monster Hunter Wilds, and this was a long time coming for Laggy in particular. I don't know what it is about Mizutsune, but they seem to love putting it in a lot lately. Feels like Zenogre all over again, not that I'm complaining. While Mizu and Steve both showed up in Rise or Sunbreak during 5th gen, none of the 3 I just listed have had what I would call the world treatment, with all the next gen graphical fixings. Laggy showed up in a tech demo for World, of course, and we've been begging for him to show up ever since. Each monster looks fantastic in Wilds. The textures and details really bring them to life, especially in terms of color with Mizu and Laggy, and complexity with Seregios, as his individual blade scales move around. Mizutsune was the first additional monster to appear in Title Update 1, alongside the ability to hunt Zosia again. If you've hunted Mizu before, it's probably what you would expect overall. However, they did look to offer a bit of an extra challenge by sneaking Soul Seer in there. Near the end of the hunt, Mizu seems to enrage into its deviant Soul Seer form from Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, leading to more aggression, changes to its moveset, and added fire element. This took me off guard the first time around and was a welcome inclusion, as it really felt like it was raising the stakes in the middle of the hunt. It was a great way to reintroduce a monster while giving it a little something extra, which they seem to try to do with Laggy as well. Laggy really was a long time coming, and there was
it's such a butcher to the lore of Zosia. The fact that it has made every Mizu able to turn into Zosia, it's disgusting. Honestly, it's disgusting. I hated it. I'm not a fan. It takes away from Zosia and defense in general. I didn't like the music of Mizu. I think it's garbage. A lot of Mizu's moves miss. I think it's also garbage. It's just a shame. It's just a big shame. I really didn't like it. I really did not like how they went about Mizu. Honestly, didn't like it one little bit. Bango, I know you might be confused about me saying fuck Monster Hunter. I'm just, yeah, after August, I was just over it, man. I'm just over, like, there's no point just keep talking about Wilds when you're not interested. You just disappoint. I'm just disappointed, you know. I gave it a big chance. I tried to be fair, but they just disappointed me time after time. So what's the point making content when you're disappointed? I got better stuff to do in life. Let me just do that. And I just don't have any inclination to want to play Monster anymore. Not the expansion, not the DLC, not the next game. I just honestly don't care. Not even going back to the previous games. I actually don't care. I don't care. Social activation is activated from breaking his head. Yeah, even that is so dumb. Like, what specifically about breaking his head makes it become Zosia? Because apparently he can use flame bubbles because he's the arowana a fish, but then at the same time he doesn't become Zosia until you break his head. Like, how does that make sense in lore? It doesn't make sense for a game to be about ecology. You're not following ecology. You're just adding in random stuff just to pay homage to Zosia. Like, it's so cheap, it's so worthless. And as a GU stan, an old GU stan, I'm not standing GU anymore, but I used to. I can't. It just doesn't sit right with me. The fact that they did that, it doesn't. Right, deviants are some of my favorite things in all the Monster Hunter. I've said it many times. I've made many videos on them because I love them so much, and they butchered it. They butchered it, and they did it again. They did it back in Rise with Apexes, and I said I hate that. I made a video talking about how much I hate Apexes. It pissed me off. And then they did it again with Mizu and Zosia and Wilds. And it's just a tragedy. It's just annoying. It pisses me off, man, honestly. Okay, what else you guys saying? Add Souls like, and it's the fourth horseman. I know 4U's and Y's is Apex is what? The third? Open world live service and Michael Jackson's the horseman of modern gaming. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Oh, and okay, Jay said add Souls like. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people want to be Souls like. That's true. Battle Royale, attraction shooter, hero shooter. Yeah, that is. Yeah, you're right. Like, there's no other game genres you can make anymore. It's impossible. Stories 3 had Zosia, and it has special requirements to make them show up in environments. That's cool. I haven't followed anything about Stories 3. Like I said, I haven't watched a single Monster Hunter video since August. We're only watching this one as a last hurrah because people on Discord have been asking for me to make a return. So here we are.
There's a lot of theories surrounding how they could make the hunt more enjoyable due to Laggy being a predominantly underwater hunt. While you can hunt it on the surface, especially against its ivory subspecies, a big part of what makes the hunt special is the underwater elements present in Monster Hunter Tri and 3U. Well, in the Title Update 2 trailer, we got our answer on how Capcom was planning on handling it, with scenes of laggy underwater and the hunter actively being controlled down there as well. People began to wonder if they were really introducing underwater combat again and solely for a single monster. Unfortunately, no, that's not the case. I mean, it probably was never going to be. It was like more like a fool's dream or whatever that phrase is. Acting more as a callback to Generation 3, Legaia Cruz will spend part of the hunt heading underwater, allowing you to follow him. However, while you can swim here, what you're allowed to do is limited to the slinger, shooting pods at Laggy, latching onto it for a scripted attack, or breaking parts of the environment to have them land on him for big damage. It's simplistic and limited, but the fact that we got anything like this at all and for it to look so good was well beyond what I thought would be possible or within the range of what they were willing to do. It really did feel amazing to be underwater with a Legaia Cruz again after such a long time and brought a lot of memories back for me personally, considering 3 Ultimate is my favorite entry in the series. However, the excitement wears off when you have to repeat the mechanic every single hunt. There are a few caveats, but Legaia Cruz will always make you jump through these mechanical hoops every single time. And with little variety in what you can do down there and where it decides to go underwater, only ever diving at the same place, it gets old very quickly. It got so old that I even got tired of attempting hunts for the parts I needed, which is a real monkey's paw feeling to me. They added my favorite monster and then also added a segment that made me not want to hunt it repeatedly. Kind of amazing how they did that. Eventually, I just ran an event quest where you hunt a Legaia Cruz and a Rathalos in the arena, meaning Laggy has nowhere to go, and I found this way more enjoyable. It was for armor spheres, so I don't think you got as many laggy parts, but it was still better than doing the water segment over and over again. You can't even use your weapons underwater, man. Like, I get why. I understand the work that would need to go into that, but it just ended up feeling like a tease that grew old fast because there was no variety. It's such a shame. I'm still grateful to have him back and to be able to build his set in all of its glory. I just think his underwater segment should have been a chance-based or optional aspect to the hunt, and it would have been borderline perfect. As a surprise, Sergio was also added in Title Update 2 alongside Laggy. I don't have much to say about Sergio specifically, other than I think the presentation and detail of the model are insane and stellar. Really just one of the best looking monsters in the game with one of the best looking sets. They cooked so hard with Gen 4 designs, man. What a time to be alive. Anyway, there's 2 more monsters I want to talk about in a bit more detail that also show up through title updates. Specifically, I want to look at the Final Fantasy XIV collab fight with Omega and the final hunt where you fight Dogmazios. Typically, I'm not a fan of collab hunts. I found the Witcher collab and World against the Leshen to be more annoying than engaging, and I also wasn't a fan of Behemoth or how they tried to incorporate MMO mechanics into it. That being said, so much was added to the Omega collab that I found myself being more wowed than anything else. And with the use of support hunters, I didn't have to rely on players that were carding 3 times in a row to every Omega I tried. That happened like twice to me, man. I'm like scared. I'm scared forever. As a collab, there's multiple plot points to help you along the path and plenty to see that reminds you of 14. I am a regular subscriber to Final Fantasy XIV, although I don't play as much nowadays. Back then, they offered a Rathalos mount. Now I think you get a Sacred mount for defeating Arkveld. Talk about a downgrade. Rather than just providing a new monster for you to hunt, the collab offered a reworked Nursilla as well, with multiple new moves to keep you on your toes. The fight against Omega itself still has the enmity mechanic, where you can force it to target certain players, sort of like a tank in an MMO. This makes it easier for the other players to focus on creating and destroying wounds on Omega's legs, which is necessary to get it out of its enraged state. As a gimmick, they even offer telegraphed AoE attacks that you can dodge. You can sort of tell where you need to stand for other non-telegraphed moves based on the name that gets announced as it's readying it. A real Final Fantasy XIV raiding experience if there ever was one. I hated fighting Omega in 14, man. It was awful. I'm not good at reading in the moment. I already have enough time remembering to reapply my dots. I'm really bad at it. I don't know. Omega was potentially the only fight in the game that took me multiple tries to fully understand, probably because I forgot to use the Pictomancer item to cycle through Pictomancer job moves periodically throughout the fight. These free attacks that are on cooldown could be used sequentially to deal heavy damage to the enemy, which was especially good for wounding the legs and breaking them. Without these, the fight can take way longer than you'd like, especially with support hunters. But it's not just that. The fact of the matter is that Omega is sort of like what you would expect of monsters in the game if they kept up with hunters. It's not just agile, but it can throw so much at you that you have to be very present during the majority of the hunt in order to make sure you don't get rocked by one of the million projectiles coming your way, or its side AoEs that can throw out. I really appreciate it for this. It felt like the most exciting hunt in the game for me out of pretty much any of them, including Laggy. It even has its own instant kill mechanic in the form of a DPS check. I'm a little more forgiving of a DPS check in Monster Hunter when it's a collaboration with a game notorious for them, like a basic feature, but I don't really like them in the game regardless. Still, it's more about defeating a separate Nursilla that spawns, and you can really plan ahead for it by using the environmental objects and having the final level of the Pictomancer attack ready to go, since it's a high damage laser. It was when I was finally able to pass the DPS check by, preparing and learning that I was able to finish the hunt. I usually die to the instant kill mechanic before that happened and then have to enter the final phase with one less cart. To make matters worse, you are actively punished for failing this as Omega's hit zone seems to change and your attacks become less effective in many areas. If you took out the team wipe and just made it punish you that way through upgrades, I think it would have been perfect, and I think that's a better, more varied way of doing something like that for other monsters as well. Overall, the Omega fight felt fast-paced and challenging, and the gimmick mechanics felt less like gimmicks and more like I had to run for my life regularly. If anything, managed to emulate the feeling of dread of a monster having its sights on you in an older Monster Hunter game. It was this hunt's a lot of freedom there, and I imagine
Honestly, there's not much for me to say about Omega and GOG because I haven't fought them. So I'm kind of thinking of skipping that if you guys don't mind.
Figure it out either by yourself or with your fights because they asked that of you, because you were slow and weak and they were big, fast, and strong. Nothing we have now lives up to the Gogmazios we had in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, especially.
Actually, I'll listen to GOG Maximus because I understand it from the old games. Let me see what he has to say about that.
It's also one of those fights where they highly recommend specific weapon elements, those being Fire and Dragon. I wasn't a big fan of that in World with Alatreon, and I don't really like it here. In my mind, elements are a means of giving yourself an edge based on monster knowledge, but are not necessarily make or break. Alatreon changed that, but GOG seems like it would be more lenient. I did the fight with the proper elements though, so I'm not completely sure. But the grand majority of this feels almost scripted, even if it isn't. Additionally, it feels like it's less about hunting the Gogmazios yourself and more about using everything around you. That might seem odd considering the original fight in MH4U, so let's compare the two. Generally speaking, the new fight is broken up into cinematic phases. You fight Gogmazios head-to-head using your weapon, and periodically Fabius will block an incoming attack for no reason. Then you climb up a level and set up a giant railgun that was on Gogmazios' back by charging it using 3 little plugs you gotta carry over, dealing insanely massive damage in the process. Finally, you fight Gogmazios with everyone at the top of the map in what is not really a typical hunt. You will mostly just be riding your Sacred and grabbing the special slinger ammo that shoot a charged laser beam for a large chunk of damage over and over again until Fabius tells you to get behind him, acting as the rock that blocks all damage, while Gogmazios blows up the map. You then rinse and repeat until the fight is over. It looks cool, but there's not a lot of freedom there, and I imagine repeat hunts are just repeating the specific steps over and over, much like how Laggy has to repeat the underwater segment. In the original game, you have a single giant arena to play with Gogmazios in. Within it, tools are made readily available to you at the start, and the Dragonator can periodically be used once it charges. Things like cannonballs and the like can be used as long as you don't run out, and you need to generally set all of this up on your own. No forced cinematic moments giving you the perfect shot to hit him, but instead various opportunities as the hunt flows freely and naturally. It feels way more satisfying to land a Dragonator knowing how easy it could be to miss, and how much time you'll lose waiting for the next one. It feels great figuring out how to use your limited resources as best you can, and then planning out ballista binders as they become available. Even the Dragonator on its back that falls off still needs to be utilized properly, otherwise it'll miss or potentially disappear for not being used at all. If Gogmazios in Wilds is a linear movie to watch rather than play, Gogmazios in MH4U was a sandbox and the dragon is knocking all of the sandcastles down. You choose how the story plays out based on decision making and your skill level, and there's no real guidance here. You need to figure it out, either by yourself or with your friends and allies. And once you do figure it out and clear Gog for the first time, it's one of the greatest feelings in Monster Hunter history. And when I beat Gogmazios in Wilds, I felt nothing even close to that. I thought it was a pretty fun fight, cool to look at, but hollow and indicative of what is wrong with the design philosophy of the modern series. These giant hunts used to be so liberating. Fighting Gogmazios, climbing on Gen Moran or Lao Shan Long.
Now, I do understand what he's about to say, and I 100% agree. I was about to even think about Lao Shan, not Lao Shan Wang, Gen Moran, and think about the oldies when it came to these large monsters. You had to theorize and plan and keep on playing it to understand what the mechanics were. You needed to actually play the game to get good at the game. Now you just kind of know what it is because they just tell you. And NPCs are scripted to do stuff at certain points. You're not just learning as you go. That was some of the greatest things about Gen Moran. I remember the bow, trying to optimize the way you did it. When to use the horn, when to shoot, when to jump on, when to jump off, all this stuff. Like, it's all a part of the experience, but you don't have that anymore, right? You don't have that because similar to what he's saying, it's just all done for you. It's all scripted. So I understand what he's saying. I do understand that. And yeah, it just adds into the fact, like I was saying, that Monster Hunter now is made for babies. It's made to be on rails. It's made to be easy. It's made so you don't need to think. And I've been saying this for a while. And it's a 5th gen onwards thing. Even if people don't want to understand it and agree, it's just the truth. It gets worse game by game. But the antithesis of this starts with World and it continues into Rise and now with Wilds. And expansion is going to be the same. In the next game, it's going to be the same. There is no indication to me that they're going to change the way they make the games. I have no faith in that. None whatsoever.
Running into Fate Palace, seeing Alatreon for the first time. These fights were scary and with little explanation or guidance. You needed to figure out what the hell you had available to you and slowly learn how to make it work in your favor. I don't think many of these were designed to be completed the first time. I think you're supposed to learn and try
Sony's
again,
locked
prepare better
mod.
the next
Yeah,
time, use
basically.
those items around you more effectively. Even Fatalis, while fairly cinematic, seemed to strike a good balance in world. But here, it just felt like our hand was being held along the way until Gogmazios was finally defeated, and I think that's unfortunate and sad, and I really hope whatever their big reveal at the end of the update cycle for Wilds expansion tries to live up to what we had in the past. Monsters in Wilds are often a disappointment. They look cool, but then provide little more than an existence as punching bag pinatas full of parts. The best part of bringing Sergios over was that he's so unconventional in his moveset. It feels like a much more difficult fight because of that. Mizu felt scary because it had an entire install that you never expected. Laggy was cool because we hadn't seen him in a while, but then they ruined it partially with the underwater segment. Gogmazios should have been a liberating experience, and ended up being one of the more linear overall. It's sad that they seem to care more about cinema than they do about player freedom, that they care more about power fantasy than they do about challenge and grit, about pushing the player through difficult scenarios, not just making the monster hit harder. Gogmazios in MH4U wasn't scary because it hit harder, it was scary because it was a moving mountain for you to overcome, a mystery to solve, a real challenge. You couldn't just fly around him, you had to make do, and you needed to optimize how to do that. You needed to optimize in a lot of older fights because they asked that of you, because you were slow and weak and they were big, fast.
Is this guy charging up this weapon? Like, what the fuck is this? This is weird. I'm guessing this is like an old Wyverian weapon of some sort. I mean, fair enough. It kind of looks a bit weird, but yeah, it is what it is. God's third stage is literally throw Vox at him until he dies. No way, it's awful. What he didn't mention, GOG is just another showcase of nostalgia bait. The first clear plays for you, quest clear theme instead of WoW's version. Yeah, it makes sense, I guess. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just nostalgia bait. They want old fans to feel like Monster Hunter isn't dying, even though they know it's dying. Like, they literally are saying it in... Yeah, they're literally saying it.
And strong. Nothing we have now lives up to the Gogmazios we had in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, especially not Gogmazios in Wilds. There's one final aspect of the game I feel we should go over before ending things, and that's the equipment as a whole. We focused on the world and mechanics surrounding hunting, but never talked about the equipment in depth. We talked a lot about the mechanics of weapons, focusing solely on the longsword, as I tend to do, but what about equipment as a whole, from weapons to armor to Ardian? Weapons have been made more diversified in comparison to World, which was notorious for its slap-on designs, using iron or bone as a base and adding an accent to the weapon depending on the monster it was made from. It wasn't every weapon, but it was most of them, and it was easily some players' least favorite aspect of the game. Believe it or not, the unique look of equipment is a big selling point for a game centered so heavily around it. Not only do designs for weapons look more unique and varied, weapons also introduce weapon skills to the mix. Previously, only armor would have skills attached to it that you could stack more of to level up the effect or vary the amount of skills instead. Wilds look to make this more purposeful by making certain skills weapon-specific, and having weapons come with an assortment of these skills instead of placing them only on armor. This way you can build a set around both the weapon and armor, and maybe change up your skills by swapping between two similar weapons on the field. With this change, decorations have been placed in two categories as well. Weapons and armor have slots that can hold decorations. Smaller decorations fit in smaller slots, and any larger slots above that. Higher decorations are larger and require larger slots to facilitate this. The difference is that some decorations have been shifted into a new weapons category, while others remain specifically for armor. You now have to focus more on what a weapon offers in terms of skills, rather than solely on its damage, affinity, and elemental output. While those are still major focuses, sometimes a slightly weaker weapon may have more slots or built-in skills that make your build more effective or comfy. With weapons and armor split off in this way, you can now make the most out of whatever weapons you want and make the most out of whatever armor, and then combine those two categories as you see fit, making weapon selection feel more varied and purposeful in theory.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what he's gonna say, but I've had a big problem with build craft in this game. I think it just makes it so difficult to really understand how you want to build. And it makes weapons so redundant if they don't have a certain skill that you'd like. And well, let's see what he has to say.
In reality, you'll probably just roll for a strong Ardian weapon. Yep. Similar to World, you can either make and upgrade weapons step by step.
Yep, I mean, Ardian weapons just kind of bypass everything. They're so OP, what's the point? I hate Ardian weapons. I don't want to engage in that. I like making weapons. But the issue with the weapon system in this game is there's not enough weapons and monsters to make up for the fact, so you have to use Artian. It will probably get cleared up in the expansion where there's more monsters, so you have multiple elements with different skills. But in the base game, for most elements or statuses, you only have like one variation that you can choose from, unless it's like fire, which should probably have like 20. And maybe water, about 2 or 3. But because of that, if an item with a certain element has a bad skill, you just kind of have to deal with it. Or just roll at Artian. It's kind of lame.
step, or you can sometimes skip to various parts of the tree that the game allows you to. For this reason, I usually hold on to crafting every longsword until I've nearly completed all the content available so I can more easily get everything to the final tier. I really enjoy how unique weapons feel now, and overall I think monster weapons are in a good place, at least in theory. Ardian weapons can generally blow some of these out of the water, if not always. With Title Update 2, layered weapons were also added. Again, a feature that should have been in the base game, and has no reason to not have been considering that layered armor was in from the get-go. You're telling me they couldn't figure out layered weapons in time for release? Either that's a lie, or they planned on adding it later to entice you coming back, or it's true and they were forced to rush the game out. Either way, it's not good. Armor unlocks layering at high rank, and before that you'll have one version of each set. However, players can now craft any gendered version of gear they want, as it is accessible to both model types. Unisex armor was something I had been advocating for some time, and people always told me it would never happen because it couldn't happen. Too much work for the game that makes 1 million armor sets and has 14 weapon types apparently. Lo and behold, I guess it wasn't that bad. I think the newest complaint surrounding this is that alpha and beta sets don't look different because of this, but guess what, gang? They looked the same between the two with slate color modifications and high rank world as well. Maybe the master rank will be different. Regardless, armors are probably the best thing about the game in terms of eye candy. Textures look surprisingly good when compared to landscapes and everything else, and have a lot of depth. They must have gotten even better in an update because I swear they didn't look this good before. For whatever reason, the game doesn't want you to be able to upgrade armor right away, which unfortunately feeds into the idea that the entirety of low rank is some sort of hand-holder tutorial for you to get through over hours before reaching the real game. I can't keep harping on the current armor skill system since I have over multiple games at this point. It is what it is, and it didn't feel different enough to be worth going in depth about. You stack multiple skills and multiple levels of the same skill over and over, trying to maximize damage and comfort with no downsides whatsoever. It's power fantasy at its peak, and requires little thought unless you truly care about min-maxing and finding the meta. I find the system simplistic, overly powerful, and therefore boring, and I say the same thing every time since World. On top of potential set bonuses, there are now group skills as well, where you may earn a skill for wearing enough armor pierces that fit a theme. Helps offer you something without limiting you to one monster's set, as mixing and matching has always been one of the best parts of set building. Arc-tempered gear can give you Lord Soul as an example, and boost your attack while lowering defense. It provides one use of Moxie, where you survive a lethal hit if you are above a certain HP threshold, and then boosts defense and resistances as well. So armor feels as freeform as ever, and you can pretty much do whatever you want. There is very little reason to feel compelled to maximize anything, especially since I value comfort above all. I'd rather have earplugs for if I messed up a counter than to have to deal with the roar. I want my evades extended, and more. The easier it is for me to keep hitting the enemy, the more DPS I am personally going to do. The defensive value of armor can once again be raised with armor spheres, and once again the armor spheres are assigned point values instead of being tiered upgrades that require certain types and amounts of armor spheres alongside monster parts. My main issue with it is how expensive it seems to get, like absurdly so.
Expensive.
I don't think I ever ran out of Zenny until I started to make some
I've
endgame sets.
ever had issues with armor spheres in any monster in the game as much as I had in this game. It is ridiculous how much you need in this game to upgrade your armor.
But that just means I needed to sell some parts and run some event quests. Is that necessarily a bad thing? Probably not, but I didn't enjoy it as much. Once you hit HR 100, you can start to transcend your armor. Then you just use even more armor spheres to further boost the piece's defense. I assume this was an addition they felt necessary to help with HR 100 arc-tempered fights as well as Gogmazios. Palico equipment also returns but feels more for aesthetic than use. Do you ever really notice a difference considering it's always around? I'm sure there is one, it's just inconsequential to me. I go for the highest defense and then slap on a layered set. Talismans had a weird time in this one. I mentioned this earlier, but World had it so you crafted talismans and were awarded random decorations with the ability to meld some specific and random ones. The other way the game can do it, and has done it in the past, is to make decorations craftable and talismans random. For whatever reason, talisman melding was added as well, and you can earn them through, I believe, 9-star quests and up. What a wonderful change. I really prefer talismans like this and decorations craftable because you need so many decorations to fit into a set. Feels better to craft all of those and know you can get them, while treating talismans more like a bonus. A god talisman is cool, but any talisman I can reasonably work with is fine. This feels like they realized one was better than the other and started to shift halfway. Now if they just made the rest of decorations meldable, it'd be perfect. So is there a major issue with equipment in this game that we need to discuss? Well, even taking away the idea of hunter symbols and the grind for those, yes, there is a major problem that I think cheapens the value of many weapons simply by existing. I'm of course talking about Ardian weapons. If you had to ask me what the worst mechanic in MH history was, it was probably the wounding system with clutch claws, followed by wounding and wilds with focus attacks. If you asked me what the next worst thing in the series was, it would be Ardian weapons. Generic weapons with randomized stats is not new to the Monster Hunter legacy. Relic weapons back then were gained from a specific mechanic known as the Everwood, and would have randomized stats sort of pushing you away from using the weapons you would traditionally grind for through deliberate monster hunts. It's a mechanic that seems to feed off the destruction of the other core weapon forging the series is known for. Ardian weapons are even worse in my opinion, as they really require no specifications other than mindless grinding of almost any tempered monster,
Yeah,
especially if you run
100%.
investigations that offer tons upon tons of relics.
It's more mindless post-game grind me slop, literally it.
That can be random assortments of parts with various stats. Basically, you hunt for a ton of relics regardless of what you are fighting, then they reveal themselves similar to decorations and talismans so you can see what parts you got. There's different rarity levels, but I'll just be focusing on the highest one for explanation's sake. These parts or shards come in 4 categories, those being blades, discs, tubes, and devices. Depending on what weapon you're trying to make, you need to have a specific combination of these 4, like longsword takes 1 blade and 2 tubes as an example. These parts can have elemental statuses, and if 2 of the parts have an elemental match, they will gain the element on the weapon, with a bonus to the amount if the element is the same on everything. So you are rolling for specific elements on specific parts. If you want a dragon longsword, you will want 1 dragon blade and 2 dragon tubes, as this will give you the most dragon element possible. Additionally, these parts will either have an attack or affinity focus. These stack onto the base stats of the weapon. Affinity goes up 5% per part, and attack goes up varying amounts as well. Generally, I found it better to just stack attack damage onto a longsword, allowing me to make effective fire and dragon Ardian weapons for when I fought Gogmazios. You get boatloads of these relics as you fight tempered monsters, especially with investigations. Just by grinding for armor sets, you can earn countless amounts and even meld them. Plus, the game gives you tons of bonus tickets for melding, so you really will have no issue finding the proper combinations you are looking for. You'll almost always have everything you need for any weapon element. The nice thing about this mechanic is that it can cover your bases. Longsword doesn't have a blast option, but you can still make your own if you want to. The bad thing about this is how it invalidates almost the entirety of weapon forging for some class types. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there doesn't seem to be any reason to run the top fire longsword that you can make from monster parts over an attack maxed Ardian equivalent. Sure, the monster weapon will have some built-in skills, but the Ardian weapon is going to have 3 free level 3 slots at max rarity. You can slot whatever you want to match and then some. Again, I don't believe this is true for every weapon class, but some have no reason to hunt monsters further after creating the best relic weapons. On top of this, you can reinforce these Ardian weapons once they are done. Using special festival ores from Azuz, which you can get more of with monster parts by the way, you can reinforce the weapon up to 5 times. Each time gives the weapon a random augment, including attack, affinity, element, sharpness, and capacity for bowguns. What these augments will be is actually already decided. If you crafted the weapon and reinforced it, then quit without saving and crafted it again, it would be the exact same result, assuming you crafted the same weapon class and rarity. It's an advancing seed randomization, therefore the only way to re-roll in this game, if you care about that, is to make another weapon of the class and rarity, and then try again using the parts you actually want for the next one. You keep doing this over and over until you get what you want, again, if you care about that. I don't necessarily care how they do the randomization. What I care about is the augments themselves and how strong they can make these weapons overall in comparison to the core weapons that, in my opinion, should always trump over something like this. Monster Hunter is about hunting monsters for their parts and turning those parts into weapons. The only reason we have this new Ardian mechanic is because they want you to keep rolling and gambling for new stuff if you've already made everything there is to make for your weapon class. Oh, you want the best fire longsword? Get gambling. Over and over and over. Keep coming back and playing the game. Keep rolling those dice. This weapon is going to be so much better than the ones you've earned through playing the game as it is usually intended to be played. You just gotta get even more lucky than you.
Yeah, basically more ways to just get you to keep grinding the game. Just keep replaying. Like it adds more into the whole process of post-game content. That's literally it. It's not about the game. It's not about enjoying the game. It's about keep coming back, keep playing the game, keep grinding away for a chance. And when you add in every single facet of it, it's too much. Don't worry, Wind, we're almost done.
Usual. I play these games in an attempt to get the parts, and I do my best to increase the chance of what I want dropping. That's always been the point. Now you're telling me all of that has been thrown out the window for a glorified slot machine.
Yep.
Why would anyone want that? You turned hunting monsters for parts into relic farming to extend the game life arbitrarily. It gets even worse. Monster weapons are so outdated that Gogmazios doesn't even have its own unique weapons to craft anymore. Instead, you get tarred devices that can ascend an Ardian weapon into a Gogma one. By using 3 of the same focus, you'll get a Gogma Ardia weapon with some buffs and debuffs associated with the type of focus used. What's more important is that it will re-roll your reinforcements and potentially give you higher tiered versions of those reinforcements as well. Attack boost 1 could be 2 to 3 now, or even EX, which is the best. I think a raw boosted LS is currently the best overall option right now, but for any element, the Gogma weapon is always on top. On top of these rolls, you'll also get 2 random active skills. These will always be a random set bonus and a random group bonus. One of the best you can get is a Gore Magala set and the Arc Tempered group skill, although this seems to change here and there. These count as 1 point towards the set/group bonus, meaning you have a lot more leeway now for optimizing your armor sets. By using additional focuses, you can choose to re-roll all of your reinforcements or re-roll your active skills, so that's all the endgame progression has become for a longsword at the very least. Even if you don't care about meta, you'll probably want to roll for at least a semi-decent Gogma Ardian because of how powerful they are. You literally don't need anything else. You just hunt tempered monsters for relics and hunt Gogmazios for tard devices, over and over and over and over and over and over again. Then you can go fight the 10-star Tempered Arkveld, I guess. Yippee. The entirety of Monster Hunter Wilds culminates into gambling on robot weapons that look like ass until they get shifted by Gogmazios. Those actually do look sick as hell. They always looked sick as hell, they still do. Why would we turn the entirety of the game up to the final update into the idea that you need to hunt a single monster to make the best of almost every weapon class, and then you get to fight some slightly more difficult Tempered variations? Is that what the series is now? Just a means to an end, we plateau, and then it's just the same thing over and over again? Gogmazios isn't even a challenge, it's an interactive cutscene that you watch over and over again until you get all the random gambling currency you need to run the slot gauntlet again, and I think that blows, man. I think it's indicative of what Monster Hunter has become, and I think it blows.
He definitely won't. Bango.
Looking at it now, this really did turn out more negative than I thought it would. On its own, without previous Monster Hunter games to compare it to, Wilds is a great experience. It's action-packed, exciting, and with all the updates, it feels like there is a ton to do. If you ever wanted to feel powerful and beat the tar out of some giant dragons, this is the game to do that in, with a mediocre story slapped on. Earlier I asked, what makes a Monster Hunter game a good Monster Hunter game? The answer to that is varied, but what I think is most important is grounded, purposeful mechanics that require commitment and preparation. Maybe not for every hunt, but important excursions should see me deciding on what the best armor for a situation is, if I am truly attached to a specific set, and maybe what weapons or items I should bring along. I should have limited space and resources, and the inability to refresh said resources when I run out, outside of some limited occasional bonuses here and there. I should have to make do with what I have, and what I have should be based on experience, on what I know I will need. I should need to grind for those materials and items, and I should have minimal help in doing so. Those items should stay relevant throughout the experience. If I fight a monster, it should feel intimidating. It should feel like I need to use every limited mechanic in my arsenal to make it through this hunt alive. Mechanics in themselves should be more limited and purposeful. Tools within the environment should be effective, but rare, instead of watered down and everywhere. I shouldn't have a new move that lets me destroy monsters with precision and keep them pinned down every time I break one of their wounds. I shouldn't be rewarded for rushing in blindly without a care in the world. That's one of the biggest issues with these newer games, power and abundance. The game is designed to make you feel powerful, and for you to want to be continually pushing through those barriers, getting stronger and stronger to a point where there isn't a single monster that can keep up. They want you to stack countless skills, to have countless items at your disposal, and to use countless environmental traps over and over again. They want you to come back to the game over and over, and to that end, they make progression more linear than it has been in the past. New monsters mean a new meta. You are more effective if you hunt what is new than what is not, and this gets so obvious and front-facing that eventually all you need to hunt is a single monster at the end of the game. Sure, you can still hunt everything else, but is there a point to bullying everything like that for armor and weapons that—
No, exactly. Like, that's the whole point. Like, once again, I'm going to harp back to playing with Shibs, because he is a 5th gener, and I play with him a lot. You know, when we play Monster Hunter, the way he plays Monster Hunter is literally get to the end, and then he plays from there. You know, he doesn't play as you go. He doesn't think about grinding things as you go. He doesn't think about getting the right element, the water blade to fight the monster that's weak against water. But then to fight the one that's weak against water, you need to get a lightning blade to kill the one with water. But then for that lightning one, you need to get a certain skill, because that lightning monster is quite difficult. So a certain skill on the armor would be useful. Like, they don't play that way. That's how Monster Hunter was played. That's how we saw Monster Hunter. That is it. They don't play that way because they don't have to. The game is so easy. You don't need to engage with the games in that sense. It's not required anymore. And the way the new fans see Monster Hunter is not the way that we used to see Monster Hunter. It's that simple. It is so that simple. And it's a sad reality, but it's the reality of how things are currently. And it will probably continue that way. So when it comes to playing the game, they prefer to just get to the end and get the strongest stuff and then make their way backwards from there. But that's not how we did it, because you can't do that. The game will punish you. You will get destroyed in every single high rank. Not every single high rank, in every single rank. You go from rank 1 to 2 to 3, you're going to get destroyed. HR1 on, you're just going to get destroyed. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. If you don't prepare, if you don't grind, if you don't research, if you don't bring the right weapons, the right armor, the right decorations, you're gonna get blasted. You're gonna get blasted. I mean, I use slime blast since for you. I mean, blast was OP, and that was a problem. That was a problem. No, I'm not gonna doubt that. But apart from that, for the most part, the games need to be balanced so the power fantasy isn't so easy to tap into. It just has to be. And new fans, they just don't see it that way because the game doesn't allow it to see it that way. And it's a sad reality. But it's true. It's true.
In no way will be beneficial to you. It used to feel to me like I could create one good set, but then start working on a completely different set, and that could be better for specific hunts. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think at some point the power of the hunter.
Really strange how this franchise is over 20 years old and they fumbled this. Yeah, I mean they fumble because I don't think they know what they want to do, right? They just want to bring in new fans. They're not really thinking about old fans. They're not really thinking about the series as a whole. They're thinking about how they can keep on growing the series, not the legacy of the series. One thing Super Rad could care less since this review came out 6 days ago and the game came out a year ago. That's true. But he also did his original review and that was pretty he was pretty mean on the game as well.
Is so great that you only need whatever the latest thing is to be effective. You mix and match armor pieces, sure, but I doubt you'll be swapping out entire armor sets based on the monster, maybe your weapon. Say what you will about the longsword being easy mode in the past, but it is truly the case now. The fact that I can go through any hunt by spamming a single button after easily reaching max spirit gauge is such a disservice to the
Bro, I picked up the longsword and I barely played longsword and I was whooping Raidal, what's it called? Arc tempered Raidal's ass. I was whooping his ass. Didn't even die. It was a multi-hunt with ships. We did it together on stream. I didn't die. It was so fucking easy. It was crazy.
Series. I know it's not only LS that suffers from this, and I'm sure your weapon probably suffers as well. If it does, be sure to let me know in the comments because I am legitimately curious how this experience is for everyone else. The game has never felt more like a generic hack and slash experience, a power fantasy, a game without purpose, commitment, or preparation. If those are the things that make a good Monster Hunter game, then surely this is the worst game in the series thus far. Maybe one day we'll finally have that remaster I've been waiting for. Until then, I think I'll just end up making do with the older experiences on private servers and the side games like Monster Hunter Stories. I enjoyed going through Wilds, but there was no reason for me to return to it aside from seeing how they handled laggy. And while that is fine for most Monster Hunter games, to be done with them for a while and feel content, that's clearly not what Wilds wants. It expects you to keep coming back over and over again, feeding you a little extra content here and there. If that's their philosophy, I think that's wrong, and I think they failed, because this setup for a game like Wilds has the opposite effect for me. I didn't even try laggy until Title Update 4 when making this video. I think everything here should have been in from the get.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's same for me. Like, it doesn't make me want to play the game more when you hold things back and you just come out with garbage. It makes me want to play it less. Like, I don't want to play the game anymore. I'm done. Like, it doesn't matter. When I feel like the game is complete and if it's interesting and there's engagement and I feel invested, I'm more interested in what comes next. So a lot of indie games, when I play them, they're cheap games, they come out and they're pretty good. I'm like, wow, this was a good experience. I'm going to see what comes next. And I'm fine with supporting them and waiting. But with Monster Hunter and the way it's gone, it's so heavily focused on the post content that it just takes away from the base experience and it makes me feel like, what's the point caring about this series?
Go to offer a satisfying conclusion where I felt content upon putting the controller down, knowing I've seen all there is to see and done all there is to do, to have seen the vision of the completed experience in all of its glory. But that's not what you get when you buy a Monster Hunter game day one anymore. Instead, you get a shell of what that completed experience is supposed to be. Monster Hunter Wilds, in turn, is a shell of what Monster Hunter as a series used to be. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you in the next video.
You know what? This video is really good. I would say, we finally done it. I would say it's a 9 out of 10. The only reason it's not 10 out of 10, I think you spent too much time talking about story, which is fair enough because Monster Hunter Wilds, there's a lot of story in. But I think it would have been great if he talked more about certain mechanics that they have downplayed, like the Palico system. That's a big one. I can't remember what other systems. I haven't played Monster Hunter in a while, so I'm not in the loop. But yeah, just all of the systems they've really just destroyed. Like, it would have been great if they really focused on that. but they haven't. I mean, yeah, it's a shame. And Wilds is probably a good game, but not a good game. I think yeah, it's good parts to the game, but it's not. It's not my game. It's not Monster Hunter to me. Like as a Monster Hunter game, I think it's a bad Monster Hunter game. As a game, I think it's pretty decent, but it's not a good Monster Hunter game. It's not a good Monster Hunter game. I wholeheartedly don't feel like it's a good Monster Hunter game. Honestly, I think it's terrible. Um, it's not the one. It's not the one. Hey guys, no bullshit. It really isn't. It really isn't. Wow, we streamed for 5 hours 20 seconds, 20 minutes, no 20 minutes. That's kind of long. That's kind of long. So guys, yeah, you know, I've been doing Monster Hunter content for a while, but I just don't have any interest in doing any more. To be honest, like I'm not liking the direction of the series. So what should I do? I can't. There's no point making new content. I'm not interested. It's wasting my time. You know. So for now, I don't have any interest in it. So yeah, I know it's sad. You know, a lot of you guys here in the comments right now, I remember you guys from so long ago. Bango, Yuka, Maka, Delta, Wind, um, Soares, Lady Volts, Anthony, Jace, like Bell, Scythe, like so Ninja Ma, like there's so many of you guys. Some of you guys are still members. Jet, like it's crazy. Some of you guys have been members still for 6 months. I haven't made content. Rift, Jamrock, and I'm sad that I don't have anything more to make. But honestly, I just don't have anything to make. Like, what's the point of me making content on a thing that I'm not interested in? Like, is there a point of me just hating the series just to hate it at this point? I mean, I didn't even hate Wilds. I just was disappointed. I've said it many times. I've just been disappointed. Hey, just do other. There's nothing else on the channel I want to do really. I'm gonna work on my YouTube, my Gundam channel, my other Gundam channel. I'm gonna work on my podcast channel. You know, I got a podcast channel, my boys. I'll be doing a bit of that. And then there's my real life job. I'm gonna work on that. The money I make on that is infinitely more than YouTube. So, but I also want to do side projects. So my YouTube and I got some apps I want to make as well. So I'm gonna be just doing some of my own programming on the side. But when it comes to Monster Hunter, there's nothing I want to talk about. There's nothing. Do you enjoy other games? Yeah, there's many other games I enjoy. I like to play, but I don't want to talk about them. I don't want to make content on them. It's making content on a game is long. You gotta make scripts. You gotta play the game. You gotta write about the game. You gotta think about what you're writing about. Then you gotta edit it. It's a long process. It takes a long time. I just want to enjoy the games. You know, I'm playing. Honestly, I just want to enjoy them. I don't want to have to think about how I'm making content about those games anymore. Well, at least for now. And I'm sorry that's a bit disappointing. I've been playing a lot of indie games on Steam, but just making content on them, I don't know about that. Yeah. Look, you guys can stay subscribed if you like. Maybe eventually there might be something I'm interested in making content for. I mean, I know you guys say, do I play other games? But if you look on the channel, the last 2 videos I made were in Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm pretty sure no one watched that because you guys aren't into Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's fair. You guys aren't. We'll wait. I'm not playing the Wilds expansion. I'm fine. I'm done with Monster Hunter for a long time, at least. But I hope it does well for you, Bango. Yeah, but like I was saying about Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah, I mean, I've made content. I made Yu-Gi-Oh content. I made Guild Wars content. Other games I'm interested in. You know, people aren't interested in that, and that's fine. It's just the way the algorithm works. You know, if you go against the waves, you drown. So you just have to go with the waves. And Monster Hunter was the waves, so I went with it more. But I also try to do my own side stuff, but it's a lot of effort, and there's no point. There's no point in putting all that effort when you're not going to get much from it. Definitely when you've been trying for a long time. I prefer to just do other stuff. Yeah. Man, winter time changing to summertime. Fucked me up. 440 a.m. for me. It's still 3:41 for me. Crazy. Why isn't it? Is the time supposed to change today? Yeah, interesting. I have a couple videos here. I remember I made some videos here. Some of the Dima videos. Mizu without the Zosia. Yeah, I complained about Zosia. Monster Hunter Wilds should not have released like this. Yep, I complained about the game releasing broken. Of why Monster Hunter Wilds Pellicles are the worst in the series. They're still the worst. They will always be the worst, regardless of what anyone says. My brutal and honest thoughts on the Talisman update. I did not like it. 40-minute video. That was quite long, actually. So these are pretty much the main videos of my thoughts on Monster Hunter, really. You know, I already put it out there. I know I said I'll do retrospective a long time ago. I never did it. Because retrospectives and just making videos, it takes a long time. And I just couldn't see the point in a series that I just don't care about to do that. It's just a waste of my time. And I value my time more these days. Yeah. Yeah, no, I value my time more these days. I do miss you guys, can't lie. It's been good actually talking to you guys and kind of just moaning about Wilds and getting a bit drunk, I can't lie, but I just, yeah, I don't have the ambition to keep this up for the sake of it. Yeah, for Germany, it was today. The jump was, oh wow, it's crazy. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Nova, what do you think of most people being priced out of this hobby in the foreseeable future? Well, gaming in general, I guess PC gaming definitely. It's not even just PC gaming. The PS5 got a bump in price again. Literally, I think it was yesterday. That was insane. The public, like, the price of everything is going up. Companies are going up in pricing, but people's salaries aren't matching that, and people are struggling. How are they going to afford to buy their games, to buy their consoles, to upgrade their PCs? It's like, at this point, you need to really pick and choose what you're buying. Like, gaming is no longer a luxury in a sense of you can just at a whim pay for it. It's like an extreme high class activity now. And it sucks. It sucks. If the PS5 is 1K, PS6, sorry, I don't know. It depends. Like sometimes, like think about the PS4 Pro. The PS4 Pro was more expensive than the PS5 because the parts to make the PS4 Pro were a bit harder to get than PS6. So it might be a similar thing where it's easier to make PS6s because they've built the architecture and the facilities in the factories for it to be simpler to make. It all depends on that, maybe, and it can be cheaper. But yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know. Ugh, man, I've been talking so much. So yeah, guys, any last questions or send me a message. Let me know what you guys want to talk about. We can talk because I'm about to hop off probably in the next 5 minutes. But yeah, just send me messages and we can talk. But I don't know the next time we're gonna talk. I don't know if we will talk again. If you message me on Discord, I'll be about. But in general, I don't know. Yeah, I don't have any plans on making. Whoops! I just dropped my phone. The Palico. Oh, I just dropped my phone on my keyboard. Maybe do a last community post, link in your other channels that you are. Yeah, I could do that. That's true. You can. That's true. It's been a really good run over. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, there's not much else for me to do, honestly. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. Honestly, guys, I spent a lot of time thinking about Monster Hunter, thinking about doing edits, thinking about scripts for like 6 years, basically. You know, I think about 5 years since 2020. And during those times, I did neglect certain friendships, certain relationships for Monster Hunter. I could have definitely spent more time with family, with people, because I wanted YouTube to work, you know? So I pushed a lot of effort into it for the progression. So I guess it felt even worse to me when you put so much effort into trying to make something work, and then Capcom releases Rise, which was broken, and then releases Sunbreak, which didn't have many monsters on release, and then releases Wilds in a similar state. And then in each game, you're trying to run, you know, a caveat saying, okay, guys, let's see the negatives and the positives. Let's try to wait, coming up with scripts, trying to make content, like all the sacrifices to try to make it work. But in the end, Capcom doesn't give a shit. Like, they don't give a shit about their own game. So why am I sacrificing my life to do all this stuff when Capcom doesn't give? They don't care. Like, they don't care. What's the point? There is no point. I'm just wasting my time. It's a waste of time. I came to that conclusion, so I was like, fuck it. You know, I'm out. After I made that video, what video was that? I think it was this one. I made this video on the 1st of September, and since then, I understood Wilds. I understood it. I didn't come back. I didn't think about it. It never even came to my mind. Not a single bit. Not well, sometimes, but not too much. Apart from when Shibs was asking me about it and talking to me about it, but I was good. You know, I was good, honestly. Yeah, I thought Monster Hunter was gonna last forever, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna. I mean, it's gonna last for a while, but if you're gonna enjoy it, probably not. You specifically, Delta. Some people will. Um, you know, I mean, yeah. I mean, I could just if I just look at my channel, like what 750 videos. 750, like all of these videos on Monster Hunter. I'm in light mode. Sorry, guys. I'm on incognito mode, and it just went to light mode. But anyway, all these videos of me, you know, playing the game, and this is just Wilds. This is just Wilds. So many videos on Wilds, like 170 or so, and then Rise, and then Wilds, and then other stuff, like all this effort. You know, when I could be doing other stuff, I could be focusing on other stuff. You know, but I really wanted to make it work. I cared about the series. I put effort, but Capcom obviously don't care. So it made me realize, like, what's the point? Honestly, what is the point? I'm wasting my time. It's a waste. It's a waste. Sad reality. All the live streams as well. We did a lot of live streams with Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, we did a lot of that. And World and Rise. Monster Hunter will last, but I will probably wait. I will probably will not be good as the older game. No, it's not going to be good as older games. Like I think it's impossible at this point. It's impossible, but it is what it is. It is what it is. All those posts I made, before Wilds to get people riled up, so we can talk about. Yeah, there's more content on Monster Hunter. Like, yeah, because I cared. Because I cared about the game, but unfortunately, Capcom don't care about the game as much as the fans, which I guess it is what it is. So, yeah, you know. It will turn into Pokemon where it's garbage that makes money. I mean, it probably already is that right now. Delta people just haven't accepted that. Um, yeah. So guys, I'm just gonna do my own thing. Will it come back to Monster or not? Doubt it. I don't have any interest in Wilds. I don't have any interest in the expansion. Um, Stories. I haven't even seen a single trailer apart from the first trailer. Back in like before I made that video. Um, yeah. So I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea. But like I said, I'll still be in Discord if you guys want to chat to me. Honestly, but I think that's pretty much it for today. I've already doomed. I've already glazed more dooming, and I've already had a solemn, sad ending to the stream as well. Um, Maybe they'll make an old. No, they're not gonna make old gen ports. Like, please, Delta, please, like, just stop coping. Like, get over it. Just get over it, Delta. Like, Delta, that's your problem. You cope so hard. It's because you just can't conceive the fact that Monster Hunter is over. You can't. So you cope, and I get it, but you got face the music. Old gen is dead, and we just have to deal with it. Maybe we'll get you say a miracle, and it will get better. Uh, 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 yeah. Well, uh, Yuka, if hopefully for you, that will happen. I don't believe it, but if it does happen for you, great. Now, guys, I hope you guys did enjoy the stream. It was a long stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. 5 hours of almost 40 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Let me know in the chat how you felt about the stream. You know. Um. And I guess I will. Yeah, I'll catch you guys maybe another time. Maybe, but I don't know. It's been good regardless. Yeah. Yeah. See ya.